Pisco, you've literally shown nothing this entire time during this conversation and during the previous.
I don't even think you understand what I just said.
Nothing.
You don't understand.
I'm still waiting
so you were just Bam just presented you.
Don't
so
yourself.
I am not inserting myself. We're not even trying to convince at this point Prime to do the lesser of two evils. We're way past that because I know I'm never gonna convince him to do the most pragmatic thing. Like we're not doing like what you suggested is not what's happening right now. I am now having trouble repeating back what Prime told to me and being like, so this is the minimum. This is one of the things that she could have said. Correct? He's saying I'm unwilling to answer that in a fashion that's concrete where I can be held to, and that is me. That shivers down my spine.
Dooby gave a hard answer, but Dooby's answer is dramatic.
How is that lying?
Pisco, you're a liar.
How am I lying?
I'm going to communicate the way I'm going to communicate, and you're going to listen. That's how it's going to work.
Dude.
Understood? You get it?
Hold on.
This is
what I was going to say, though.
Hey, folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description.
So the topic I wrote down, and these are fine people agreed to come on and discuss is, why would left-leaning voters not support Kamala Harris? Was Harris and or the DNC responsive to the base's concerns about Gaza? Or at the time, was that protest too insignificant to be a focus of the National Party? That's kind of where. So we were having a conversation on the Reverie, Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv or youtube.com/PrimeCayes. Right, come check it out. But we're having a discussion, and Kamala Harris got brought up completely randomly. Actually, she got brought up, and the discussion about who didn't actually vote for her, why didn't they vote for her, and whose fault is it for all of this came up. And since it was attached, this was on the tail end of a completely separate debate. I thought we should have a specific conversation set aside just for this because it was very passionate. As it always is around these parts. And so I invited the people on. So most of the people, actually all the rest of the people who are part of this debate, except for Pisco, was there. But we invited Pisco. He was so kind as to join us, so we're happy to have him. Why don't we just quickly introduce ourselves, and then we'll go. So hi, I'm PrimeCayes, PrimeCayes. You can find me twitch.tv or youtube.com/PrimeCayes. We'd love to have you. We have debates like this all the time. They're a lot of fun, and they're super freaking passionate. If you remember me from last time I was on Pisco's channel, you know what I can deliver. But very excited to have you all here watching us and being a part of this. Pisco?
Yeah, Pisco Liddy on Twitter and TikTok now. Also, Pisco's Hour on YouTube. We had that conversation, which was kind of about, I guess, the voter's culpability, the hypothetical Prime style voter. And yeah, that's available on my channel, but I'm sure that this conversation will, I think, try to be more focused on the candidate specific qualities and things like that. Though I'm not certain that it won't fall into a little bit of questions about voter requirements and voter oughts and what they should have done.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Next is we'll go to our friend Dooby. Dooby, thank you for coming through. A mainstay on the Reverie. I'm always glad to have you.
Thanks for having me. I'm Dooby. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the platform. And that's about it.
Thanks so much. And last but not least, a person who you wouldn't expect if you saw my tweet. Because I fucked up the tweet. I do apologize. But Black American Me, we're very happy to have him here. That wasn't on purpose. But Bam, thank you for joining us. It was really our back and forth that sparked all this. And so I'm happy that you take time out of your day to join us here.
Of course, I hate to put all this black on black violence out into the public space, but I'm Bam. I run my life as best I can. That's all I do. I come in and I have conversations with Prime as long as he allows me to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for all being here. So we can jump into it. Also, you can come to youtube.com/PrimeCayes to put a super chat. You want us to answer? You want us to respond to something? Super chats are open, so consider supporting the channel that way. Be much appreciated. But all right, let's jump into it. So let me get this perspective of the other side, right? We were answering a few questions from my man Pisco here, but I want to get the perspective of the other side. Why do you think that left-leaning voters didn't support Kamala Harris, right? And I'm using left-leaning extremely loosely here, right? Anyone on like the general left, but you might see it differently. And you can define that as you wish. So
You're asking me that, right? Or us people?
I'm asking both of you.
Got it. I'll start by saying I think that there's a premise to this question, which I just want to address, which is I think that left-leaning people, by and large, did vote for Kamala Harris. So by and large, I'm not one of these people who blame lefties or communists or socialists for the reason, in terms of the actual result of the election. There was a broad sweep of push towards Trump across many different groups, including traditional Democratic voters who aren't considered lefties, people who are disaffected, who are not ideological in any way. And so I've not been convinced by the empirical case that the ideological left lost Kamala the election in a sense of actual votes and vote count. I don't think that's been made out. And I think the Democrats, by and large, and left-wing people, by and large, supported Kamala. However, for the subset of people who didn't, I think, the range of different issues, I think that Gaza probably did play an impact for some people in the left for who that's a major issue. And Joe Biden's and the administration's pro-Israel stance, they were very pro-Israel administration. And additionally, I think the left, Biden's kind of economic policies, which I support because they didn't have, I think, immediate effect, and because of lingering inflation, those kinds of economic considerations, and because Trump had been out of eye for a while, I think a lot of left-wing people might just not have voted because they were less enamored by Biden and less threatened by Trump.
Okay. Please.
Yeah, my perspective, I don't blame specifically leftists. I blame non-voters. And I name non-voters as a category. And I blame specifically, most of all, which ends up overlapping with leftists. Most of all, I blame non-voters whose reasoning behind says that Kamala didn't do something in their campaign enough to justify their vote over Trump. I think that argument is complete and total bullshit. And I think that we're absolutely seeing the ramifications and consequences through the people who would give that justification. The larger issue was probably general voter apathy, and I actually think that it's actually an issue of Biden being too solid of a president. He wasn't in the media every day, and he wasn't doing flips and telling pregnant women what medicine they can take and giving medical advice, but he had gotten the country into a position of general recovery and stability post-COVID. And I think that people had got lulled into a boredom and thought that oh, okay, well, it really doesn't matter who's president. My life is kind of whatever. And they leaned into the excitement, or they just said that, oh, well, if Trump wins, everything's probably going to be about the same. And they were horribly, horribly wrong.
Okay. Before I say anything there, do you have a response to any of that, Dooby?
Yeah, I think he's totally wrong. I think you're wrong about everything. I think the issue it's not that the Democrats need an Obama-style candidate. I think Obama is, in some ways, a once-in-a-lifetime style candidate, right? The way that he's a great orator, great at winning over the crowds, great at just his image. He looks like a very competent person, prevents himself well. He's, I think that kind of candidate is, in some ways, once in a lifetime, at least once in my lifetime, right? But I think that Obama stood for something. He had a message. He had that was hope and change was the thing that he was selling, right? He stood for something. He advocated for that thing. I think the issue with Biden and Kamala, especially Kamala, was that she didn't seem to stand for anything other than what Biden did, and Biden wasn't that popular, right? So I think she just failed to separated herself from the administration, failed to present herself as a leader and somebody that people could trust, and failed to produce any confidence in people, right? Any excitement to get them out to vote. And I think the Democrat Party itself has been disconnected from its base for a very long time. And I think one of the easiest ways to see this is the Israel-Palestine issue, right? I'm not a single issue voter, right? But if you just look at that issue, right? And to be clear, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a registered independent. I've voted for, first time I ever voted was for Obama, right? I even voted for Trump in 2016, right? As kind of a troll vote because I'm in California, so it doesn't really matter. Last election, I didn't vote because I'm in California. Doesn't really matter anyway. But also, I didn't really feel comfortable voting for either of these disgusting people, in my opinion. But to be clear, if it did matter, if I was in the swing state, I would have voted for Kamala. I would have swallowed, closed my eyes, and just pushed the Kamala button, okay? Because I think that Trump is that bad. But if you look at the polls on the Gaza issue, like 77% of Democrats believe Israel is committing a genocide. 51% of independents think they're committing a genocide. 20% of fucking Republicans think they're committing a genocide. Only 25% support sending more military aid among Democrats. Only 28% of independents support this. And among Republicans, only 56%, which is fucking crazy for the Republicans. Only 56% of Republicans support sending military aid to Israel. So these numbers, I think, are pretty crazy, right? There's been a massive shift in the last few years against Israel. But if you look at the way that the party votes and the way that the leadership and the Democrat Party speaks about the issue, they represent Israel, Palestine, Gaza as like a fringe issue. And when people like Conor or even Erudite or Hutch or any of these like liberal people online, right? Who I like, to be clear, I don't dislike any of these people. When they speak about these things, they speak of that topic as if it's a fringe left issue that only socialists and communists care about. But that's totally disconnected from the reality of the situation, which is that is the mainstream of the party is opposed to this thing. So if you are supporting sending money to Israel, if you don't think it's a genocide, you're the fringe. You are the fringe of the party. And I think these people need to accept that and start behaving that way and reconnect with the base of the party. I think that is the only way that the Democrats are going to win.
Dooby,
can I ask him something?
Yeah, go for it.
I was about to say, so Dooby, I just want to real quick. So do you believe that if Kamala Harris, and I'm going to push it to, I guess, the perfect extreme. Do you think if Kamala Harris ran on, I'm cutting off Israel as an ally to the United States if I win, I'm going to cut off all military aid, and I'm completely denouncing them, denouncing Israel as a country. Do you believe that Kamala Harris gets more votes than she had?
I don't think that anybody reasonable would ask for that. I don't think it's what anybody wanted. I think what at the time.
You don't think anybody wants to denounce Israel?
Maybe the fringe, the actual fringe, right? That doesn't want Israel to exist as a nation. Maybe they would want that, right? But that's not what I don't think people expect that from her as a politician. I don't think they would want that. I think they would think, oh, that she's gonna be called an anti-Semite and she's gonna fucking lose, right? I think what they wanted from her is to take a strong, ethical position on this thing. Connect with the base of the party, which is opposed to sending more money to Israel, that believed that Israel was potentially committing a genocide even back then, rather than just saying, "Oh, I want to change anything."
Yeah, but what does that look like?
But I'm just saying, do you think that she would like? So you're saying if she did that, if she made a too strong of a stance, she would have lost votes. She would have won. Like they would have made that would have been the thing.
Yeah, if
Trump
she
would have said, "Oh, now I'm voting for the black woman."
Well, I don't think she needs to. I don't think she needs to win over Trump voters. I think she needed to. Ignite some kind of passion in the base, to ignite some kind of passion in the base to vote for her, right? To present herself as a leader, taking a strong position on the thing, someone with backbone, right? I don't think she did that.
I'm saying
Pisco,
you
that's how it would look, Pisco. Right?
No, wait. Before that, because I wanted to take back. Like, I just want to know what is the question we're asking right now? Because I understood Prime's question to be what was the reason why some people on the left or the left didn't vote for Kamala? And so I understand that to be specific to pre-election stuff. So everything Dooby's now citing about polls afterwards, I don't view that to be relevant, right? We can't take the polls that we see now and say, oh, she should have known this back then, and we should apply the preferences now of the Democratic Party to back in the day. So I understand Prime's question to be literally pre-election and to be pertaining to the left. And if it's a broader election strategy, I don't really view that as topical. He asked a specific question about what was incentivizing people on the left not to vote for Kamala. My response is they by and large did, but maybe the thing affected it. And so I just want to make sure, are we responding to the same question, Dooby? And then you can tell me what it looked like, the Gaza stance.
Yeah, so the reason I think when I said earlier that the Israel-Palestine issue is one of the easiest way to see the disconnect that I'm talking about. I think the disconnect that is causing people to lose hope, to lose
Dooby,
confidence.
I'm sorry, I'm very focused. I'm sorry. Are we answering the same question? That's what I want to know. Okay, so okay.
Hold on. So to be clear, that disconnect is I think is the reason people didn't go out and vote for her. Not specifically on this issue. To be clear, I think there's a disconnect.
People or the left,
on a whole host of issues.
So Prime asked, why did the left not vote?
Democrats in general. Well, hold on. Well, I think when Prime said the left, I think he was being very general, meaning like
people, but not independents, right? Not independents and not like non-ideological voters or I don't know, right wing. So the left generally, people on the left of this. So not centrist, correct? Is what we're talking about. I just want to be clear what we're talking about.
So.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I'm talking about the typical Democratic Party base.
All right.
Like that's what I'm. Yeah. So I think there's a disconnect between the party leadership and that Democrat Party base. The reason I brought up the polls on Israel-Palestine, the recent ones, we can look at the ones during the election if you want, but I think they're not really relevant to the point that I'm making. I think you can really see the disconnect because if you look at the polls and then you look at how the party is voting and how the leaders of the party are speaking, and even how liberal streamers are talking about the issue, they present it as a fringe issue that a small group of people care about or are opposed to Israel on, when this is actually this is the mainstream position, right? So I think the disconnect there, and not just on this issue to be clear, but on other issues, is I think the reason that they lost and the reason they're not doing well.
I'm not so sure that the mainstream position at the time of the election, and I think this was the point that was being made, it was at the time, and I don't think it's been elaborated by you, is it to cut off all funding? Do you think that that's the mainstream position? Well, I don't even know if it is now. So what are you describing as the mainstream position back pre-election that Kamala so clearly should have glommed onto? Like what you take to be the mainstream position, not now, but back then, that Kamala should have seen obviously and taken that route?
Okay, so I think even in I think at the time the mainstream position within the Democrat Party wasn't stopping military aid as it is now. It was conditioning the military aid, which is something that Biden kind of gave lip service to. I don't know if you remember, but there was a State Department memo that was leaked at some point, I think like a few months before the election, that was sent to Israel saying, "Hey, there not enough aid is getting in, right? You might be in violation of I forget what the exact law or statute within the U.S. is, but you might be in violation of this rule. So you need to bring aid up to this level and open this crossing, and you need to do all this within the next, I think, 60 days." Or, we might do something, right? And the implication was that we might start restricting funding military aid to Israel. That was kind of the implication of the letter, right? You wanted to see some kind of change or further steps to be taken. Now, we got to that 60-day mark, right? And nothing happened. Right? So they didn't meet the obligations. They made some kind of like shallow moves in that direction, but they absolutely did not meet the obligations. And then the Biden administration did nothing about it. They kept sending them money.
To paint you a little bit of a picture about why I think that, why I've said to Prime that I thought Kamala was in a tough spot is because what you're talking about there is kind of a middle road approach, which is not to sanction Israel, not to take a position that Israel's committing a genocide or anything back at that time period, but to condition congressionally approved aid to Israel on the basis of violation of one of these laws. And my thought process is that's a decision for Biden to make. Now, imagine you're Kamala Harris. Are you going to be saying are you going to resign for the vice presidency to say, hey, this is wrong? Like Joe Biden needs to condition aid, and the fact that he's not doing that, I tender my resignation. What kind of pressure can you have to affect the policy that's not going to get you in a world of hurt when the first reporter asks you a fucking question like, hey, you've taken this position, the administration is not following your guideline, what do you make of that? Does Joe Biden not trust your input? Like, it is a very difficult position that she's in, especially if you're taking one of these middle of the road approaches where it's not like totally condemning Israel and calling them a genocidal state. That's a tough spot. And what is she supposed to do about it?
I think that seems, I mean, to me at least, that seems like an easy question for her to answer, and it could be a way that she would make herself distinct from the administration. So it could be something else. Hey, yeah, I disagree with this policy. I respect Biden, yada yada. I disagree with this policy. I'm doing what I can within the administration to advocate for a change to this policy. But if I were to win the presidency, this is how I would change it going forward.
But to be clear, you are saying that she should come out and say that Biden's policy on Israel's failed. That is what you're saying that she should do.
That she disagrees with the policy, yes.
Yeah,
she doesn't need to use the word failed, but she says that she could say,
I disagree with what the president is doing. What he's doing is wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
being the vice president, and they're basically.
And I understand that puts her in like a, I guess it seems untenable position. But no, it doesn't, because she's running to be the leader of the country. If she can't even speak out against the president, if she did disagree about this policy, then why the fuck should she be the leader of anything? Like, where she needs to. This is what we want to say. She needs to have some kind of backbone.
No, sorry.
She's herself as a leader that you can look to.
We're just talking about whether she's going to win the election. So you're saying she should have these qualities. These are qualities that would make a good leader. We would want a president to be able to stand up, but we're just talking about how this looks and whether it'll get votes. So all the questions about, like, is this a trait that we like to see? Does she have a backbone or not have a backbone? We're just asking the electoral question: does she lose votes because she comes out and is like, yeah, Biden sucks on this issue? And in so many terms, it's an attack on the administration, and it's going to be played every day on Fox News. Kamala Harris comes, and maybe that's to her credit, but it could also look really, really bad, and it could cause Joe Biden to lash out, and it could also, by the way, undermine certain negotiations. Actually,
I was about to say,
totally
after Biden. I mean, after receiving Biden's endorsement, like, you also have to. What is the timing of this? She's received Biden's endorsement for the president. Oh God, I disappeared. I'm back. She received Biden's endorsement for the presidency. Are we saying doing this prior to the DNC, like where she wants Biden to come out and give a speech on her behalf and advocacy for it? Like, people think that there's no ramifications from the vice president saying, from the vice president making a strong lash out against the administration that she's a part of. Because literally, whenever even when she didn't lash out, when she just named policies that she'd like to do in the future, every single question, and I think Prom said this was a lie, every single question he received was, why hasn't she done it already then? Because people were like, why? People were upset with her that she was touting the successes of the Biden administration. They're like, people don't like Biden. You're supposed to be different, but she can't reject the last 4 years of administration. One, because it's a terrible look as a VP, and her loyalty to Biden, but also because it's not a tenable move to say that, like, oh yeah, everything we've done before was wrong. We're gonna do something better now. That's just a losing argument on always around.
That's not true. I think so. I don't think it's a losing. I mean, let me try to understand your position. So are you saying that to have a better chance of winning the election, she could not in any way differentiate herself from Biden, so that she would carry out any kind of policy differently, so that she disagreed with anything that happened while she was there, right? And then of course she'd be asked, like, hey, why did it happen? She said, well, I advocated from my position. We disagreed on this. He's the president, so we're going to follow his lead. Like, that seems like, if you're just saying that she can't disagree with Biden about anything, then how the fuck are we supposed to trust this lady to be a leader at all?
That's not the question presented.
The question isn't separate human being.
Excuse me. The question isn't how could we trust her. The question isn't then does she deserve to. The question is simply and only would she have won more votes had she taken the approach that you said. So everything you're saying about should we trust her? Isn't this something of leadership? We're not here to discuss that. We're here to discuss would she have won the election if she took a different position.
So I think yes, because it would have demonstrated that she is a leader and she can stand up against the administration where she thinks that they're wrong. And I think this would have caused people to see her as a more competent, it would have energized the base, right? Who I think saw her as essentially a Biden sock puppet toward the end of the election, because she just couldn't find a way to differentiate herself from him.
The Fox News was begging for her to do that, because you know what it would have been? Breaking news. There's quarrels at the White House.
She admits
Kamala Harris says that Biden's incompetent. Yeah. And she's
so what? They shit talked her anyway. Who cares what they say?
So what?
So what? Literally, so what? They say all the crazy shit about her anyway. Like, they say this extra crazy thing. Like, who cares?
So
No,
I think it would have looked really bad. It wouldn't have moved enough people to dispositively affect the outcome. And I think that's why what was said at the start. I'm so sorry, I forgot your name again, brother. Apologies. Bam. What Bam said at the start was really important. That he thinks it has to do with like a general apathy. I have said that it has to do with the economic conditions that were then prevailing where across the, like, it wasn't because of this ideological reason. I haven't been convinced that moving in this direction would have gained her enough votes. And also it's a huge risk. And I don't think that she has the acumen, the political acumen to maybe a very out there politically gifted orator, a good communicator would be able to walk that line and say something like, listen, I'm the vice president. I love Joe, but I'm going to be honest with you now. I'm going to level with the American people. These are my disagreements on policy. And I have to do this because blah, 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 blah. Maybe there's someone who could walk that line with that kind of oratory skill. But do you really have the confidence that Kamala can make that work? I don't think that she could. And I think that it looks to an average voter. And what the campaign ads would show is chaos in the White House. Even the vice president isn't sold on the administration. They can't get along. You can't, like, that is, I think, the issue is that any kind of strong stance. And what you're describing right now is for Kamala Harris to support a position of conditioning congressional aid on some outcome in Israel. And that's instantly, I think, going to bring in a bunch of these calls of discord and disunity in the White House, and additionally pick a fight with Congress and potentially with the courts if Biden ultimately listened to her. But he wasn't going to listen to her because she didn't really have any power in the administration, if we're being honest.
I also think that in response to that, one, I think she made reasonably strong stances. Like, I know people will say they don't, but if we can go quote by quote, line by line, we can find pretty strong, reasonable statements that Kamala Harris made in advocacy for the Palestinian people and issues that she had with the way that Israel was carrying out the conflict. She didn't. I don't think she may have sugarcoated, but I think it was clear that she had issues with Israel, and it was honestly even clear that Biden had issues with how Israel was projecting policy.
No,
also, there's also like, we've had this conversation from an accepted framing of that, like, Biden was somehow a failure of a presidency. When I honestly, at right now, I give Biden's presidency like an 8 out of 10. I think if we look at the policy, if we look at how Biden carried on, I think Biden actually did an excellent job as president at being the president of the United States. Again, he wasn't a celebrity, but he did good policy. He got good things done. I don't think he had like a history that she should run from.
Go for it, Prime.
Sure. Sorry. All right. Lots of things are happening here. For one, I reject, I guess Pisco didn't make a super strong statement on this, but like talking about how, like, you implied that the support for Palestine, or at least against Israel, the anti-Israel support vote, was, like, too soft, or at the very least, you didn't want to deal with any polls happening after the election. Well, we'd have to look.
I
at
think that's fair, right?
To see
That
how people, yeah, of course, it is, right? But, like, yeah, we could just, like, look at the numbers, because there's plenty of polling done on this, and this, what I'm looking at right now, I believe, is a YouGov. Yes, YouGov poll, and specifically on this topic. So conditioning aid to Israel. So this is a larger report, and I'll link it to you guys, so you guys can take a look. It's 14 pages, but I can read choice excerpts. Conditioning aid to Israel, right? Which is something I talked about. I'm specifically reading this section because I talked about this a lot, right? Like, conditioning aid to Israel would have been a fantastic step, and I think a far more durable step, rather than saying, "Oh, we're done with Israel," like cutting all ties. This would have been something actionable and firmly within the law, firmly with the powers within the power of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. So this section says, an April 2024 poll of likely voters across the U.S. found that 30%. So this section is talking about other polls, but then it also has its own numbers, but it's referencing previous polls. An April 2024 poll of likely voters across the U.S. found that 30% strongly supported withholding military funds to Israel until the attacks on Gaza stop. Another 25% someone supported the conditional aid policy. Another poll, specifically of African American voters nationwide, found 59% believe that aid to Israel should be conditioned. Our poll in 5 states find very similar results. Roughly 30% in each state strongly supports conditional aid. 55 to 66% somewhat or strongly support conditions on aid to Israel. The breakdown by states below. And so the states they poll, swing states, Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And yeah, like in terms of the for all the states, for every single one of them, the support for either somewhat support or strong support outweighs the somewhat opposed or strongly opposed. This poll further goes on in other sections. You're talking about specific policies, right? So not just conditioning aid, but other like specific policy sets, right? And how they poll. And you can see again, Biden gains votes, right? There is, or Biden or Harris, the Democratic campaign, they gain votes from taking a anti-Israel stance, right, or a tough on Israel stance. So this was all known beforehand, right? And I feel like there's a bit of rewriting of history saying, oh, it's only after the election that people suddenly realize, oh yeah, there was a genocide. No, they understood there was a genocide. They got that. In fact, others. In other parts of this poll, I had to pick them out. I'm sorry. But they talk about specifically, was Israel doing a genocide? Do you believe that? Right? And people were asked, many of these.
Can you send the YouGov poll in our Discord chat? Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah, I absolutely will. But the point is that there was, like, looking at these poll numbers in the context of swing states, right? There was more than enough support to put it over edge, especially with such small margins, especially these small margins. Yes, there are individuals here, and you'll see that in the poll. Again, I'll send it to you in just a second. That don't care, right? There's that these policies make no difference to their support. But for so many others, yes, this was a big thing. And it also talks about the uncommitted vote. There's something we don't really discuss anymore. If you remember during the primaries, there was a huge uncommitted campaign where there was it was like either they were asking people not to leave their vote blank, but just specifically put uncommitted. And the uncommitted vote, for the most part, like talked about the situation of Gaza. That was the focus of that. And how the people like there was no option available. Like the people weren't didn't feel represented with that. That was a large part of the outcry. But we seem to forget all of that at this point, right? And then we excuse, at least I feel like the other side here is excusing Kamala's responsiveness and the larger DNC's unresponsiveness to this level of voters, right? Like we can understand, just like with gun rights, right? Gun rights, when we're talking about them, like the crazy death cult 2A supporters, we can understand that they're actually a very small minority of voters, but they're motivated, right? They're motivated to either show up or to donate against you or like whatever. When you're dealing with a motivated cohort, right? Especially with such numbers in swing states, that's something that needs to be addressed, right? Maybe not in the way that I necessarily wanted to be addressed, but it had to be addressed, and they just didn't do it. So I'm gonna send you that information.
Yeah, send me that polling because
wasn't the income meeting? Oh, you go.
I was going to say, whatever the methodology was that you did last time, you didn't include the possibility of people turning against Kamala for being too pro or too anti-Israel in principle. And there are people, there are dedicated pro-Palestinian voters, there are dedicated pro-Israel voters in this country. And I find that oftentimes when we're doing this analysis, and really we should not conflate the question about was it the right policy or wrong policy in terms of the underlying like ethical policy, right? It's the question about, is it going to move votes or not? That's the only question it is. And would she have won if she had taken this position? I'm not convinced by that.
Pisco, you can say that it was a weakness in my methodology. That's great. But like the thing is, on the other side, your side, there is no methodology. There's nothing, right? All I'm getting from you guys are straight up vibes. Like, what is the data?
No, you can just say I'm not convinced. So you can just say I'm not convinced that her taking this stance would have won the election. And that's
sure. And what data leads you to that?
It's an apathetic
wasn't the official
feeling.
statement of the uncommitted movement a full arms embargo?
I don't remember that being the
like I don't think they
it might have been. I'm not saying that it wasn't. I just don't I literally don't remember if that was like the only condition. But like even if it was, that doesn't mean that those individuals, right, aren't going to vote for something else.
Well, they didn't vote for the lesser of two evils in this context. That's the problem. If you really cared about, if this was, if we're actually doing the analysis here, if they really cared about it, why are we?
Stop trying to insert yourself.
You're the one. You're the one saying, "Oh, of course, these people who wanted something more would vote for something less," but they didn't show that.
Pisco, that you disagree.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You didn't
haven't shown anything. Pisco, you've literally shown nothing this entire time during this conversation and during the previous.
I don't even think you understand what I just said.
Nothing.
You don't understand.
I'm still waiting for
so you were just Bam just presented you.
Don't insert yourself.
I am not inserting myself.
1 second. Hold on. I'm gonna finish.
Oh my God.
Just don't insert your self into this and to say that like, well, I disagree with this policy. This one have moved me, like from your mindset. Like I get that you
wait. Bam just laid it out. No, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Bam just said, sure. Well, they had a more maximalist policy than what you're presenting here. They have a greater policy. You're like, oh, I'm sure that these people who are ideologically motivated, they would have been satisfied by this lesser policy than the maximalist position. That's what he's saying. That's what you said. You were like, I'm sure that these pro-Palestinian voters, if she had taken this half measure to their current position, they would have voted for Kamala. And my response to that is, no, because they didn't vote for Kamala, right? And you yourself, wait, let me finish. You yourself embody this attitude because you're not in favor of half measures. You're not in favor of lesser of two evils. And so
you don't know
how can you assume they would have voted for it,
What was I in favor of? Hold on, no, stop that. Because now you're inserting me. Okay, great. What was I in favor of, Pisco? What did I want? I let you know.
You wanted to stop to the genocide.
I told you. Hold on. No, I wanted to stop the genocide. That's my larger picture. But in terms of the campaign, Pisco, I told you this, right? So I'm assuming, right after hours of discussion, that you have a good handle on it. Pisco, what did I want from Kamala Harris?
You wanted her to have an embargo. Didn't you want her to have an embargo on weapons sales to Israel?
That's one of the things.
Yeah. So anything less than that, you wouldn't have accepted.
No, hold on. What I said, like, hey, I understand that. And I said this so many times, especially during the course of that campaign. I understand that Kamala Harris is not me. I understand that Kamala Harris does not share about my concerns. She didn't give a fuck about the genocide. That part was clear. I understand that she's under pressures within the context of the DNC. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm looking for is solid statements of support. That like, well, one, that there was a problem at all, right, with the policy. There had to be some sort of problem. She said there was no problem, right? That she would have done.
This isn't true.
She would have said. She said that she completely aligned with Biden. There was no changes. Like given the opportunity to like put for her policy changes, she had no changes there, right? All signals from Kamala Harris was that nothing was going to change. Period. What I was looking for was hope. I was looking for the bare minimum. And I said this again and again and again during the campaign. Now, I had specific policy agendas, right? Policy proposals that I would have loved, right?
So what would she have had to say? What are the words she would have had to say to get your vote?
What are the words?
Example words. They don't have to be exclusive words.
Again, I literally gave you a speech last time. I told you this last time. But I guess you didn't bother to listen, right? Like when
I have many conversations. If I forget the exact set of words that I asked before,
I know.
I'm raising it again.
Sorry,
I'm sorry if I don't
worry.
remember.
I'll repeat myself. But like, it's just annoying because we spent hours and hours discussing this, and you did everything you could to derail the conversation, right? By saying like, "Oh, I don't understand. I don't understand these basic concepts, basic political concepts," and trying to have me define them again and again. Yeah, it was an extremely frustrating conversation. So I'm sorry if I feel a bit aggressive here. But
no,
okay.
you're fine. Yeah, no, I just want to like, what are the words?
Let's just do it again.
And I want to map this on because I don't want to just get into like let's hammer you. I just want to like really what would have taken sort of the maximalist. Yeah.
What if she said something like, "As president, I will do everything in my power to end the war in Gaza, to bring home the hostages, to end the suffering in Gaza, ensure Israel is secure, and the Palestinian people have a right to freedom, dignity, security, and self-determination."
Biden said the same shit over and over. Then
no. Wait a minute. We're talking about work again. So it wouldn't. Doesn't that sound like a strong stance and saying over and over again, talking about the end of the war again because it wasn't an arms embargo?
Yeah. So what would she have had to say? Is the question? Yeah. To get your vote, and you and Dooby, because Dooby said he didn't vote. By the way, Dooby's whole thing about I would vote in a swing state but not in a safe state, you're just as astronomically unlikely to affect the outcome, and so that's a delusional perspective that would shift your vote, like whether you're in a swing state or a safe state, based on like the instrumental effects of your vote. I've had this conversation multiple times. That doesn't make any sense at all. But like both you and Dooby said you didn't vote for Kamala. I'm asking on Israel in Gaza, what words would she have to say for you to get for her to get your vote?
Okay. So, what I thought would have been a great thing for her to say, would be that
sufficient to get your vote. That's what I want. Though. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but sufficient to get your vote. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm going to answer the question. Yeah. Yes, I didn't forget. Thank you, Pisco. Love you, friend. So, what I think when I say what I think would be great for her to say, I mean for me, right? Obviously, not for anyone. For me, what I think would have been great for her to say. Would be that, yes, my predecessor, Joe Biden, was under significant pressure. That he has been doing his very best to navigate this situation. I don't believe that. But still, this is what she should say. To navigate this complex situation, especially one that deals with such a close ally, such as Israel, to the United States. However, I myself, I have a different perspective, right? I think that I'd like to chart a new path forward. And in this path forward, we will change our stance, right? As to how we go about completing the goals, right? The goals that we all want, right? Ending the war, of getting humanitarian aid to the Gazans, and of keeping Israel safe, because Israel being safe is our priority, right? And so when I become the next president of the United States, what I promise to do is to use every ounce of leverage I have to make that happen. Right. I will use levers of power that may not have been used previously. Right. I will make sure that in prosecuting this war, just like we do with all our allies, right, all the ones that we send military aid to, that they are following all applicable laws. Right. I will bring that up to our ally, a great ally, Bibi Netanyahu, right, to let him know this is something that I'm looking at right now. I will. I could add some other.
But no, you're basically saying that you wouldn't require concrete policy positions. Fair?
No, that. So I would want a concrete policy position, right? But that statement alone
would have made you vote for her.
It's not a lie. Assuming it's not a lie. Yeah.
Would have been enough, assuming it's not a lie.
Yeah, of course, assuming it's not a lie, right? Assuming it's.
Didn't you say? I thought in the last conversation you said like she could have lied to me and that would have been okay. But I'm just like floored because of course, how are you going to determine that first of all she's a politician or whatever? And but just those words by himself, I guess if they're said in such a way that you think that they're genuine, or what have you.
I mean,
that
that's
would have
what we
been
have to
enough
do with
for you to
everyone,
vote.
right?
Is her just
Whenever,
if
like,
she says I'm going to chart a different course?
Sorry,
That's enough.
I don't know, Pisco. I don't know why you're pretending like you're fucking amazed here, right? Whenever we have conversations, right, we're always judging the truthfulness of a statement.
No, of course, that's what I'm saying.
You're doing that.
I'm
great. So you're
I'm
doing
not
that
saying
with me,
it's ridiculous. No, I'm just saying. Last time you seemed to suggest that you would have been okay for a lot of
then
you.
why I don't know. So then why are you amazed when I'm saying, hey, yes, of course, assuming that's not a lie?
Assuming,
right? Yeah,
but
like
you mean
said,
is assuming that you assess it to be.
I'm
just saying, assuming you assess it to be genuine, right? Not that it actually is not a lie. Just
okay, then that's what I just said.
No, I'm just providing clarity, bro. Chill, come on.
Well, but I don't. Again, but you keep doing these distractions.
It's not a distraction.
Okay,
I'm seeing what the condition is. Like so it's not like you would have.
Of course, the condition can't be. Pisco, the condition cannot be that I think that she's lying to me. Yes,
no, that's not. No,
hold on, no. Dude. But then why? There's no reason to bring this up unless you're not you're assuming otherwise, right?
No,
so no.
You said assuming it's not a lie. Assuming it's not a lie. Okay, so
then why did you pick that
because
out?
Because a lie is a deliberate intentional falsehood. Okay, so I understand. I'm just providing clarity that when you say assuming it's not a lie, it's assuming you don't judge it to be a lie, assuming that you don't determine it's a lie. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Clarity. All right.
Yes.
Why are you freaking out? I'm just saying that's an additional condition here.
No,
I get it.
because you keep distracting with this.
I'm
stuff,
not.
Right?
I'm getting right back to the points, dude. Come on.
You're not. Literally, you're pointing out unremarkable aspects of my speech, right? Unremarkable like portions of my sentence. I'm like, oh, let's focus on this. Hey, okay. Obviously,
I'm trying to understand. So I'm asking you. So this is us, the shit libs, asking you what she would have had to do to get your vote, so to maybe have a clue into the
speech.
I understand. So
okay,
now, like, I want to address what you're saying. So you're saying, in order for you to vote for her, she would not have had to. It would not have been necessary for her to give concrete policy shifts. She would just have had to say, "I'll be different," and that would have been enough for you to vote. Correct?
If he believed it was sincere.
If Prime believed it was sincere,
so that's the thing, because if I believe it's sincere, that means she's going to actually do that, right? So like that statement, right? If I believe it's just
Prime,
it was okay.
Can I just maybe can I give you the statement and you tell me if this would have won you over? Okay, if this would have won your vote, because what I imagine is something like so I respect President Biden, but I'll be clear. My administration will condition aid to Israel. If U.S. weapons are used, then humanitarian aid must flow freely, and international reporters must be allowed in to document the truth. Security for Israel cannot come at the cost of silencing Palestinians or starving children. That is a standard of real American leadership. Something as simple as that, right? Something to make it clear that to make it clear there will be conditions. These are the changes that we're going to be making. We're going to require that Israel allows international reporters who want to go into the fucking country to document what's happening, and we're going to require that aid is flowing freely. Like something clear and firm that she can say, "Hey, this is my stance. I'm 10 toes down on this," right? Which would be a far cry from what Biden was doing. I think something as simple as that.
But that's not simple.
That is simple.
No,
that is absolutely simple.
That's a dramatic shift. You're saying that Israel is
dramatic shift.
You might as well say that Israel is evil and deserves to die.
That's ridiculous.
I mean,
what are you saying?
That's how the statement. That's how the statement comes on. Again, and she like
requiring international reporters to be allowed in the country is saying Israel is evil and deserves to die. Like, what are you saying?
I'm saying that we've moved mountains from Prime's initial statement.
Yeah, it's fun. So it's different, and I want to be clear about something. So just to be clear, what you're saying that it's not radical in the context of your position on Israel Palestine. You agree, don't you, that would be a massive generational shift in American foreign policy and attitude towards Israel, which has never conditioned I mean, like, the closest threats we have are from 40, 50 years ago, and those are, like, not at all on all fours with what we have right now. You agree, don't you, that it's a massive shift from what Prime just said, and B, it's a massive shift in American foreign policy in the last 80 years, correct?
Because you said nothing about Hamas and their responsibility or accountability or hostages or any of that. You just put all 100%.
So can you agree with those two things? So I just give you two questions. So it is. Wait. I just want to be clear. It is a massive shift from what Prime said, and it is a massive shift in American foreign policy. That's correct, right?
No, it's
Hold on.
different from what
It's a massive shift from Biden's policy. It is not generational.
I didn't ask that,
Bush
Dooby.
did
I
this-
asked two
hold on,
things.
No,
I asked,
you said
no, I
you
asked
said
two
it'd be
things.
generational change. It is not. American presidents have conditioned aid to Israel on things much larger than this before, but even smaller than this. Right? American presidents have absolutely demanded policy change within Israel if Israel wants aid from the U.S. That has happened repeatedly.
Hang on a second. So I want to be. There's two questions on the floor. The first was about Prime. So do you agree that this is very, very different from what Prime just suggested? Correct.
I think it's
Why
more...
is this a hard question? Prime just said that he didn't need a concrete position, and like you can't even give ground on that.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I was trying to answer that question, right? Do I need a concrete position? The thing that I was having trouble with answering this is that like I'm trying to like understand like what's the difference, because like rather than saying sure, I didn't say that like when I'm president I guarantee, right, and use the word guarantee I will do this and this, right? But within the speech that I gave, hey, I will use the leverage, right, that I can to get Israel to do this and this. So like those are the statements, right? Like it seems like you're making some sort of differentiation between like a guarantee and what I said. And I specifically said, hey, if I have to believe they're being truthful. So like if you make a statement and I believe it's truthful and the statement is an action, right? And that action is a leverage, right? That's a
this is insane what's happening right now. So you basically said you had a whole statement and you know it was largely about representing a shift from the current policy, but was ambiguous as to what that would be. Dooby says that he has this concrete policy position. This is what we're going to do when I'm president. And the first question, there were two. The first question I asked was whether that was significantly different than what you just said, and no one has answered that.
Wait, what Dooby, to be clear, what Dooby said is different from what I said.
Yes.
He just gave it different options though. Like he's
mine. To be clear, mine is more concise and they're concrete positions
right.
that she would be laying out. They're not insane positions, by the way. These are not crazy things to demand from Israel.
I would have accepted that, and I would accept the thing that I put forward.
Well,
why? There's no reason to assume there's no reason to assume that there's literally only one set of magic words that would have gotten the necessary number of people to vote for Kamala Harris, right? Like obviously there is a range here, right? I'm giving you options here. I didn't say
we're
like
talking about the minimum threshold, of course.
I'm like hold on, I don't know like what is the least amount. It's hard for me to understand to know what's the absolute least amount she would have to do, right?
Then how can you be lecturing us?
Kamala Harris offers very little, right?
No,
I know
but how can you be lecturing us like that? Oh my
I know
God.
her whole political campaign, right? Her whole political history, right, is all about giving people the least of what is available. I understand.
Let's stay
but I
focused.
can't imagine what is the least, right? So instead, right, when you asked me what would have gotten you to vote for her, I gave you an option. Dooby put something forward, right? I thought that was a perfectly fine option as well. The point is, and I said this before, that I was open, right? I was optimistic during the campaign. I specifically said, hey, like I even though I thought Kamala was a complete train wreck previously, I thought I want to give her the benefit of the doubt, right?
So if she said, I'm going to change, we're going to have change, and it's going to be, we're going to be a market shift when I become in office and everything else you said.
What is that change?
I'm trying to synthesize, your statement was long. I'm trying to synthesize it in a sentence and say, prime sentence, if she had said something like that, where you're emphasizing the difference that she's going to be, but kind of being vague on the details, that would have earned your vote. That's right?
If it was sincere.
It was a sincere a shift. Didn't have to in this case, right? Like I'm trying to understand like the difficulty that we're having in communicating here, right?
I'm at a loss. I'm just basically asking what would it take for you to vote for Kamala, dude?
Guys,
Hold on, I've already fucking told. Hold on, one second. I've already told you, right? And you're pretending you're doing
I'm
this
just
again.
getting you to
You're
say yes.
pretending like I didn't
You're like
answer your
immune to
question.
saying
I
yes. You think I'm
absolutely
gonna
did.
lead you somewhere.
Give me another question.
I'm
as
just
soon as I go to answer it, right?
Prime,
Then you immediately interrupt me, and then like you haven't answered my question.
Do you know what I'm doing
so
right
once
here?
again, I'll do it again.
So what I'm
Don't worry, I'll do it again.
Prime.
I'll do it again
What
for you.
What I'm doing here is just repeating and just saying. So you gave an answer to my question. All I'm doing right now is giving it back to you like a fucking I don't know, like a parakeet, and saying so. All she would have to do, all she would have to do, right, is say this essentially what you just said. Correct. I'm just repeating it and getting it to synthesize for you to say yes, and then that's it.
Yes, but I'm not going to give you. Why won't you say yes? Right?
Why?
I'm going to properly. I'm going to give you a nuanced answer. Hey, I can do that. We have the space. We have hours here to talk and give a nuanced answer. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that not allowed here?
Because what you're trying to
you need to be totally linear all the time.
So if it's allowed,
this is so
if it's allowed,
stupid.
then I'm going to give my fucking answer, and you're not going to fucking interrupt me every fucking time. All right? Get that right, Pisco.
The fact that you're unable to...
Pisco, hold on. Pisco, you're not going to fucking interrupt me every time that I try to open my mouth and actually give you the answer, right? So I'm going to give you a fucking answer, and you're going to have to accept it afterwards. You can parse it afterwards. Correct? Pisco, can you do that? Can you manage it? Can you manage it?
I don't even think I remember the question. I don't even think I can manage it. We can just let you monologue. Yes, I can just let you monologue. Yeah, monologue.
No, I got.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Guys, wait, hold on. Why the fuck am I not on camera?
You were frozen. You're still
fuck
frozen.
you, Connor.
Oh, fuck you too. So, anyways, I'll fix my camera. The point is though, like, listen, I'm happy to be here. I want to have a conversation. But if Pisco and Prime want to do a one-on-one, then that's like that's fine. But I also want to contribute to the conversation because I do have 10,000 other fucking things that I should be doing, but I got invited here, and I want to show love to my friend Prime. So if I had to summarize what I think Pisco is kind of getting at, and I think what his frustration is that liberals. Realistically, like liberals and never Trumpers right now, this is about as bad as it could be. Okay. Like Trump, killing a shitload of people overseas through incompetence, gutting a bunch of agencies, signaling authoritarian bullshit, defending Antifa like a terrorist org, ignore like propagandizing shit. This is about as bad as it can get. And so if we can't get the lefties to say, well, shit, maybe we should have voted for the fucking the lesser of two evils here, then we don't know what the fuck to do. And I think what the Prime is, or I think what Pisco is kind of getting at is the minimum threshold needed to secure your vote. It feels like as soon as we would have met that threshold, you would move the threshold.
I'm not even there yet. No. Well, I am kind of going there. I just want to say for Connor, the meta on this. We had that conversation before, and I am actually interested in what Connor thinks about this. And so I'm glad you're here, Connor, about like lesser two evils. We're not even there yet. I think I am just here, and Bam is here to get an understanding of like, well, what would we have to do to earn the good faith vote of the people who withheld, and that's one of the reasons we're here. So it's even just beyond convincing them. It's simply understanding them. And the reason we're getting this feeling that the goalpost would have shifted is if I'm unable to say, oh, so this is what you would have had to say, correct? And you're like, no, I'm not going to answer yes to that. Then I'm like, well, fuck. Then there's no. Then if you're unwilling to give anything concrete, now it really does seem like there's a shifting target. But
if I was to put words in my dear friend Prime's mouth, okay? One of the things that I think leftists are frustrated with is there's this constant appeal to pragmatism. And I am a pragmatic person, particularly when it comes to politics. However, I don't think that liberals who are saying like, well, just vote for Kamala, I don't think they're really reconciling with like the horror of what's going on social media, where you see
Connor, you recognize that's not what's happening. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And so as a result, due to a lack of deference to the seriousness of what's going on in Gaza and treating it as what they view as a genuine genocide, then it's like, oh, okay, well, the United States is complicit in a genocide, effectively like a new Holocaust. But can you suck it up
Connor,
for a few months?
That's not even what's
position.
That's not what's happening.
Before you got here,
mad about it.
Let me just clarify. Before you got here, like I even went to ask. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, what you wanted was a decoupling from Israel or a weapons embargo. And they said, no, it doesn't take anything that intense. She just could have made some lip service. So that's the only reason we're here. So we're trying to figure out.
We're trying to understand.
So
like,
you don't want the extreme thing. You just wanted lip service.
That's more pragmatic than I was ready for.
Just to be clear, so like, no, like we're not even trying to convince at this point Prime like to do the lesser of two evils. We're way past that, because I know I'm never going to convince him to do the most pragmatic thing. Like, we're not doing, like, what you suggested is not what's happening right now. What's happening right now is a frustration, because we're doing what leftists say they want to do, which is come and ask us what to do. And so Bam just provided, like, what would you want? Would you need this? Would you need that? What are the problems with this? And I'm now having trouble repeating back what Prime told to me and being like, so this is the minimum. This is one of the things that she could have said, correct? And he's saying I'm unwilling to answer that in a fashion that's concrete, where I can be held to, and that is giving me that's sending shivers down my spine.
Dooby gave a hard answer, but Dooby's answer is dramatic.
How is that lying?
Pisco, you're a fucking liar.
How am I lying?
Long. Literally, I said, hey, you've given me a question. I'd like to expand on this and answer in a nuanced fashion. Not that I was not going to answer, right? Or doing it in a way that I couldn't be held down to, right? You put a statement out there. I'm like, okay, let me try to make sure that we're on the same page and modify that, right? And this is what I believe, right? So if you're looking for,
I don't want you to modify, right? The reason I don't want you to,
but if I say no, right? If Pisco, if you put out a statement, right, a yes or no statement, right, but it's like 80% of what I want, right? And I say no, it's not 100% of what I want, right? What does that leave you of? Oh, I guess I'm completely wrong, or maybe I'm completely off base, right?
But if you say no, hey, because it's missing this,
close, right?
You say no because it's missing this. So what you say is no, that wouldn't be enough because X, Y, Z.
Pisco, you're not going to regulate my language. It's not going to fucking happen. Oh my
God.
I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to here. It's not going to fucking happen. I'm going to communicate the way I'm going to communicate, and you're going to fucking listen. That's how it's going to work,
dude.
Understood? Do you get it?
Hold on.
This is
what I was going to say, though,
because you keep interrupting me. Knock it off. Fucking knock that shit off.
This is so soy.
What it feels like though. So for instance, because I think I heard somebody, I think I heard Bam using like a direct quote from Kamala. Wait, can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can see. My
split cam is still fucking up. That sucks. All right, I'll fix it. But the point is that what I'm kind of hearing though is, Pisco likes to linearize his argument. Okay. So it feels like what's going to happen is you're gonna hit some like a threshold of what Kamala should have said or should have done, but then Bam brought up evidence where Kamala might have rhetorically approached that threshold. But one of the things that I'll say that I heard consistently through the 24 election is that nobody trusted Kamala because she would waffle back and forth between like catering to the far left, catering to the moderate right, and then also her policy positions, as stated, were in complete contradiction to her primary run in 2019. So as a result of that, nobody really knew what she was except for maybe like a vague clone of Biden.
I think that's fair. She was different from 2019, and I like I said, because I loved her in 2019. I thought her 2024 campaign was as good as it possibly could have been based on the timeline and the circumstances she was put in. But sure. Yeah, she was different from 2019, and that's an argument you can make. Again, I just think that I think that Kamala Harris did. I think it would be crazy, because there's a rewriting of history going on between Dooby and somewhat Prime to say that Kamala Harris was everything but wearing a yarmulke. She didn't offer anything toward Palestinians. She didn't want to have conversations with anybody. We just wanted crumbs. And it's no, she gave quite a bit. And then when you bring quotes, it's well, that's not enough. Well, that's not enough. That's the only reason we're here. And I don't want to get into this.
But it's vibes, right? It's vibes. And the vibe was that she was any rhetoric that she did in reference to Israel-Palestine that was pro-Palestinian was just to placate the mob just enough so she could seize power. And I think people smelled that.
Yeah. So Bam, the issue with that statement that you read out earlier, right, is one that sounds almost exactly like shit Biden was saying throughout his tenure while funding Israel. And then he got on the debate stage with Trump, and they fought over who loves Israel more, would support Israel more, and send Israel more missiles. It was fucking crazy to see that. And then Kamala comes along, and she's asking, "Hey, what's the is there anything you would do different?" And she says, "No, I can't really think of anything." So her saying that after we just saw Biden do the same kind of lip service while feeding them missiles and money, while after going on the debate stage and fighting over Trump about who loves Israel more. It's just empty. right? So I think she needed to demonstrate that she's a leader, a separate person from the administration, and she failed to do that. I think that's
I think you're wrong, Dooby. But I'm about to say that's wrong. I think you're wrong, Dooby. But I think I can disagree with you. Your position seems. I know what your position is. You were expecting a hard stance of a pretty dramatic shift on U.S. foreign policy. You were expecting like, oh, okay, we're gonna put like I want her to come out on the stage and tell specifically that she's going to put these conditions around aid, that she's going to make all of these specific requirements and conditions on Israel. That's what you wanted. Again, I can tell you I think she's still lost, or I think there's still people who wouldn't have came out for that. But that's a much harder and more rigid position than what Prime says.
Do you remember what he said earlier about?
Before we move though, real quick, the thing though is that like I think Pisco has said this, and I agree with him. I am not envious of Kamala's position rolling into the campaign because effectively she had like 90 days, 120 days, something like that. She had to cater to the far left simultaneously to catering to moderates. Like that's not an easy thing. And so I think because I think it was in the media that people were disappointed with her statement that she couldn't think of anything to differentiate Joe Biden on. But I think that like, if you're politically astute enough, you realize that the reason why she didn't want to articulate anything that she hard disagreed with Biden on was because it would be viewed as a backstab of the current administration. And so that's like a really, really hard tightrope that I don't think she gets enough credit.
Then they say so. They say no.
Counterpoints. Hold on. Stop putting words in our mouth. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Ben.
You did say so.
Counterpoints. 1 second. Counterpoints. Yeah. I hear you on that, right? That people would have believe that would have been an easy narrative to create, right? Well,
yeah,
she's backstabbing the president, but like this is what campaigns are for, right? The opposition makes statements about you, some of them correct, some of them incorrect, and then you respond to that, right? So like rather than being paralyzed and doing nothing, right? Not making a positive statement as to who she is as an individual, right? And said, I can't think of anything. How would I be different, right? That doesn't show you to be a leader whatsoever. But even beyond that, right? Like what you could say is that with Kamala Harris, right? Like, oh yeah, now I remember. There's reporting, right? There's reporting, and I think she backed this up in her book. I think I saw that from the excerpts. If I'm wrong, then I apologize. I don't mean to misdirect or something. But there was reporting that before the debate, right? Before the big debate, I'm pretty sure it's that debate between her and Trump, that like she gets a call from President Biden telling her no daylight, kid. Right. And what he was referring to is that between their policies, there should be no daylight. Right. She should have the exact same policies as him because President Biden, would have internalized it, the narcissist that he is, as a backstab. So, yes, no daylight, kid. Right.
So are we moving topics? I thought we were wondering what it would take for you.
Pisco, I'm talking counterpoints. Hold on. Calm down. No need to interrupt. I'm talking. I know that's your favorite time to start talking, but
you just go off on these diatribes.
So shut the fuck up while I'm talking to counterpoints.
No,
not about you.
The diatribe's relevant.
I don't think it is.
Well, yes,
it
I know,
is.
Pisco. Then you want to take over the conversation.
He's saying he understands why, but he also feel like that's a problem because Democrats don't have enough of a spine to stand on their own 2 feet.
He's
that's what he's
referring
saying.
to internal deliberations within the DNC.
Pisco, shut up for a second and let me actually finish my statement, and then you can respond. God damn. Any which way. So what I was saying was that yes, she had the she had the ability to differentiate herself. I forgot what I was going to say. Differentiate herself. But like when pressed by Biden, right, when given pressure behind the scenes, she collapsed. That's the type of person that she was, right? And so if she's just making statements, I'll wrap it up here. If she's just making statements that mirror what Biden was saying for the last 2 years, right? Of course, it's not going to be enough. Why would I believe that? Biden was insincere during all that time. But I believe Kamala's sincere there, right? Unless she's actually making some sort of at least rhetorical break. But go ahead.
This can be a conversation or it can be therapy, okay? If we're going to talk about what Kamala could have said, to won the vote of lefties, then referencing like how fucking shitty Biden was behind the scenes, I don't take that to be responsive to the question that we're asking, which is like, what could she have done? Not what the fuck Biden was doing behind the scenes or how horrible Jill Biden is. And so it's frustrating. If you just want us to be here and we have a group therapy session and you can like talk to us about everything that is like upsetting you about the Democratic Party and the campaign, we can do that. But that's not a conversation where we're responding to like particular things that other people are saying. Like what could she have said? And we're trying to get clarity on that. And it seems like every 2 seconds we have to take a sidestep about this or that, or how horrible Biden was, or at this point, I think even the notion that she's in a rough spot isn't even directly relevant to just the question of what did you want to see to vote for her, and then we can get into the other stuff.
Pisco, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how you feel about this. Not even a little bit. Like not even a little bit.
Okay, well, it sounds like you guys are a little bit tense right now.
To be clear, I was responding to Counterpoints. Counterpoints made a statement, and I responded to that, right? Now, if you want to redirect the conversation, we can, right? I don't give a fuck about your feelings about this, right? So the conversation is going to shift back and forth. We're going to respond to different things, and that's okay. Some of them will be tangents, some of them will be direct, right? But you don't get to decide, no, we're not going to do this or that, right? So this is the conversation we're having.
And by the way,
you
can infer the steelman here. The steelman, as far as I can tell, if I was to try to steelman Prime's position, it feels like you're saying, okay, the Democrats were responsive, and that Kamala's a big girl and she put on her big girl pants, so we shouldn't be criticizing the back end politics that led to her making the statements that she made.
I have no idea how you're not tracking, Conor. That's not what's happening. It's no.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
No.
So anyways, I'll finish my sentence too.
God.
So what I think the steelman is from the progressives or whatever, or the lefties, is effectively saying that like, we don't fucking believe you. That's what it is. It's like it feels like like bones thrown to a dog after the meal has already been eaten.
That's
now,
a huge,
if I was you, I would just say, yeah, lefties are not that big of a deal. Fuck yourself.
I don't think that's a steelman of lefties. I think that's insulting to Prime and Dooby. I think what you're saying is...
I don't think it is at all.
No,
I don't believe you. You're full of shit.
No. I think what you just said is potentially insulting to Prime and Dooby, because what you're suggesting is no matter what Kamala said, it wasn't going to change their minds. And I'm sure that that's not what I'm hearing from Prime and Dooby, that they just didn't believe her no matter what she said.
But for me, it's not the statement, because I think Bam could probably go through and you could come up with like Prime and Dooby could come up with the magic words that Kamala could have said in order to get their vote. And I'm sure Bam could do like a quick grok research or whatever and find something close to what they're looking for. But politics is vibes. And the vibes is that she wasn't trustworthy. It felt like she was trying to cater to everybody at the same time.
Listen, then if that's the case, that's beautiful. That's a wonderful moment. And then we just say it's not anything really specific. I mean, I think Dooby gave something concrete and tangible that Kamala absolutely did not do. And you're never going to find a quote where she says, yes, I'm going to support what Dooby said, because that doesn't exist. And so I don't think that would be true of Dooby. But if the answer is, I just voted based on vibes, and it's really not any specific thing I would have asked for, then, I mean, or she could have said...
But you're going to have to prepare for that in 26 and 28.
Wait, hold on. I think
so Prime and Dooby are capable of articulating.
I think it's
disrespectful that they care about.
I think it's.
But I'm telling you, the vibes are off.
I'm trying to be respectful of Prime. If Prime, I don't think that it's respectful to say Prime's was a vibes voter. I'm trying to like that. That seems like you're. Would you consider yourself a vibes voter, Prime?
I wouldn't consider myself a vibes voter, but like I think I understand.
Did Kamala seem like she was a phony bitch?
I mean, yes, absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. Like she vibes feels a reductive way of saying it, but that's what he was trying to be reductive in his statement here, right? He's saying that yes, and that's the thing that I was addressing. Kamala Harris seemed extremely, her entire political life, she's been insincere, right? We had this conversation during our last conversation, Pisco. I laid it out, and I won't do the whole thing for you again, right? But during that the previous campaign, she made statements and then immediately retracted them, right? She made big statements about policies, and then immediately retracted them.
So why would you be assuaged by the kind of thing that you were talking about, right? Like, if you think that she is a very disingenuous, has a history, track record, in fact, that you pointed out, of being disingenuous, why would anything assure you? I mean, like, why? Because you said, sure, I would have to believe it. I guess maybe that's entailed in what your response is. But then if what you're saying is like, she would have a high threshold because I just think she's super fucking scummy and disingenuous, then holy shit, it really does seem like very little she could have said to assuage that fear.
And it's also
last thing I'll say this, and then you can go jump in, bam. That's the art of politics, right? Like Trump is a massive liar, right? I don't think anyone here disagrees with that, right? He lied his way through the 2016 campaign, and he lied his way through the 2020 and the 2024 campaign. He lied his way through all of that, right? And people, conservatives, like saw that, right? They got that. But politics is the art of convincing people of your sincerity. That's part of it, right? That like the words that you're saying aren't just hot air, but a portion, built in that a portion of it is hot air, right? That there are promises that they literally can't keep, that are impossible to keep, right? And promises that they just don't feel like keeping, and then promises they'll try to keep, the whole spectrum. That this is like the art of politics. So understanding that I had these feelings about him, I didn't like Joe Biden. I never wanted to vote for Joe Biden the first time, right? I didn't want to vote for him the second time, really. But like, especially, let's talk about the first time, but the first time still I did, right? Because I was convinced that still this guy's going to be a good steward, right? That was the art of politics. So yes, I think she's a fake, I won't call her a B word, but a fake individual. But if she could have convinced me on the stuff, she could have tried her best, right? There's a way to do that. Politics has been doing it for centuries. Well, then yeah, I would have voted for her. Sorry, Bam.
No, you're fine. I think that's, I'm about to say, there's probably other aspects of the conversation to get into. I think that's probably as honest as close to the truth as you're gonna get, which it feels uncomfortable, but it's really just the art of like, oh, okay, it's not necessarily about what specifically she said, unless she was literally gonna like put on paper a hard platform of conditional aid as Dooby has. Outside of that, it's not really a statement, because like I said, I found another statement of her actually speaking about conditional aid, conditioning aid and things that she's.
Can you read that? Does you have it?
Yeah, it says that Kamala Harris speaking to the National Association of Black Journalists, she says, "I am entirely supportive of the pause we put on the 2,000-pound bombs," referring to a shipment of heavy payloads frozen during the Biden administration and concerns. He says, this is some leverage we've had and used. And she's talking about the most important thing is the humanitarian crisis, the tens of thousands of civilian casualties, and we need to get this deal done immediately. And then I was about to say, right at the end, the Israeli, the Republican Jewish coalition, as well as Netanyahu, came out and made a response statement that it's no secret that Kamala Harris supports leveraging critical military aid to Israel in its fights as it fights an existential war for its very survival.
There you
terrorist regime known as Iran. So, like, from the Israel's perspective, from like people's perspective, that statement right there, you would say, "Oh, that's bullshit. That's nothing." That was framed as like, "Oh, okay, yeah, Kamala Harris clearly supports conditional military aid."
So bam. All right. So, oh, sorry. I'm not sure. I'm not interrupting you. Are you?
No, yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Sure. If I'm remembering the incident that she's referring to, it was a long campaign. So hopefully I'm not getting things mixed up. Yes. What Biden did, and someone fact check me if I'm getting this wrong. I do apologize. But what Biden did was he stopped like one shipment, maybe more, but like one shipment of 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. And I forget exactly the reason given. I just don't have that at the top of my head. But he did stop one shipment. Something like that. Hey, great. However, like that didn't like do anything.
It didn't end
that was like a fig leaf, right? It did nothing to interfere with their ability to prosecute that war, like at all, right?
Right. So it didn't end the war, but that
no. I'm not saying end the war, right? Very specific. Their ability to prosecute the war, right? So like it when that 2,000-pound bomb shipment didn't go off, right? Like if I'm remembering correctly, and again, if I'm misremembering something, I'm not trying to lie here, right? But like sandwiched in between, so like here's that event, right? Billions of dollars to Israel, like approved by Congress, and then afterwards, billions of dollars to Israel approved by Congress. That showed an insincerity that you can do a thing, right? Like, okay, I'm being asked to condition aid, right? And so a shipment of 2,000-pound bombs, I am going to deny right? But in between there, you'll have every other type of bomb, right? And so when we're talking about conditioning aid, obviously it has to be to a significant amount that it actually affects your ability to prosecute the war. If it's not, right? If Biden conditions one grenade, well, that's clearly not enough. He can say, well, I conditioned weapons, but I didn't actually do enough to make any sort of difference in what's happening.
Is that a signal?
Because obviously, material difference would have to be built into to what we're talking about.
But if you want to get what you want, if you have, these are the outcomes you want to see. Like I just look at it in a like I think of it like when you deal with children. If you want children to do things like Conor, you have kids, correct? And I don't even know if he's here. He's
frozen. Conor, buddy. Okay.
Oh my
God.
I
can say about
most people. Scary face.
Most people find this to be generally true. If you want someone to do something, like if you have kids and you want them to do something, you say, hey, clean your room. Maybe like whenever they pick up the first toy or the first sock, you initially say, hey, great job, keep up the good work. Because you're incentivized, you're showing that I give you positive reaction to when you do things that I want to do. Biden doing some conditioning, Kamala saying, talking about being in favor of conditioning. If that's met with like, yes, we want more of this, or like even your initial, you said great, but we need more. I think that's even a reasonable response. Like I think the general reaction was, oh, they've done a reaction. That doesn't mean fucking anything.
Sure.
No one cares. Yeah, you're still committed. Like so now it's like, oh, okay, so why shouldn't like these people aren't
okay. Again, am I interrupting you?
No, you're fine. Yeah,
I don't want
the vibe of what I'm saying.
I don't want to pull a Pisco.
I don't need to sit to the end of the words. I just want to make sure you got the vibe of what I'm saying.
Dude.
You got the vibe, yeah.
But like, I understand what you're saying, right? You're saying, hey, right, like, the best way to influence these politicians is through positive reinforcement, right? Yes. Here's the thing, right? These politicians got a lot of feedback during the campaign, right? That was through the protests, right? Through the college campus sit-ins, through other people on the streets, through the letters, through the like
through the negative
phone banking campaigns, right? There was no shortage. Sorry, he's going to be back soon. There was no shortage of feedback, right? But the most powerful bit of feedback is through the vote, right? That's in the end the final say of it all. So it's not like they were bereft when they did something good. Like I heard it right through channels that I watch through like the social groups I'm part of. I heard that positive feedback and it was transmitted. But
do you feel like it was publicized? Well, I mean, that could be a media issue. I know the media doesn't necessarily report on the right things, but do you feel like the average Palestinian supporter gave Biden credit or celebrated Biden for when he did pauses related to statements? Do you honestly believe that, or do you think that they said that's peanuts? It's not enough. Fuck Biden.
It's hard for me to say what the average person would have done. Like I'm just like telling you like my experience and what I saw. Like I don't think you're making an unreasonable ask of me, but like I'm pretty cloistered, honestly. I don't know what the average person did. Like it would be disingenuous of me to try to make that statement. I would say like yes, like because what I heard was like people saying, I'm glad they took this step, right? But we need so much more because of all the reasons that I said. Oh my God, I'm gonna mute for a second. But yeah, like I can't tell you that exactly.
Can I respond to the aid thing? So well, it is true that he did pause 2,000-pound bombs in like mid-2024, but they'd already sent like over 10,000 of them at that point. And the concern was that Israel was using these bombs in heavily populated areas, right? And which is causing massive collateral damage, right? So it's true, he did pause the 2,000-pound bombs after sending like 14,000 of them. But they didn't pause anything, all the other shit they were sending. They still sent thousands of other bombs, other missiles, other like weapons. They still sent 500-pound bombs, right? They started that up again. And the issue with Biden's threats to withhold aid, threats to condition things, is that he never ever followed through.
Sounds like he did follow through.
No, but he didn't though. So, for example, he said that Rafah was a red line for him, right? That they cannot go into Rafah. They cannot do it. It is a red line.
I'm
They
so
did
sorry
it
to
anyway.
be. I know you, but like
Oh,
this
God.
can't be
Go
a
for it,
debate
go
about
for it.
Israel Palestine, can it? I mean, like, are we
It's
really
not.
gonna, no? Like,
It's not. I'm telling
it's
you,
about
God.
what Kamala
We're talking about
could
sincerity.
have said.
I understand,
and she's not in
well,
charge.
hold on. Oh God, I understand. So Pisco, I understand what you're saying. The issue is that so Biden says Rafah's right line. Israel does it anyway, and then lo and behold, aid does not stop. Billions keeps flowing right to Israel. That message from the State Department, that memo was leaked, saying, "Hey, you got to let the aid in, or else they don't do it, and nothing happens." So that was the issue with Biden's threats, right? It's a lot of it seemed like optics rather than like an attempt to actually like leverage anything against Israel. So when Biden's doing that, and that's his position, and people are upset about this, and then Kamala comes around and says she won't change anything. Well, then why?
Yeah, we've made
That's
statement
like,
after
what's
statement
the-
of her like saying things. Like we keep going back to this, like
saying the same shit Biden said.
Frankenstein version.
She said the same shit Biden said, right? So if Biden was
she's
saying
not-
this shit too, wait, no, hold on, bam, and let me ask you the question. So if Biden was saying this too, but in actuality, he was still sending them billions of dollars in weapons. Like if Kamala's saying the same shit, but then saying that she's not going to change it, she wouldn't have changed anything. Well, then that should lead us to believe
We took
she
that
would
in
also
one
send
interview.
billions of dollars in weapons.
Or how about you use your brain, Dooby, and think about like, hey, maybe Biden, who's a committed Zionist, has an ideological commitment to Israel, and the only reason why Kamala isn't coming out forcefully against her own president because it would look bad, and maybe that you should have read the room and read the little hint signals that she was giving her instead of just assuming that she's going to be the same ideologically committed Zionist as Joe Biden would be.
What is this? Well, okay, why don't you demand leadership?
Netanyahu
from
didn't think
hold
she was a
on.
Zionist.
Why don't you demand leadership and conviction over loyalty from the person who's asking to lead the free world? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No,
so now we're talking about their. Now we're talking about.
She's asking us to trust her with leading the free world. She has no fucking backbone, no conviction. She can't separate it. She has a
The
pander
question
to
is
the,
about
hold on, she has a
what you.
pander
Oh my God.
to the brand to Biden's brand and the Democrat brand, rather than stand up on her own 2 feet and mark.
The question here is about who's gonna.
ridiculous.
So you keep trying to make this into an actual on the merits conversation about Israel and Palestine. That is not what we're here to discuss.
That is not what
here
I'm doing at all.
And we're not
all.
here to discuss also their merits in terms of their underlying qualification for office, as though they're like actually
what?
No, we're talking about what would have won them the election and what would have secured
And
the
I'm
vote
telling you
for
over
you.
and over again. Okay, again, so in that interview, demonstrating that she had the courage of her convictions and that she cared more about doing the right thing or having a conviction over the brand of Biden. Biden's fucking political brand.
Than what she would
Hold
do.
on. Protecting Biden's political brand rather than presenting herself as a leader with convictions and a fucking backbone. That was the issue.
So
right?
to,
that is
to
an
take
encapsulation of the issue with Kamala.
position, and to be clear, the policy position is a full suspension or a full conditioning of all military aid.
Yeah, conditioning, yes.
Yeah.
Conditioning, yes,
so
which was very popular in the U.S.
But it would be in effect a suspension of congressionally approved aid because obviously Israel would not have met that condition. That condition being what exactly? And letting in the reporters.
Then
and
that would be on
else?
Israel. So hold on.
Before you answer that question, just it'll be very quick, right? Before you answer that question, I just got 2 super chats that came in 20 minutes ago. Just want to get them out of the way, but we're going to jump right back into it. I promise. So hold on to that thought. One $20 from Grassroot Hegemon says, ask Dooby why he shot Charlie Kirk. You can respond to that if you like.
Can I either confirm or deny?
Okay, thank you, Grassroot Hegemon, for being so kind. Seriously. Another one from Grassroot Hegemon, $100. Really kind. Thank you, Grassroot Hegemon. Seriously, you're really super kind. I think you're one of Pisco's, right? Is this not one of your chatters?
No, it's one of Connor's.
No.
One of Connor's? Okay. Oh yeah, it might have been. I might have seen him in Connor's chat. Excuse me. But Grassroot Hegemon, is that one of yours, Connor's? Grassroot Hegemon. Okay, thank you. This says hypothetically, Prime, if I gave you $100 dollars, would you give me a wrench if I promised to do literally fucking nothing ever? Well, yes, actually, I would give you a wrench for $100 fucking dollars. Thank you so much for the kindness. $120 to us. If anyone else wants to super chat and we can respond to it, we will. So hit youtube.com/PrimeCayes, PrimeCayes. Hit us up there. But thank you so much for the kindness. Back to Dooby. I'm sorry.
Is a wrench YouTube mod perks? Was that what the wrench means?
So that's an encapsulation of the issue, I think. So I'm not even. Hold on. So and Conor touched on this a bit. I don't believe that Kamala is like a liar, right? I don't have that kind of assumption about her. what I do think is that she came off as more concerned about the brand of Biden than presenting herself as something different from him, right? As a leader that would activate people within the base to go out and want to support her and actually energize people, right? She came off as somebody with pre-planned talking points, very corporate consultant, kind of corporate, that it's just. There's a very
did that affect you, Dooby? So the question about what you would vote. Like, so were you affected by the fact that she seems corporate or she has?
I would have voted
because I will say the reason that maybe you should have a better interpretation of her trepidation, anxiety, or carefulness is she wanted to win the fucking election. But you're not going to be. Are you really caring about these kind of like? Did she seem?
People care about that. People care about authenticity.
You, Dooby, you. Did you care about whether she came off as corporate or okay?
I would have preferred her to be like a human being. Yes.
I think that's a bit naive, right? Because then you said that Barack Obama, who was criticized, I think, by a lot of lefties as being too corporate, you said he really stood for something.
No,
but
that's not true.
Aren't you admitting you were duped by Obama?
Barack Obama had charisma.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Not just charisma.
You're not going to be like,
about things.
Me, Dooby. I'm not going to vote for someone based on Riz, right? Are you going to vote for someone based on Riz? You personally?
It's not Riz.
Right?
I voted for fucking Bernie Sanders. Okay, it's not Riz. Right?
But as between Obama and Kamala Harris, who seemed more manicured, who seemed more coached and prepared?
Kamala.
No, but do you think that reflects on their policies?
It makes me think that she has no. Listen, it makes me think that she has no policies other than what the party told her her policies.
In a way that Obama's different. You voted for Obama because
Obama was. Yes, Obama was different. Obama,
in what sense?
Again, okay.
I think we were probably just children.
He had specific policies and things that he was advocating for that were not just the typical Democrat talking points. He presented himself as a leader with a backbone and conviction.
He switched on gay marriage from term 1 to term 2. His term 1, absolutely.
I get it. He was anti-gay marriage. Most people were.
No.
He ran as a centrist. He was running a change campaign, but he wasn't running as a massive progressive that's going to change everything. He was running.
Change you can believe in was literally his motto.
Listen, no. I just said he ran as a change agent, but not as a radical leftist. He didn't govern as one, or as a progressive.
I'm not talking about radical leftist.
No, but all I'm saying is, so he was not some very, very different Democrat. He was a mainstream Democrat, willing to work. Of course, no. He was obviously very skilled politically. He obviously had a lot of his own qualities that he brought to the presidency as well.
You're forgetting the enthusiasm.
But in terms of ideology, stop it.
These are the opposite of rose-tinted glasses.
You need to stop. In terms of ideology, in terms of ideology, give me the difference between Kamala Harris and Obama right now.
Okay, what was Kamala's ideology?
No,
what does she believe that wasn't just what the Democrat Party held her to protect?
Yeah. So I think that you can associate. So is the answer you cannot find a significant distinction between Kamala Harris's ideology and Obama? Is that the answer, Dooby?
Telling I don't know what Kamala's ideology
is. So then the answer would be you cannot tell the difference between Obama's ideology and Kamala Harris, right? And the reason is because you can't tell Kamala Harris's ideology. Is that the answer?
Wait, hold on. No. I think that Obama did have an ideology.
Can you not tell the difference between them? That's the question.
Pisco. Yes, there is a difference.
What is it?
And the difference is that I don't think Kamala had an ideology when she was running her second campaign. I think when she was running for the presidency, she had ideas and conviction and the things that she was advocating for. I think when she was running as Biden's sock puppet, she was just an empty suit that was like parroting Biden talking points because she wanted to protect
as between Biden and Obama. Okay, if she's just a clone of Obama, of Biden. What's the daylight on Obama and Biden then for you, right?
I think that
you voted for Obama, so let's see. What's the daylight between Obama and Biden?
Okay, I think that Obama again presented himself as not just a change candidate, but he had specific policies that he was advocating for and pushing for that weren't just popular within the Democrat Party. So, i.e., universal health care. Right, that was a brave policy position to take at the time. This is not something that the majority of people supported, but he supported it and he advocated for it and he made the arguments. Right, so for Biden,
and Biden didn't. Biden supports universal health care.
Biden ran as the anti-Trump. That's what Biden was. Right, so that was literally he was the Democrat answer to it was let's go back to normalcy was Biden, right?
I think the uncomfortness that you're feeling, Dooby, is that there's not a ton
of daylight. Uncomfortable.
There's not a ton of daylight in this respect. I mean, maybe the largest amount of daylight between Biden and Obama is Biden's opposition to Afghanistan when it comes to foreign policy. I mean, that's the biggest difference between those two people.
Well,
and
I think Dooby's doing vibes, and you're talking.
Yeah. So, but the thing is,
Obama had a vibe.
But here's what I take to be the mic drop. You are willing to vote for Obama, and you're not willing to vote for Kamala. But really, we all know in terms of how they're going to, in terms of how they're going to run the country, Kamala and Obama, they're going to run the country in a very similar fashion. And you can't. Yes, there is. Come on, you're the one saying that Kamala is just not distinguishing herself enough from a Democratic consensus. That Democratic consensus was built by who? By Obama era Democrats. That's the era of Democrats that we're living in and living through. And so the hard thing that you're having to justify now is why you would treat Obama so different than Kamala. And the truth is, the biggest thing that distinguishes them is Obama had good optics and good vibes. That's the difference. And Kamala's a woman.
Okay, no. So first off, it's not true that I wouldn't vote for Kamala. I would vote for Kamala. I told you earlier that if I mattered, if I was in a swing state, I would have voted for her over Trump because I fucking hate Trump and I want him to get ball cancer. Okay, I hate Trump more than any politician in my lifetime. Right, so I would have voted for her or a fucking dog, right? An actual animal over Trump.
Uncomfortable voting for her.
Yeah, so because I live in California, I have the luxury of my vote not mattering so much in the presidential campaign. So I didn't vote. Right? So I chose not to participate. So that's it. But I felt like it would matter. I would have advocated for people around me to vote for her. I would have pushed my family to vote for her because I fucking hate Trump. Okay. But
outside of Israel Palestine, is there any other policy positions?
I'm not a single issue voter. So
that's what I'm saying. So is there any policy positions you held that you was like, ooh, I just don't like I don't like where she stands on that?
I think that she was too. She leaned too much into identity politics with the.
She didn't mention identity politics.
Yes, she did.
No, she
not in this campaign, really.
She didn't say anything about being a woman, being black. Like she did the opposite of that. She if you want to talk about empty suit, when it comes to the identity stuff, she didn't lean into that at all.
Not in this campaign, no.
That's just not true.
I don't even think she said anything
I'm sorry.
about
I feel like you're not rewriting. I feel like you're just not remembering history. She absolutely leaned into her black and Indian identity. Absolutely, and her womanhood.
She leaned into her black and Indian.
Yes,
in interviews,
you hear it all the fucking time. Maybe not directly, but from her fucking from her pundits, right? From her spokespeople. This was the message being put out by the campaign. Oh, she's a black woman, she's an Indian woman, and she's a woman. So and she's inclusive of everybody.
Oh, there's no way.
That's exactly what we got from her.
I think there's a middle ground here. We'll touch on that just a little bit, but one, Ali, thanks for being here. Sorry, I had to mute you before because we're getting a lot of background noise, but you're back on. So just
okay, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. But I believe during the campaign, I think there's a middle ground. One, I think Kamala Harris herself avoided making those statements that you're talking about, the black Indian or talking about trans woman herself. However, her campaign, the pundits that were sent out, what are they called? Surrogates. Yes, her surrogates. Talked about that, right? They weren't shy about saying those things. Now you can say, is there really a difference? You can decide that for yourself, but I think she didn't. She made a specific choice not to. But then her surrogates.
Okay, then why did you vote for Obama to Dooby? This is not to you, Prime, but to Dooby, Obama. How many campaign surrogates were talking about the historic campaign, the first black president, and even to Trump. Trump plays on identity politics more than anybody. This is not a real issue, and no one actually gives a fuck about this.
Oh God, I voted for Obama because I thought John McCain was evil. Right, he's a warmongering piece of shit. I did not want him anywhere near the White House. Right? That is why I voted for Obama. Now, I supported specific policies of Obama's, but I disagreed with him about a ton of shit. Right?
Okay, so who was worse, McCain or Trump?
Fuck.
Gotta be Trump, bro.
Yeah,
Come on.
Trump. Yeah,
Trump.
McCain
is a super honorable
so now
man.
we're just
McCain is the devil.
So look at what we're doing right now. So the differential between Obama and McCain was enough for you to vote for Obama over McCain. Now talk to me about this differential between Kamala and Trump. You've already said Trump is much, or at least somewhat worse than McCain. So I'm assuming you think that Kamala Harris is significantly worse than Obama. And I just don't understand, where are you getting that intuition that Obama is that much better than Kamala? I assume that Kamala is probably going to be less hawkish in these areas just based on her personality and just based. Obama was quite hawkish. Obama got involved in Libya. Obama, escalated the war in Afghanistan. Obama had record drone strikes. Obama wasn't just like not there were a couple instances where, but even Trump has sometimes where he bucks Israel a little bit. But in general, he ran the country like a Democrat. And so how are you going to possibly justify that differential between Kamala and Obama sufficient to you to overcome the massive gulf between her and Trump, given what you just said about McCain and Obama?
Okay, I feel like we're lost in the sauce right now. So what I'm telling you is that I believe that Kamala did not differentiate herself enough from Biden. I think Biden was a candidate that did not.
Wait, we just had a thing. You just said you voted for Obama over McCain because thought McCain was evil. You just said Trump was more evil than McCain, and so why doesn't that logic apply now to Kamala?
Well, he
hold on. I've told you repeatedly. I would have voted for her, and I would have advocated people around me to vote for her if I was in a place where it mattered. I'm in California. I have the luxury of not.
This doesn't make any sense. So was the right?
But do you think the people who didn't vote for her were wrong?
Yeah.
So this is one thing Prime and I disagree about. So Prime didn't vote for her. I disagree with him. Right. I think that if there was a chance that he could have convinced enough people around him to vote for Kamala, I understand the issue with the voting for the lesser evil thing. I feel like when people do the lesser evil calculation, sometimes they forget that they're still voting for evil. But I understand. But I totally understand Prime's position.
Wait. This is a little sneaky. What you just did is a little sneaky because you did vote for Obama. So just talking about you got up to vote. You got up. You moved your ass to vote for Obama in 2008 but it didn't. This differential didn't move you this time. And the answer is because she was too close to Biden. That's the answer for why it didn't move your ass.
He had probably never voted before. I think it was.
Obama was the first time I ever voted. Right, it was the first presidential campaign I ever voted in. Right, so I wasn't thinking about politics deeply enough to be like, oh well, my vote's not really going to matter because I'm in California. Though I did vote for Obama in the Democrat primary. Right, to be clear.
That's okay. Now we have to address it because you said it multiple times. You understand that in terms of the likelihood that you're going to affect the election, it's essentially the same whether you're in a swing state or whether an individual's vote.
This is why I said.
You understand this, right?
I would have also advocated for people around me to vote for this.
No. But even
hard push for within my social circles, my social bubble here where I live, to get people to go out and vote for this person.
It's not a rational reason to vote in one state versus another as an indivial. An individual.
I agree, but that's a different conversation. I just don't want to. I just don't want to make that the conversation. Even if you're right, behind the logic, we don't have to have that conversation necessarily. Maybe he was super excited because he had never voted before and turned on Obama, and now he hit the excitement.
The last thing I'll say in it, I understand what you're saying because we don't get to it, but the last thing I'll say in it, it's just not rational to say, well, because my vote is more likely to affect the outcome in a swing state than in a non-swing state, that's the real reason I chose to vote. When you're essentially zero chance to affect the election in both cases, it doesn't make sense. We don't think of it this way, and that's not really what we're getting at. It is true.
But it's not true, right? Okay. So the way that I think you should think about this is right. Ripples on a pond, right? So if I'm encouraging people around me to go out and vote for this person because I believe that we're in a swing state where our votes matter, what I would hope would happen is that they would also come to understand.
No, I'm just talking about an individual vote decision. I'm only talking about an individual decision.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about.
I am talking about individual vote decision.
That's ridiculous.
No, that's not ridiculous because you came into this trying to have credence. You were trying to say I didn't vote for Kamala.
Let me finish the statement.
I'm only talking about individual vote. I'm only talking about individual.
Well, that's stupid.
Why?
Because I don't know why you would think about it like that. Well, because
you brought it up. You brought up your individual vote. You care. Wait, Dooby, you encouraged people to vote with you. I would have encouraged people to vote with me. You cared enough about your individual vote to bring it up. So clearly, your individual vote matters to you. Yes or no?
But it's not just.
Does it matter to you? Does it matter to you?
Okay.
You brought it up. Yes. Okay.
It's not just individual vote I'm talking about. I'm talking about more than individual vote. I'm talking about my ability to impact the voting decisions of people around me.
When I'm cornering you on this issue, I'm only talking about your individual vote. I'm only talking about your individual vote. And what I'm telling you is, if you think
I don't think about politics that way. Okay. I think if there's a serious issue or an important issue, I advocate for people around me to vote for that issue. People who don't typically vote to get off their fucking ass and go vote. And I nag the fuck out of them.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do it.
Because I'm in California.
No, but that's that. And again, if you're an advocate, oh my god. This is crazy.
And again, hold on. I don't understand why this is like. I don't understand why this is this confusing to you.
It's no. What's confusing, I think, to you is the notion that you have a infinitesimally small instrumental chance in affecting the outcome of the election, either in California or in a swing state, and therefore an individual voter's decision on whether they will vote, not on whether they will spread.
Talking about individual votes.
Stop. I am talking about individual votes. You might not want to talk about that, but you cared enough about an individual vote to bring it up on this panel, and so I'm saying what should motivate you in terms of your individual vote, because you are talking about what it would take for you as an individual to vote. We are talking about what it would have, what have made you swing it one way or the other, and so your individual vote is relevant to this conversation. And I'm telling for you to decide your individual vote based on the likelihood that you as an individual will affect the outcome of the election because you happen to live in a non-swing state is irrational, because you're not going to affect the election outcome with your individual vote either way. And that's the point. And you need to deal with that because there is no instrumental differential here. It's a 0.000000001% no matter what.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to go. Dooby, please indulge me. I promise it'll be relevant.
Go for it.
Might actually redirect the conversation in a positive place. So this panel was, apparently the title is now "Was Kamala a Disaster?" But originally the panel was, basically what the fuck is wrong with the DNC? And I'm going to tell you, Pisco, most of us are here to have like a conversation. You're here to debate. And the liberals, are smug, self-centered, completely self-righteous assholes who think that they're totally right about everything all the fucking time. And so as a result, you have Ali, who's a Muslim lefty. You have Prime over here, who's a black lefty. And then you have Dooby, who's a frog, chaos god.
Social libertarian, okay? That's what.
And so the point is that they're all telling you the Democrats are fucked up. Their messaging sucks. They're beating up on their own base. They're trying to jam through uncharismatic people. And these uncharismatic people have policies that are turnoffs for their voters. And you're saying, you're irrational. You're wrong. You're an idiot. You don't know how voting works, et cetera, et cetera.
You're half listening.
And by the way, that's part of the fucking problem.
Connor, you're doing the Wick thing where you're trying to be like, I'm the enlightened centrist. I know everything. No. I mean, you're half listening. We're here, listening to lefties who.
You're right morally, but your tactics suck dick.
No,
didn't the Dems win in 2018, 2020, 2022, and probably going to win in 2026?
He's just basically, there's a track record of success as well, so let's not pretend like there's this like twisting of the narrative that as the Democrats always lose. That's insane based on past track record. But put that aside. We're here.
But I don't think you beat Trump. I think Trump lost because he had an anemic economy.
So do we.
I think people were so sick of the COVID economy
I'm not sure.
that they said anything besides Trump and they voted him in.
Okay, whatever.
But when the economy was anemic again, and it seemed like Democrats were asleep at the wheel, they were like, well, fuck it. We'll change up again.
That's our argument for 2024. So what do you do with that? But anyway, putting that aside, in general, like we're here to humor. The complaints are that like the libs don't listen to the left. And as part of that conversation,
what policy do you advocate for? What policy have we talked about tonight?
No, we're here to listen.
Connor, you've talked for 70% of the time, so I'm going to interrupt you.
That's not true.
So what policy have you advocated for tonight or talked about tonight that is going to affect the average motherfucker who's working at Dollar General for $10 an hour?
That's not what we're here to do. Is you came here late. You have no understanding what the conversation is. You have no understanding.
Because I think that's why Democrats lose, is because they don't even talk about the working class anymore. They don't even talk about the middle class anymore. They talk about fucking far-off wars that nobody gives a fuck about.
Then you need to talk to Prime and Dooby. We're here to hear the concerns of people who didn't vote for, and what matters to them. What matters to us and what we would want to speak to the majority is so different.
And you're bullying them for what they care about.
Dude, are you serious?
You're saying you're retarded. You're saying you're wrong. That's what you're doing. You're calling them stupid.
Okay. Then we're in a group therapy session. Liberals surrender hands. I'm going to put my hands up. Why don't you guys just talk at us, and then we won't disagree with you. We'll just accept whatever you say. Go.
No, or maybe you could facilitate some feedback and incorporate it into your argumentation and rhetoric and policy.
Instead of putting you on the offensive,
we're going to go to our friend Ali, just so everyone knows, right? Everyone on Pisco's side is on the top row, and everyone on my side is on the bottom row. Just to be clear, this is an even fight here. I just want to be clear, all right? But
Pisco's still right. He's just mean. He's a meanie.
He's
they were calling me, bro. Like in terms of snide remarks, there have been some made. I've been a little bit snide for sure, but the frustration that I'm feeling is like I want to win. I hate like this. The country's fucking falling apart, bro. This is shitty. And so I'm here humoring a conversation about Kamala's deficiencies because I like Prime. I like having these conversations. Sometimes I get a little feisty, but I genuinely want to hear what she could have done to earn your vote in the future. And they
already said that she was uncharismatic. She wasn't sincere.
Like realistically, can I ask just yeah, I understand. Just move the convo forward maybe a little because I feel like we should not be discussing Kamala in the future. I don't think she should run again. I think she's a dead horse. We should leave her out to pasture. Okay, let's leave her out in the past. I think the Democrat Party needs to move forward. So even arguing about what she could have done differently and yada yada is silly. It's pointless. I think we should be discussing what the Democrat Party should be doing different now and going forward.
I want my sweet baby Ali to talk about whatever he wants to talk about, but I'll say that it didn't matter what she does.
And just before you,
no, it could have mattered.
Like Pisco, I was just gonna move past this, but I can't. Pisco, you're saying you're humoring this conversation, right?
Yes, humoring.
It doesn't sound like you were okay. That
tolerating.
And this is, I feel like then this goes to what our friend Counterpoints was saying. I feel like you're not actually genuinely trying to have this
the reason why I characterize it as humoring, the reason why I'm humoring it is because I'm very highly skeptical, Prime, that there's anything that could have been said realistically in that context that would have earned Kamala your vote. I'm highly skeptical of that. Okay. And maybe you can convince me otherwise, but that's why I characterize it as humoring.
Pisco still advocates for like considering you part of the base. I'm completely against it, but Pisco's had an argument that the left still matters to the base.
Ali.
So as an Arab from Dearborn Muslim, I just like, can you convince me to vote for Kamala real quick? Like why should I have like run to this like and voted for Kamala?
I think if you care about your country remaining a republic, I think if you care about
no one knows it. No one knows these words. No one knows these words.
Yeah, okay. Bro.
No one cares about a country being a republic.
I'm sorry.
I'm an Arab. I have a business. I
thought I was talking to you. I thought I was talking to you.
I said I'm an Arab from Dearborn. I generalized myself. I'm an Arab from Dearborn. Who vote? We vote on people. Most people vote on vibes. Why would the Arab Muslim from Dearborn vote for Kamala?
Trump's going to fuck up the economy with tariffs that are massively going to increase your expenditure. He's not going to solve inflation. He's going to be massively corrupt.
Yeah, but most people think Republicans are better for small businesses.
Okay, so you're saying it's
over. Vote for
okay, so what do you want me to do? You want to railroad me and say it was impossible to convince them? What's the answer that I...
No, actually, it was really possible to convince them. That's what I'm saying.
What's the correct answer?
Can you convince me?
Sorry, what's the correct answer? You want to give the correct answer.
You're supposed to come up with the correct answer. I asked you to convince me.
Yeah, so
you come up with the correct answer.
But you just said, but Republicans poll better on economy. That's what you just said, right?
Convince me otherwise.
So who am I? You're saying that my line of saying that Trump's going to increase all your costs and he's going to be corrupt as fuck and he's going to fuck up the economy, that wouldn't work because Republicans poll better.
That one statement, wouldn't work.
Okay, so would any one statement work? What was this exercise that we're doing here?
A few statements would work. Can you convince me to vote for Kamala?
Who are you? You, the individual in Dearborn, Michigan? So I can't talk about the economy, right?
Just Dearborn Arabs, people who make make a little bit of money.
Dearborn Arabs,
they're concerned about Gaza, the economy. Israel, Gaza. Like, can you convince me to vote for Kamala?
So here's a question, right? Do Dearborn Muslims care about the economy?
Yeah.
Okay, Trump is going to fuck up the economy by raising all of your prices. Trump is going to fuck up the economy by
still making money right now, so they don't care. So
okay, so they don't,
once again.
Okay, so they don't care about
Can
inflation.
you convince me to vote for Kamala without just shitting on Trump, please? Can you do that? Can you convince me to vote for Kamala?
This is an insane. What we're doing right now. This is insane. This is not a real conversation. You're saying the Dearborn, the Muslims in Dearborn, they're not suffering economically. They're doing fine. Mm-hmm. Okay, so
the GDP just grew 3.8% in the past quarter, so at least rich people are doing okay.
Okay, so the
small. There's a lot of small business owners in Dearborn and doctors, and yes, there's a lot of.
So how about this? If Trump is in office, he is going to escalate and worsen the plight and death of thousands of Gazans.
So you say, but Trump has convinced them otherwise. Can you convince me to vote for Kamala?
Hey, let me try.
No, I want Pisco to do this.
This is an easy Trump card. Whatever I say, but Trump convinced them. Oh, but Republicans won on that issue.
Can you,
oh,
okay, can you
but
focus
Trump
on Kamala, please? Can you convince me to vote for Kamala,
here we go.
please?
This is the dumbest conversation I have ever been a part of. This exchange, right? I just want to say,
this takes the close.
No, between you and me,
talk to Rob Nord. Don't say it's the dumbest conversation you've ever been a part of.
Whoever this person is, right? Anything I say,
the voter you lost.
Just to be clear, anything I say, his response was, "Oh, but Trump won that voter. So what do you do now?" Oh, but Trump.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, but Republicans have the polling.
Counter.
This is insanity.
No, Ali, you are my love. You are my little Habibi. I'm going to defend your honor. Okay?
No. I don't need to defend. Give me a second. Let me have the conversation with the guy. Fucking got aggressive off of one question. Couldn't even answer the question.
What he asked you 2 or 3 times. What he asked you 2 or 3 times was articulate Kamala's policy. That's better.
Wait, hang on a second. No. He didn't say that. Connor, do you agree he did not say that?
Yeah, he said, stop talking about Trump, tell me about Kamala.
He didn't. He said, convince me to vote for
twice.
The policy almost doesn't actually matter. Right? No one reads or knows the policy. Can you convince me to vote for Kamala as a Dearborn voter? Right? Do you know what Trump did for Dearborn? Whether or not he was actually going to benefit the people, he went to a cafe in Dearborn one-on-one in front of a crowd of Arabs during the height of the Israel-Gaza conflict.
I'm sorry.
Wait. So that's enough to show for people to have. It's a show of faith. People that's going to convince people
look
to
at how
vote. What did Kamala do when she came to Detroit? What did Kamala do when she came to Detroit?
So this guy comes in.
Did I hear Judea and Samaria on stage?
This guy comes. That Bill, you're referencing Bill Clinton's. What he said? I mean,
yeah, sure. I'm referencing the DNC plugging their ears.
So surely they saw all these people who are watching Bill Clinton say Judea and Samaria. Surely they saw all the unhinged Israeli supporters, all the unhinged rhetoric coming from the evangelicals who have this, religious commitment.
But here's the thing.
That's what did it. It was Bill Clinton's speech. No, but hang on. I just want to point out something really interesting.
Between Democrats and Republicans in terms of support for Israel, so it doesn't matter.
So this professor, this guy comes up and he just tells me, he's like, "What? I'm a voter. Convince me." And then he says, what Trump did. Trump went and actually had a meeting with a bunch of people. He went to a diner. Yes. Well, the scenario you introduced was the scenario that you introduced was a conversation between one person and another person. I didn't know that you had now I'm supposed to plan a massive strategy. So you've completely changed the scenario.
Will you acknowledge? You just started attacking Trump.
So will you acknowledge that your scenario, the implication there was it was a conversation, wasn't it?
Will you acknowledge that you couldn't convince me to vote for
Can you answer that first?
What was the question?
Well, no, because you're unreasonable. I'm never going to convince you. I don't think that.
Why? You actually really could have convinced me, but instead of having a conversation, you went on the attack because you're trying to get dubs. And if you just answer the fucking question,
I'm never going to convince you because everything I say.
You could ask me how could I convince you.
Well, first of all, I did come into this panel. I did come into this panel asking people what she could have done, and people got really offended that I was trying to ask and really get to the heart of that.
I just want to be talking to me, not them.
So you came into here saying convince me. You didn't say ask me what I want, right? So just be clear.
I said convince me.
So you're changing. You're constantly changing the
questions, right?
So notice what's happening because this is not a real conversation. This is not a real conversation.
Why isn't it a real conversation?
Because notice what's happening, right? Like this, you are presenting a scenario of a conversation. You're saying tell me something, and then the first thing you say is you're giving us what Trump did, which is not a conversation. He's just appearing someplace and addressing a crowd of people.
And then the second thing, the second thing you said, well, Trump is going to say this. The second thing
you said was like, oh, well, hang on, no, we actually do. Then the second thing you did was
avoid answering the question.
The second thing you did is why didn't you ask me? When you're presenting the scenario of convince me, and so this is you're not in the business of being convinced. And by the way, I don't take your answers as representative of Dearborn, Michigan.
Being convinced.
No, you're not. You're not in that game. You specifically.
Let me try.
So we're seeing like an impasse here. I want to go to Bam, but before then, just quickly, super chat. Let me just read that very quickly. Christopher. Screen. Thank you, Christopher Donardo. Nice picture. Pretty handsome there. Anyone who gives me money is pretty handsome, I think. $5 says calculating the special weight of your individual vote is a fundamental misunderstanding of voting. It is also very American in its selfishness.
Correct.
I don't disagree with that. I think, what I wanted to say to Ali is based off of like if I'm legitimately like oh, okay, I'm talking to Michigan, I'm talking to Dearborn voters, like Muslim, what are the type of things I would do to appeal? And I went and looked at what she actually did to appeal. Like, why make something up? Let's look at what she did.
Wait, it didn't work. Wait, no, that didn't work.
No,
so you have to come up with something else. That didn't work.
Wait a minute.
Wait, Trump won those voters.
You want to let him actually finish his statement of talking about what Kamala did to try to convince people?
But Trump won those, and Republicans win those. You see the polling?
Pisco, you just
Pisco, you couldn't give me one fucking thing to convince your side.
You know what Trump did? Trump went to there, and he went to a diner. So whatever you say is bullshit.
Okay. You just jibber jabbered the whole time. Anyways, Bam, go off.
You just saw what you just did, by the way. Okay. What I just did is what you just did, to be clear.
I mean, I'm having the conversation with Bam. You can watch the conversation and see how this converation goes and how it's supposed to go to get somewhere.
No,
ahead,
the reason you're frustrated is because that's what just happened.
You can watch and learn, Pisco. You can watch and learn.
Jesus Christ. I honestly, like I said, we may end up at the exact same place. I don't know. I might get just as mad.
What's up, Bam?
But when I look at what she did, like, to me, this is like, oh, okay. The reason why I say like, it doesn't matter. She was a black woman. She was never really going to win. Now, I don't think that's necessarily about Muslim voters. Maybe there's some issues with her being a woman, but what she did was I think she did, when she did her rally, she had a conference with like 25 Muslim leaders within the community. They came on stage. They all gave their advocacy for her. They said that she was better. Like I think she talked specifically about the war that's going on in Gaza. She had a meeting with the leadership of the uncommitted movement. Which again, I wouldn't have went that far, but I think she made the extra step to have a meeting with them. She had to sit down, and what the uncommitted movement came out and said that she wouldn't agree to a full arms embargo, and they was like, "Yep, we're staying uncommitted, committed on that." Outside of that, I think standing on stage, speaking to the people, like I said, obviously some addressing of Israel and Gaza, but then outside of that, advocating for herself and the policies that she believed in. Well, like the first time home ownership thing, like the things you were doing related to small businesses, because I think a lot of Muslims
domestically, I'm not really making an argument for domestically, right? Obviously, I prefer domestic democratic social policies and domestic policies, anyways. But I'm saying, like, there are a lot of people who, one, vote on vibes, and two, there are one issue voters, and it was Israel Gaza that was their biggest issue, particularly Dearborn, Michigan, right?
Because they're the cousins, their family. I get
whatever it may be. So like you said, she came and she met with these like leaders, so on and so forth. I think the issue with that is, for the majority of people, they don't see that, right? They don't see that she had these conversations, so they don't really know. And also, we don't hear anything from her. All we hear is that she brings Bill Clinton, and then they do the Judea-Samaria thing, right? The DNC's plugging their ears when they're walking out. They have an Israeli speaker. I think it was, I don't know, maybe it was a hostage, whatever it may be. But they had an Israeli speaker, no Palestinian speaker at the same time. So it's like, we just see the no-show voting, right? Like there's no show of love. And then once again, in everyone's mind, as like they're being propagandized during this thing, it's like there is the idea that there is no difference between support for Israel from the Democrats or the Republicans. So I said this last week or a few days ago, like, for Dearborn Arabs Muslims who in general are going to be conservative by nature, right? The only reason they typically vote Democrat is because of the racism that comes from Republicanism. But if we're going to feel that like our voice doesn't matter, at the end of the day, they're going to vote with their pockets. And most people believe, whether or not it's true, whether or not the policy shows, whether or not they don't know, most people didn't know what tariffs were, they're going to believe that, hey, Republicans are better for small business owners. They less taxes for us, so on. So we will make more money under. So it's like, yeah, that's what's going to happen. And for the people who want to vote Democrat, right, they gave up their vote or they went third party. And we saw that. So like all people, honestly, when I didn't vote, I was hoping that the Democratic Party would look inward, go, hey, we really fucked up on this Israel-Gaza thing. When in general, the Democratic Party is fucking up on this Israel on this Israel support thing. And so far that how heavily this government supports Israel and how fucked up it seems that we're being taken over by this other government. So yeah, obviously they're just not, they're going to go third party just to prove a point. We wanted you to look inward. Instead, you guys ended up yelling at us and thinking that you're going to now win the next election without our vote, which makes no sense.
So the Bamman,
that's how a conversation goes, Pisco.
No, that's not a real actual conversation. You understand that, right?
There's like
it's the start of one.
To Bamman, start of one. So to at least part of his point, and I'll leave this incorrect. You can correct me, but it seemed like part of his point is that, like, yes, to the average voter, and we are not, right? The people here aren't average voters, right? Like in the amount of like news we intake or anything like that, right? We're not special or anything, but we're not the average voter in our habits. Anyway, but the point is that like to the average voter, like there's much of what happens within a political election, it like flows right by them, right? But there are some like breakthrough moments, and those breakthrough moments differ from community to community and from party to party, right? From niche to niche. And it sounded like what my friend Ali was saying was that, well, specific moments that broke through were Bill Clinton lecturing Muslims about Judea and Samaria, which was fucking wild. And then the DNC moment, right? Both with the lack of Palestinian
and then
speaker,
Trump coming to the cafe.
So much mess. And yeah, Trump coming to the
mind
cafe.
you, even before all this bullshit, a lot of people wanted to vote for Trump. A lot of Arabs in Dearborn were already primed to vote for Trump pre-Gaza, pre the whole war. Like they just don't like.
So he's just saying that like for like the median voter, like these are the breakout moments in this culture in this area in Dearborn, Michigan. These are the things that mattered, and so with that in the background, with those events having happened, how can you convince a voter, right, who's witnessed those things?
So what are we here to do? What are we here to do? Are we here to actually contest the like underlying premises of what he's saying? So for example, he said, oh, this thing in the cafe, this really struck to the heart of the Muslim community there. That's conjecture, right? Is there any case for that?
No, it didn't straight to the heart.
He says things like,
we don't have to do lawyer thing right now.
He says, he says to the heart of the Muslim community. He just talked to people, and he's a likable guy. So he's actually able to convince people
to be clear. So to be clear, right? Like we can have a conversation. So we're having a conversation right now. Are we supposed to have a conversation with what he's saying, or as though he were the average voter in Dearborn? I don't understand. Are we doing some kind of like dramatic performance where we're meant to like talk to him and
not understand
and like where I'm pretend where like I'm
someone who's a lawyer,
just to be clear,
anything.
Am I pretending that I'm the candidate, or are we here to have a conversation as between us as equals, or are we
you're representing the candidacy and I'm representing the average voter. Did that simplify it enough for you?
So we can do.
Let Pisco finish.
I just want to have clarity on what it is we're doing. Are we having a conversation, or are we doing some sort of dramatic performance where you're going to critique us on how we're doing as though we were the candidates? I'm not the candidate. I'm not saying I'm the most likable guy. That's not what I'm doing. I'm here to have a debate. So we need to decide. We need to do one of two things. We need to A, decide to have a conversation, or B, we can have this pantomime dramatic performance where you can critique us as the candidates.
Smug dick.
Let's do. Okay, I want to keep doing the pantomime.
No, we just need to agree on what we're doing.
I agreed on it.
We just need to agree on what. Listen, no one's talking. I'm just saying we need to have clarity on what everyone here is doing.
I got clarity.
What are we doing right now?
Well, okay, Pisco, if you would take a breather, stop trying to win the conversation.
What are we doing, Connor? What are we doing?
I'll answer that question.
Hey, Dad, what are we doing?
Everybody shut the fuck up.
You're here to represent the DNC and the Democrats. No,
the DNC? Are you fucking shitting me? Do you think I'm paid by the fucking Democrats? Dude, you're so stupid.
The white guy's talking. Ali, know your place. Okay. So, Pisco, if you stopped being a smug dickhead,
what are we here for, Connor?
I will answer your question, and you can shut the fuck up while I'm talking. I've listened to you for a very long time. You can wait 30 seconds. You can be a little patient, okay? So the reason why we're here, if you would stop being a smug dickhole,
Connor, what are we doing?
There's very clearly shut the fuck up and listen.
What are we doing?
You're actually articulating the
you
point.
are filibustering. What are we doing?
Stop. It's my turn. I have the talking stick. Everybody shut the fuck up. It's my turn. Listen to me. Stop waiting for your time to interject. You are with 5 of your friends who care about politics. They're trying to tell you there is something wrong with the Democratic Party at this juncture in politics. And so we need to discuss what 26 and 28 are going to look like. And they're bringing their problems to you for what they think is wrong with the Democratic Party. And you're calling them stupid. You're saying that they're wrong. You're saying that they don't know what they're talking about. You're saying that they're not emblematic of real people. And therefore they should be dismissed. Which, by the way, is part of the problem.
It's so enriching. By the way, it's so funny that Conor is saying this. Conor, who's saying that we need to fucking forget about everyone on the left. So just be clear where Conor was 4 weeks ago, whenever we were having that new round of Red Scare and going after me for having conversation with the Vanguard. By the way, you know what side Conor was on? Conor was on like, why the fuck? Well, you guys should not be including this part. Or we should be excluding people. And now he's coming as the ultimate bridge builder. I wonder why that is. But
well, hold on, because I don't think Ali. I don't think Ali is as bad as the Vanguard. I don't think Ali is as bad as your co-host. I don't think Ali is as bad as a lot of the other people that you speak for.
I think he's worse. But to be clear, I'm not. No. I'm just wanting to know what
Ali's
we're doing.
a fucking normie.
What you described,
socialist or something?
What you described, Conor, is not the topic of the conversation, which was backwards looking. You might think, all right, we're looking at 26, 28.
The topic is quickly becoming you being a smug bitch who's incapable of listening to anybody else besides yourself.
In order to have a conversation, like, we need to know what we're doing. And I want to know, are we talking about the future? Are we talking about the past? Or are we doing this little dramatic performance where we're pretending to be the candidates to convince some average voter?
Even now you're being a smug bitch instead of
how
stopping.
Is it being smug? Okay, guys, how is it being smug?
I offered this earlier. I think the conversation should be, I want to settle on a topic. What should the party do going forward?
Perfect.
In 26 and 28.
Right? Because I think I agreed with you, Pisco, about the push away the left thing. I think it's fucking ridiculous. I think that is what the moderates in the party tend to do. Whenever they lose, they go, oh God, it's the left. It's the left's fault, right? And they try to push them away. I think it's a ridiculous strategy. It doesn't work. I think the party should be moving more to the left because what tends to happen with the Democrat Party, I think this happened since like Clinton, if I remember correctly, probably before, but I'm not really aware of the campaign before. It's just like a ratcheting effect, right, where the party moves to the middle, and then it gets locked in there, and then the next election comes around, they move a little bit more to the middle, and it's just over time you just have a center right party and a far right party. I think the party should be pushing to the left.
I don't think we have to do anything like whenever I talk about the left, I think people think that like, oh, AOC is a far right dictator. Like if you think that AOC is like isn't a good leftist, then I'm like, oh, okay. Like these are people that like probably don't need to take.
That's a very tiny group of people, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that those tiny group of people.
But that's not what Conor was talking about. Conor was talking about democratic socialists.
I don't think that Conor
people who vote Democrat, by the way, all these people vote Democrat and advocate for people to vote for Democrats
are very dramatically different from AOC. I don't think that Conor is looking like, oh, okay, someone who likes AOC is like too far gone. They have to be cut off.
And be clear about what you're saying with that. Like the topic is not just about Dearborn's and Michigan. It says the left, and so I think it's totally fair to talk about broader left issues and how to win a next election.
If that's what you want to talk about, I think that's great. To me that Kamala did sufficiently convince people to vote. And
I don't think
Pisco, honestly,
I love you. We're on the same side, but I feel like I know that you have a conversation you want to have, but I feel like
no. That's where you're wrong. I'm happy to have any of these conversations. I just think that we need to be clear on what we're talking about. If part of us is talking about what happened in 2024 and like that's the nature of the conversation is what Kamala did wrong, I'm happy to have that conversation. We can stay there. But the shifting back and forth about, to me, that makes it impossible, right? It's just really hard because we're just not talking about the same thing. That's all I'm saying.
So if we're the only reason I say that's relevant is because like, let's say like, oh, in 2026, we need to do more of this because we were doing bad on X. And then someone says, when we were doing bad on X, you might pull from an example that happened in the past.
Sure, no. In that way, it can be relevant. But back and forth. In that way, it's relevant, but it's oriented toward a specific thing. Where, like, in another case, like we could be looking at the past and saying, well, in this, look at the polling data from Dearborn, Michigan, and this shows if Kamala had done X, Y, Z, then she would have won actually in 2024. Well, the situation's changed now, and so now I think there's justification if you're purely pragmatic, purely cynical, looking at a strategy to say, yeah, as a Democrat running in the future, you should condition all aid to Gaza. That's a different conversation, or to Israel, sorry. That's a different conversation than what would have won the election in 2024 for Kamala. You understand?
Yeah. Okay. Because the reason why I don't care about that necessarily, and again, this is just my personal opinion on it. I don't believe that America was ready for a black woman to be president, regardless of who. I don't think Michelle Obama. I don't insert Oprah Winfrey. Like I think that there's still some things that America feels uncomfortable about with that, and I don't believe that
she didn't lose by that much, did she?
I was about to say not in raw numbers, but in in scale of electoralism. Yes, she lost significantly.
Well, I mean,
it was technically the closest in overall numbers.
Electorally, she was close, but then she did lose the popular vote as well. But so I am willing to do what Dooby asked, right, and orient the conversation to the future. But before we do that, right, and I promise we can do that. I promise, right. Before we do that, there's something that has bothered me about these conversations in general, and it bothered me specifically about the conversation Pisco and I had a few weeks ago. I'm going to ask this question. I'm going to ask it to the top row here, who are on the other side. So it's two questions really. First, right? Do you believe, right? And however you managed to get there, right? I don't know what your calculations look like, but do you believe that the issue of Gaza lost Kamala the election? No from Pisco, no from Bam. Connor?
And by that you mean lost. No. You mean if she would have had a different issue, she would have won. That's what you mean.
Sorry. So no, I don't think it was outcome determinative. I absolutely do not think it helped. It hurt.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. What you were saying, Bam?
Yeah, basically, I was talking about, I guess the word I was looking for was outcome determinative. I was saying she had a different position stance on this issue.
It wasn't dispositive.
The election. And I'm no, I don't think she would have won the election.
I'm not convinced. The elections, I'm not convinced that it was dispositive.
When the elections are this close, though, everything counts.
Yes, but that doesn't change my mind that I've not been convinced that had she taken a different position, she would have won the election.
Right.
Okay, so I'm not going to debate you on that. I'm the only one here with evidence to say that it was, but that's okay, right? I'm the only one who has numbers.
Your evidence is that she would have won, in every.
I have, state? I went through a whole thing. You went there when I had Pisco. I literally brought numbers and showed that this could have made the difference. This particular topic.
Did you take it state by state, or did you look at national polling?
I looked at all the swing states. I poll numbers, I had calculations, I have the whole thing. But I'm not here. Sorry, I'm not trying to get a dig in here. Okay, we can discuss that, Bam. You and I, we can discuss that some other time.
Do that,
So then, if that's the case, if it was the case that Gaza was not the deciding factor, then what is with all this vitriol directed at people like me who decided not to vote? If our vote did not matter, right? If I had voted or if I didn't vote, and the cohort that agrees with me, that has my mindset, if they had voted for Kamala, right? That would
why the vitriol? Why the anger?
Why the vitriol?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that. It's because there's a semantic problem here with the words we're using, and it's founded by the exchange I had with Dooby. That when people say, who should I vote for, or was it good that you voted one way or the other? What they're talking about is separate from your actual chance as an individual to affect the outcome of a particular vote, because every individual, right, has a negligible possibility to affect the outcome of a vote. When people speak about whether a vote was done wrongly or correctly, they're not talking about it in relation to the probability that that single vote affect the determination of the outcome. They're talking about a vote in the context of your perceived preference for who wins. Right? It's not this question of who is going to make a decisive factor in any given election. And that's why this case about, well, my vote wouldn't have changed anything in California, but it maybe would have changed something in a swing state, that is not supported by the math. And when people are saying that you're a bad person because of how you voted, they're talking about the signaling value that your vote sends, perhaps in terms of whatever value you import to that, and perhaps also your notion about what is the best world that you want to live in, and that's what they're talking about when they're talking about you voted rightly or wrongly. That's it.
But Pisco, I can believe that you, Pisco, believe that, right? And I won't question that's how you feel. However, right, and you do this as well. You talk about an assignment of blame, right? And the blame is for Trump winning. And that would imply that, like, because of an action that I did or did not take, right, we had a certain unfortunate outcome. And so that's where the blame is involved. I think, Pisco, so I'm going to let you answer and respond. But I think, so I won't put words in your mouth, but I think other people, right, when they are saying that, they're saying, you lost us the election, right? What, and Dooby and I have discussed this many times, right? That, like, what we hear from liberals, we hear from the other side, is that, yes, because you didn't, you weren't supportive overall, right? Maybe you did vote, but you weren't supportive. You didn't, like, campaign for her, or you didn't vote, right? You have lost this election. But at the same time, they're saying, but your focus, right? Your priority, your policy priority was actually not determinative, right? Like, it actually didn't matter. The reason why she didn't bother with prioritizing your policy is because it wasn't important, wasn't a big deal, right? And in the end, it didn't make a difference any which way.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to marry these statements together.
So this is where I think the confusion is. I think that there are some people who say that, who, like, personally blame an individual, but if they actually think about it and step back and think you personally blame an individual because they caused this outcome, if you either would explain to them, they'd be like, oh, that's silly. Okay, that's what I'll get to that. Okay, so either they're thinking about this as an individual, and then you explain it to them, and then they're either literally irrational because you explain to them and they're like, oh, of course I'm not meaning that specific individual person, or it's a shorthand for a cohort, which was dispositive. But in general, no, I do think that it's related to the outcome, and it's related to some vision about someone's preferences. So, for example, if someone said that they voted for Trump in 2020, you would have been like, oh, you did a bad thing. And the guy would be like, wait a second, Trump lost in 2020, right? But it wouldn't matter, right? It's not the literal outcome itself, and if you stop and think about it, anyone who is exposed to this and is like, hey, rationally, any individual person isn't having an effect on the outcome here. It has to do with either a shorthand for a cohort, a dispositive group, or what I think in most cases it's about a signal of preferences and what the preferred world you want is. So yes, if you told me in 2016 you voted for Trump, I would be like, holy shit, that was the wrong thing to do. Not because I think that you had a dispositive effect, but because it signals something about your values and what you wanted the world to look like back then. Similar to, by the way, if you would talk to me, Prime, and you said the day before Charlie Kirk got shot, I really fucking hope that Charlie Kirk, gets shot or whatever, and then he does, and then I go back to you, be like, what do you think about that? What do you like that? Like, in that case, I'm not literally blaming you, right? Or if the witches had done the hex that they remember, there's like these witches that apparently hexed Charlie Kirk, and now they deny saying that they wanted any like harm to befall him, they wanted something else or whatever, but assume that they actually were hexing him to kill him and to have him die. People would say that's crazy, even though rationally we know that these witches don't have any tendency to affect the outcome. The fact that it's an exposed preference means that it's something that we can judge according to a moral standard. And I think that's where people are assessing, not the instrumental effect. If they really think about it, the instrumental effects of one person, maybe they're referencing a cohort, maybe they're referencing a dispositive cohort, but in that case, they need to bring evidence that it was in fact dispositive. And that's what I've not been convinced by in the Gaza case.
Can we, the others two think?
Nah, I mean, it's something that we should fight about a different day. The whole thing, the reason why I don't like this, but it's being repeated, so I guess I should address it. Yes, we all know that like a single person's vote is likely not our individual vote is going to be what determines the outcome. However, we are acting as a group, and like you said, we're expressing a preference. And what's going on is like we're bringing our boys with us. You know what I'm saying? When I'm going to the election, I'm talking to my family about stuff. I'm talking to my friends about stuff. I'm talking about the political vibes going on in the country. I'm doing all that kind of stuff. So is my individual casting of the vote really what determines the outcome? No, but it's a symbol of the fact that we as a cohort feel this way. And so when Dooby says, hey, regardless of how I feel about elections, California is going to go blue. As a result, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about his vote. You know what I'm saying? Whereas I do think that if you're in a purple state where it goes red or blue, your vibes and bringing everybody else with you and being enthusiastic and all that kind of shit, it does matter. You can say that mathematically it doesn't, but I'm telling you psychologically it's quite powerful because when people are unenthused about the election, They don't tell their friends.
Well, Connor,
they don't tell their
I
neighbors.
price in
they don't
all
tell
of,
anybody.
I price that all in. Like, yes. So there's two distinct things I'm talking about. One is a signal value. So the signal of you voting and then saying, hey, I voted and here's who I voted for. That is something that has value, especially if you're a more influential figure. It can even have a dramatic value. So I'm not saying that that's not there. And I totally agree that in terms of the vibes and like the other people that you could bring, that's also a value as well. But all of that is consistent. You could do all that, right? Taylor Swift would come out and say, vote for Kamala, and then not herself vote. And so all we're talking about here is splitting out the different reasons why there's a rationale to vote and why we would cast blame. And it doesn't have to do with the determined outcomes of one's individual vote. But the thing is, people like Prime, this is not a dig at Prime, and because I think it is a statement, he's saying, I didn't vote for Kamala, right? And that when he says that, he's not basically, it's a signal, right? It's not about, oh, I affected the outcome. And so when people are mad at Prime, they're not mad with him on the level of, well, he changed the outcome. It's Prime's fault we didn't have Kamala. They're saying we don't like the world you wanted, right? Like, and your signal is a bad signal.
I agree with you, but I want to affirm this is, I want to affirm this, and maybe this is parallel to what you're saying, so you're not going to disagree with it.
Yeah.
I think this was my frustration with Adam Friended. Adam Friended said, well, I'm in California. These are the reasons why I didn't want to vote for Kamala, blah, 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 blah. Who gives a fuck about my vote? But obviously, he's signaling to 1,000 people, which again is not going to be outcome determinative. And we don't know what states they reside in, but it's a general thing of like, the snowflake is not the snowbank, is not the avalanche.
Right.
But we don't know which snowflake is going to cause the avalanche. And so that's where, for me, him just copying out and saying, well, who gives a fuck about me? I'm a small bean.
But that's why it can also be rational to say we're mad at Prime, because when we say we're mad at Prime, we're not mad at Prime because he, he has a community.
Yeah,
and in fact,
we're mad because he dug in his feet and he dragged his heels during a very important election with
same for Piers Morgan.
ramifications to the country.
I'm about to say Piers Morgan's not even an American, but we still get upset about
Correct.
the way that he signals.
And it's not irrational to say that, because what we're criticizing is either his expression, the signal, or maybe the Prime, I would say, is one of the grandfathers of political Twitch. I mean, he does have some influence with people, and so maybe all the people that didn't show up because of Prime. We're not literally saying that he or his cohort didn't have the certain effect on the outcome.
But yeah, and Prime, to direct this towards you though, I do think that this is where the frustration comes from or whatever, which is like, let's say that we were all precious snowflakes, all right? Okay. And we wanted to be a part of an avalanche that caused Kamala Harris to win because we knew that that would be better than Donald Trump winning. When we started sliding over the side of the snowbank and sliding down the mountain, you were like, I'm not feeling it, guys. I'm gonna hang back. And so as a result, you individually are not necessarily a problem, but you held, you were representative of holding back the rest of the avalanche that then resulted in disastrous shit. And I think that's why, like, as much as I'm being a dick to Pisco, because I think he's being a little bit of a dick tonight, I understand his frustration and his anger because the consequences have been horrible.
Yeah,
this is one of the worst administrations in American, recent American history.
But this isn't on the voter, right?
What?
Yeah, it can't be on the voter, right? The problem.
Yeah, it is.
Of course,
the motherfucker that chooses the motherfucker who's in power. What are you talking about?
Wait. An election literally is like a fucking popularity concert. You're literally trying to convince people to get out and earn, like, you're trying to earn people's vote. People aren't just going to vote for you for the sake of, people are sick of doing like the lesser of two evil shit. On top of that, you had a perceived genocide, right? There was a point in time where people perceived there was a genocide, and how how the candidate handled that was going to affect how they voted.
But
right?
now,
wait, guys. So when the people who didn't vote, I can understand that you want to blame them. Like, look, you guys didn't vote. There was a slippery slope, and you didn't reach out your hand. Sure, that's fine. But also, like, it seems like this thing, and I hate using like liberals and leftists or whatever it may be, but it seems like liberals are like performative pragmatic, where they're like, we want these things, we side with you, but if you don't get them, they're fine. You guys are content not getting these things. Whereas leftists are just kind of sick of like looking at these people in power, feeling like, hey, the president can do whatever the fuck he wants, it seems like, when he's a Republican. But when it's a Democrat or someone on the left, they can't get any of the things that we actually want done. That's what it feels like. I'm not saying it's true.
So when you say that's fine, when you say that's fine, do you mean you agree with Conor that voters do have some culpability? Of course they do, right?
No, voters have no call.
So when the
So
voters
wait,
voted
what
in,
about
when the
MAGA
voters
voters?
voted in,
Voters
when the
are
voters
literally
voted
idiots
in,
who are meant to be convinced to vote.
So when the voters
Like,
voted in for
like-
George Bush in 2000 and 2004, you don't think that the people of America didn't have some culpability for their decision?
No.
I mean,
don't think
we don't
individual-
choose.
I don't think you can blame. I don't think you can- I don't
What
think
about
you
the
can blame
voters in Israel?
individuals.
Can I ask the voters in Israel? The voters in Israel, do they have culpability for electing a genocidal crazed man to be leader of the country? Do they have culpability? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Yeah,
That's
Again,
wild.
voters
That's
are culpable.
wild.
Wait. I mean,
Yeah. Hold up. Real quick
can
before
I,
we move though, Ali. So I want to change teams real quick, okay? So when earlier, I think you are correctly pointing out that the average voter is not like the most politically savvy person, and that the Democrats need to think about how they're communicating to people who basically were turned off by the Democratic message in 24, right? And I agree with you. However, I think that I'm with Pisco. That if you wake up and you're aware of what's happened in this country within the past year, like, I don't know how the fuck you just shrug that off. And by the way, this is why I'm not a Democrat philosophically, because I think the average voter is dumb as fuck.
The average person is just like, once again, the average person who was a Democrat who didn't vote. Personally, I'll just speak for me, right? One issue voter, Israel, Palestine, it kind of fucking left a bad taste in my mouth, right? It's not so much that I shrug off like, oh, the year is bad, but like what happened was, instead of once again looking within and being like, hey, shit, how did we actually lose you guys? It became an attack on the people who didn't vote. And I'm sorry, but once again, when there's a perceived genocide of people, like, I'm Lebanese personally, my aunt's house has got hit.
You made the genocide worse, bro.
Once again,
you made it worse, bro.
No. I want what, rhetorically?
Literally.
No, not literally.
Waffles came out and said that there's like Trump gave a green light to think that Biden never.
Yeah. What green light wasn't there already?
Turning Gaza.
Kamala Harris would not
wait.
Kamala
For
Harris
the first year and a half of the
Kamala
war, for the
Harris,
60% of Gaza was decimated by the time Biden was done. Then 70% by the time Trump. It's like,
would not be signing off and turning the other way in reference to 2 million people being starved to death. Kamala Harris would not be trying to shop the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, and Kamala Harris would not be trying to build a new Atlantic City
that we held that power after Biden let that shit happen for a year and a half, brother. Once again, no one is convinced that Kamala would do anything different. They were calling him genocide.
Kamala Harris would have built Atlantic City in Gaza.
Okay, listen, the rhetoric is worse. I'm not denying that the rhetoric is worse, but that's not.
Do you think Kamala Harris would be trying to build Atlantic City in Gaza?
No.
Yes or no, as Pisco would say.
I do not believe the Democrats would. No, the Democrats would not be as bad as Trump.
Okay, there you go. You made the genocide worse.
If we're talking about like 90% versus 80%, to the perception of the people, 70% of Gaza was already gone by the time Joe Biden was gone. So like that doesn't matter. I'm like yes.
So I want to hear you say the lives of Gazans. So you just said it. You said it. That doesn't matter. The lives of Gazans. That differential doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
There is no differential.
Doesn't matter,
right? There is no differential.
You just said there was
difference.
No. The actual difference.
I said a rhetorical difference.
Is there an actual difference? Does that matter? That actual difference.
And right now, no. On the ground, no. There is no difference between 6 months ago and now. No,
I think you hate Palestinians, bro. I think you hate them.
So I want to go to Bam. I want to do Dooby. Later on, I'm going to talk to you about like the blame and like the. Yeah, I have something to say you there, but Bam's been waiting, and then DP wanted to interject as well.
We still haven't technically moved on to 2026, but I'll say kind of wrapping up the Pennsylvania people. Like I said, I think that again within our campaign time, I think she did almost everything I could reasonably expect from a campaign. Like I said, some people may have, and I guess we have different definitions of what we consider reasonable. I think that Dooby's ask would have been pretty significantly dramatic. I won't even go as far as say it's completely impossible, but it just would have been a dramatic shift. And I don't think that she ran on a dramatic shift. Now, I think that what Dooby's campaign would have worked on is in a legitimate blank primary where she's not the acting vice president. Like I think a Democratic candidate that comes out of a primary can absolutely like have pros and cons and differences from the current administration. But if you exist in the current administration,
that's tough.
Yeah,
I want to say to Dooby's, yeah, I agree with what you just said, Bam. But I just want to say, like, Dooby's policy, it's actually the policy I agree with. I think that's what Democrats should do, for sure. I just am not convinced. Anyone who tells you that had Kamala taken that stance in the lead up to 2024, that would have changed the result, you're not certain about that. That is a highly uncertain claim. And I know that Prime has it. We're not doing the actual discussion about the numbers there, but I have not been convinced by what I've been seeing there. And it's a risky maneuver for sure. Now, we know that Kamala lost, but Kamala also stopped the bleeding in a lot of different, with respect to the Senate. But I want to be clear. I think that Dooby's position is the right policy prescription. It's the right thing to do. But we're having a more narrow conversation about what would have won her the election. That's the only reason that I'm contesting.
You can do it in 2028.
Yeah,
like I think that Gavin Newsom can run on that, and I don't think
100%.
Like some people would flinch, but I don't think a lot of people would. They'd be like, okay, he's his own man.
What I take an issue with though is the notion that voters don't have responsibility. We would all say that like voters have culpability. The voters in Israel for voting for parties that want to ethnically cleanse and or treat the Palestinians as second-class citizens or kill them all, they have culpability. So let's stop with this game of like, yes, obviously it always looks. Go for it.
So I agree with you, but I feel like you need to be careful with the way that you express that because it's not a terrorist. It's a way that Osama bin Laden, for example.
Oh, you know what I mean. I'm not saying that they.
I know. No.
Therefore, they deserve to be
let
killed
me
or anything. Come on.
No, let me finish. I think you know where I'm going, right? It's a way that Osama bin Laden, Hamas. It's a way that like civilian casualties are justified by these people. Right? Like, hey, you voted for this government that's doing this terrible shit, so therefore you're culpable, so therefore you deserve this.
Ethical culpability does not mean that something is justified in response to them. That is not what I or anyone should take my statement to be. Just because someone is ethically culpable for something doesn't mean they should be killed. You know, it could be the case that you do something horrible, like you're a little bit irresponsible and you let like something happen to your kid or to some people's kids, or you leave the door unlocked, you let a fire go off. But I don't think that necessarily that implies some kind of punishment. The punishment is not coextensive with moral guilt all the time.
It's the reason we call voting a civic duty. Like American citizens have a responsibility.
Yeah, but not if you're going to blame them for their vote, right? If they're going to vote the wrong way, it's only a civic duty and a correct civic duty if you vote the correct way. MAGA voters.
Tell him to grant it. So if the people who voted for Likud or these other,
we can keep it America. I think that MAGA voters
no. This is I want to go right to Israel. The voters who are voting for pro-Kahanist parties or Likud parties in Israel, they have a moral culpability for their vote, don't they?
No, they don't.
Okay.
They have a reality. They have a reality on the ground. I'm sorry. There's a huge portion of people living in Israel who are convinced that there's just terrorists living on all of their borders that are trying to attack them and kill them and genocide them at any chance they get. That people want the fucking that they want Israel gone. They're fully.
So why do you blame Israel for anything?
So obviously they're going to support extreme.
Then why do you blame Israel for? Then why do you blame Israel for anything?
So why pandering to their fears?
So why do you blame Israel?
That's what happened in America, right? That's how we got Trump twice, right?
Why do you blame Israel for anything? If Israel just accurately reflecting the goals and desires of their people, then they're functioning as intended. Why would you blame Israel?
The goals and desires of the actual people. I think once again, a lot of people are propagandized or convinced into something. Right? We have two Trump presidency, and honestly, I'm at this point. If the guy is healthy, I'm convinced he's going to go for a third and could potentially fucking get it, which is disgusting. But the fact of the matter is, like, if he convinces the people to vote for him, he struck something within. Like, if someone convinces people to vote for them, they struck something within like the people. Like,
right?
I think what at least
unless we want to sit here and say like half the country is culpable for like all the things that happened through Trump. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think that's how it works. That's not.
Guys, I think what I voted for.
Wait, hold on.
I think what Ali is saying, right, is that it's the responsibility is on the Democrat Party in this case
to win
for not connecting with the voters and not getting them excited to vote for the Democrats, because Trump should.
Wait, I agree with that too. Wait, but
wait, hold on.
They're not mutually exclusive.
Because Trump. Trump is like I think in insane times he'd be a dream candidate to run against.
No,
right?
but
Like,
it's not.
he's a
Dooby,
fucking
it's not mutually exclusive, is what I'm saying. Yes, Democrats have responsibility, and Kamala made huge mistakes.
I understand the voters have some responsibility,
Yes,
but I think what I at least
but he's
focus
not
on
granting that.
is a
He's not granting
responsibility.
that.
Is a responsibility of the party to win over the voter, to do what they need to do to win the vote.
I
Just
believe
vote.
that is the
I can
more.
shame-
That
I can
is the
just-
more.
I can shame you both.
That is where the responsibility lies. Is with the person trying to win
Did you say
the vote.
more? Did you say more or not at all?
No,
for
that
the
is
voter?
where the responsibility lies.
And
Is where
exactly
the person trying to win.
0%, exactly 0% on voters, right?
No,
Actually,
the
Conor,
voters are to be convinced.
Okay.
They are going
I
to
mean,
be
I-
swayed. Once that's the whole point of that's the whole point of running a campaign.
I think if you
Connor,
don't believe voters have
Connor.
a duty. Like if you believe,
Yeah.
I think it's like I think if you believe in like the a dereliction of duty. If you believe that, like, okay, part
so
of
if
being
100 people
a
voted for
government
Trump-
for the people is like I said, because if we had monarchs, maybe you can feel differently. But
You have a duty to
if we have a-
vote. You don't have a duty to vote for one side.
but people don't even. So
Let's-
again, when I put my blame on non.
So I never want to hear you guys criticizing any voter for any vote. That's what I hear.
Oh, hold
I
on,
never
hold on.
want to hear any criticism.
Don't put it
from
to you guys
Okay,
because
well,
I feel
no,
differently.
on whatever this
To
guy's
be
name
clear,
is.
I feel
This is
differently, and I'll get to that in
I
a
hope I
second.
don't go to your
Let-
Twitter
let-
and find any criticisms of any voter in any context, because that's wild.
Okay, so let's go to Dooby. Why don't you finish your thoughts? And I have
I
some
said
super
it-
chats I got to read. But go ahead.
I just had a question for Connor because I'm curious. So the Republican Party right now is fucking. It's a fucking mess, right? Do you blame? Who do you blame more? The voters for voting for Trump and his cronies, or the Republican Party itself, the establishment of the Republican Party, for losing to Trump? Like who do you think is more at fault here?
My answer is yes, but if you had to ask me, like, who do I blame? Who do I think is like more capable of responsibility? The Republican establishment.
Okay, so you're
so I don't
leaning
even
toward
think that's true.
Lee, I think.
Because
Well, I think it is true.
If you'll indulge me, I
there
think
were
this is actually
absolutely people
important.
that came back and pushed that back against Trump, and then they got removed. Like the voters decided.
Sure.
To shut the fuck up
No,
and
no.
kick him out of
Let
the
me
party.
articulate it because I think you guys will find this relatively inoffensive. So when I say that I hate, like, I genuinely believe democracy is the worst form of governance, except for all the other ones, I mean that. I think authoritarian communism is worse, jihadism, fascism, all that kind of stuff. This is a flawed system, but it's the best that we have as far as we know. The reason why I'm philosophically a Republican is because within the definition of republicanism is representative democracy, typically a constitution, and typically rule of law. It's actually rooted in the fucking word. And so we had an opportunity, in my opinion, during the primary to do what Joe Biden did to Bernie Sanders, and we didn't do it. There was at one point that Donald Trump was polling at 37%, and we were coming up on the primary, and all of the moderates could have dropped out and they could have strangled Donald Trump in the crib. They didn't do that. And so as a result, he won the primary, I think with 47% of the vote. And then it's been a fucking nightmare since then.
You talking about
And then not
2016 or
just
time
that.
one or time two?
And part of that is because it avalanched, right? You're talking about 2016?
2016.
It did.
Yeah.
It did. And then sorry, just
was
real
like
quick, I can wrap it up.
2020.
I know I like the sound of my own voice too. But specifically, Marco Rubio and JD Vance, I view them as currently having sold their souls for power. They know better. They know better, and they actively choose to serve the Trump administration because they know it's good for their own power. In my opinion, they have sold out the Republic of the United States.
I think in 2018, there's a version of you that would have like voted for that version of JD Vance. The way he talked at the time, I think that he was kind of
never
Yeah,
Trump
before.
JD Vance
He's a
and
different
never
person.
Trump Marco Rubio are no shit. Some of
Yeah,
my
they're completely
fucking,
different. Yeah.
they're my
Oh,
boys.
I hate both of those people. What the fuck?
But
Yeah,
hold on,
Dude, I would have voted for Jeb
Let
if
me
I
read
could have.
these. Let me read
Jesus.
these.
I don't know why
super
you'd
chats,
ever
and
say
and
that.
I'd like
Holy shit.
to deal blank.
You should have clapped, Dooby.
All right, oh boy. Pisco, I want to try to answer your question more directly. But let me read these super chats first, quickly.
Sure.
Thank you, Ogre Boy, for the $5. They say, and this is to you, Pisco, actually.
Yeah.
If voters have culpability, does Pisco empathize with Hassan Piker's America deserve 9/11 statement, which is what Dooby was trying to
Not
get to.
in the slightest. Like I said, just because someone has moral culpability for an action doesn't entail any kind of response. So no, just because someone has done something for which they deserve X level of moral culpability doesn't entail that they deserve some kind of blowback or something.
I don't
Like
know.
social shame?
I want to
Social shame isn't a blowback?
I said violence.
No.
But yeah,
I'm just
social
saying
shame,
one does not entail the other. You'd have to make a case. No, I do think that some people deserve social shame for their votes for sure, but it doesn't entail that 9/11 is justified, especially because that's what deserve means. Especially if I think that 9/11 is going to make things even worse, and it's going to cause America to be even more interventionist in other areas, which is definitely did. So yeah, obviously saying someone deserves moral culpability doesn't commit you to any kind of blowback or response. It might deserve some blowback, but you just need to make a case for it.
Sean tells me to ignore his messages. He usually sends a gift sub. For whatever reason, it's not coming through. But thank you, Sean, for the $5 Canadian. Much appreciated. But okay. So dealing with this issue of blame, and again, we can still reorient the conversation with the time that we have left. But like this, I feel like this is central to like why we come to like Larkin. So why I get so emotional, because I feel like someone was assigning blame here, right? And saying, yeah, like Bam and I, explosive conversations we've had, right? I think even more explosive than what me and Pisco have had.
I don't know. It's got pretty heated today. You know?
It's been pretty heated, yeah. And for me and Bam, it's been, yeah. Anyway,
right there, yeah.
So, but that comes from somewhere, and like it seems to me that like, and you were touching on this. I think you and Dooby, Pisco, were touching on this. That there is a culpability of the voter, right? And then a culpability of the candidate. And these two things, like you said, Pisco, aren't mutually exclusive. Correct. Right? There is this weird feedback loop, this like parasitic symbiotic response there, right? Where like I think the candidate is responsible for making their case, right?
Yep.
I would say, and you and I, Pisco, had a lot of trouble on this point previously, but no candidate deserves your vote or earned. They have to earn that vote. That like they have to make a case for themselves. They have to go on the stump, right? And they have to present a platform that is attractive to their voters. That says to them, "I'm the one who will fight for you." Right, and these areas. That's that.
I understand what you're saying, and I think
let me sure. And I won't. Hopefully, I won't take long. Hopefully. So you have to present your case, but on the other hand, right? Like I think, and this is where I disagree with my friend Ali here. And I'm not sure if I said differently during our conversation. I don't remember. Pisco. But like, yes, there is some level of culpability of the voters. Like of course, like you have a responsibility. This is civic duty. Like I say, and I said this before. Democracy is not all a spectator sport, right? I understand that my non-vote in itself is
statement
interacting with the system, right?
Yeah, no, I would agree with that as well. Yep.
Great. So there's level of culpability. The problem, as I see it, right, is that when I'm talking to liberals or people on your side, right, my friend Conor's not a liberal, but for people on your side, it seems that Kamala has no blame.
Yeah,
no
let me give you.
Now,
let me give you what you want. I'll give you what you want.
Okay.
So first off, I'll leave the frustration to the side. In terms of the people who I think have relative blame, I blame Joe Biden way more than I blame you or Ali, even though I think that Ali's statements on here have been totally indefensible and annoying to me in a way that, Joe Biden sometimes doesn't annoy me as much. But Joe Biden has...
Leaving the frustrations aside.
Putting that aside, Joe Biden bears more culpability for not dropping out. I think that he was weak with respect to Bibi in a way that he got played by Bibi clearly, when Bibi had no intention, and Israel in general had no intention of holding true to he made Biden look like a jackass while he was going around, touting the potential for these ceasefires, which Israel had no intention ever of abiding. And so you look like an asshole, and I do think it negatively affects your chances. I think Joe Biden made a lot of mistakes, and that. All that being said, I think he was the most effective president in my lifetime, just to be clear about where I stand there. But no, I put Joe Biden's his decision to run again was completely irresponsible and fucked over Kamala Harris and the 100%. Democratic Party in a way that it's what we're still feeling the effects of. So all of that is shit I agree with 100%. I just view that as a separate question from your culpability or someone else's culpability. And to be clear, you said something else I want to respond to directly. You and Ali appear to have this notion, and maybe it's an actual coherent notion. I just don't have a grasp of it, which is like X people deserved a vote, didn't deserve vote, or like you didn't deserve our vote, or she didn't do enough to earn our vote.
Yes.
Those are concepts that are not like. So I understand someone should vote for. I have an idea of what they should vote for, but this self-standing concept of deserve is something that's elusive to me. I don't really get it. If what you're saying is you shouldn't vote for her or you should vote for her, I get that, but I don't get this independent self-standing concept that's separate from should you vote for her or should you not vote for her, which is like this deserving to vote. In what sense is someone deserve to vote separate from you should vote for them, right? Like that just is not understanding. Yeah.
So like when you're saying you should vote for her,
yep,
right? It's on you to tell me and convince me why I should vote for her.
Mm-hmm.
Versus you saying I should vote for her regardless of my like being convinced, and that her vote is deserved by me. I should vote for her regardless of being convinced by her to vote for her. Is essentially what I'm saying. When a deserved vote is me going in and regardless of my belief that she's going to do with the thing I think she's going to do or why I'm going to vote, right? I'm
having trouble here because I'm not trying to be frustrated. What? I just don't understand what you mean by the term deserve. The term deserve.
Okay, so like deserved as in, once again, if I'm not convinced as a voter to vote for Kamala, I don't think she's going to do the Israel-Palestine thing in the way I believe it should be done, right? This is my issue. I'm not voting on this. I'm not convinced that, now you're saying I should vote for her anyways.
Right, so I understand that it's not your preference to vote for her. No, but in what sense is it different from deserve?
So in this matter, are you saying I should vote for her regardless of my belief?
No, I'm just going to do. I'm trying to understand what you mean by the term deserve.
I know, and I'm trying to clarify by asking you a question. If I don't believe she's going, if I don't believe I think she needs to decouple from Israel at very minimum. No more weapons being sent over there, right?
Okay.
And I'd like a concession of like, hey, Palestine deserves to be free, and also just without saying Israel has to defend itself. These are a few things, right? She doesn't do these things. Are you saying that like I, as a voter, should still vote for her if this is my one issue and she's not meeting
I would say it's my preference that you vote for her. Right. And I think it should be your preference, but I don't understand. So when I would answer it, yes, you should vote for her. And when I say you should, it means it would be my preference if you would vote for this person. That's what I mean by should. But I don't understand deserve.
What I'm saying is
she's not meeting his threshold.
She's not meeting my standards
for your own preference.
And so what I'm saying is, and so then my rebuttal to you would be in this matter is, I'm not going to vote for her. She hasn't earned my vote. And just because you believe I should vote for her doesn't mean she deserves my vote, as in she doesn't deserve me getting up and voting for her.
Can I try to bridge the gap?
Try to bridge the gap.
So if I say she deserves your vote, I'm just saying you should vote for her. But do you understand? Like, so when I say deserves, I'm using an equivalent. But when you say deserves, I think you're also expressing a preference. And I don't think that there's any difference between saying you should vote for her and she deserves your vote. I think they're the same exact thing.
Let Dooby give it a try.
So can I just like bridge the? So I think what people mean by deserve, right? Because I also don't believe that Kamala deserved my vote. So I would have voted for her if I thought it mattered. Don't do the thing again because I'll go into the Ripple thing.
Yeah.
But it's that, does this person have the moral? Has she earned it? Does she have the moral consistency, the values, the vision, etc. that I want to see in the leader? That makes me want to say,
according to your preferences.
This person, yes, hold on, yes, right. Yeah, this person has earned my support for the presidency, right? And whether or not you should vote for them is just a pragmatic thing, right? Is it this person 0.1% less shit than the other person? Yes, okay, then you should vote for them. Like it's just a pragmatic calculation versus some kind of like a merit
vibe check,
merit based thing.
But it's all according to one thing, which is your preferences. Like deserve isn't the self-standing like objective thing, which people try to claim it out to be. Deserve is just another way of reflecting one's preferences, right? That's what I mean. So people will often say like, okay, you might say I should have voted for her, but she didn't deserve my vote, as though they were saying something other than I just didn't want to vote for her. I think it's the same thing.
No, okay, guys.
I think plenty of people voted for Kamala that probably shouldn't deserve
I sit for 20 minutes silently working on a side project and listen to all you twats.
Can I try to answer this? This is a conversation between me and him, please.
My turn. It's my turn.
I said please. I'm being more polite than you.
Well, he said no. So he said
it's in the middle of our conversation.
No.
Well, hold on.
No.
Hold on, but
No,
I will invoke
A white man
Sharia.
is speaking.
No.
Listen and learn.
I will
No,
invoke Sharia.
I want to ignore
Let-
the
let
Muslim in my
counterpoints
country.
in.
Thank you.
Counterpoints.
So, anyways,
I back white
the
people.
point is, okay, we all have this ideal of democracy within our minds, which is that we, the people, are choosing our elected representatives. Now, it's infinitely more complicated than that, but the pragmatic appeals to, well, this person sucks less than the other person actually kind of sucks, don't you think? And so I think that people are still trapped in the ideal of democracy, where what our representatives are supposed to do is they're supposed to say, I see you, I hear you, I understand your problems, I understand your criticisms, and I am going to work hard to work for you. Because the whole point of this is that they're supposed to be servant leaders. They're supposed to be accountable to the people. And so when you have representatives who stand up and they say, well, I'm not as bad as the other guy, and you might care about this, but fuck you, you're a peasant. Then at that point, you can make a pragmatic appeal to, okay, well, this guy actually is less shitty than the other guy, but they don't deserve it. They're not servants. They're not representative of what's best about republicanism or democracy.
According to someone's
And by the
subjective
way,
preference,
I
and that's what I think is
stands for
happening.
Kamala.
Yeah, we all,
I think
yes, we
Kamala-
need subjective preference. That's
I think Kamala is representative of kind of like the blight of the career politician. I think that's why a lot of people don't like her.
Well, I think that the reason people are using the phrases like deserve or she didn't earn is to kind of put some distance between themselves and their choice. In that, yes, we all agree that at bottom deserve
Because they're being
and
blamed for their choice.
Right.
I think it's what I
no,
said.
yes. No, I think I agree with Ali that they're being blamed, and so when they say deserve and earn, they're trying to put some linguistic distance between their subjective preferences and their decision, as though there were this objective standard of deserve and earn. But I
They're
think that
putting
we all
responsibility on the candidate who is supposed to run a campaign and convince people to vote for them versus the people who are supposed to be convinced to vote. So once again, like Kamala probably would have ran a fine campaign. It probably would have been all right. Personally, in my opinion, if the Israel-Palestine thing wasn't going on.
So you would have voted her about that, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
actually, 100%.
Yeah.
So for the people who this is once again a one issue thing, which I think affected a large vote, right? They don't feel like, once again, they're already under the propaganda. Well, hey, these people are all bought off by AIPAC. The left and the right seem to only agree on one thing, which is defense of Israel and support of Israel. So fuck it. If they're both not going to concede, then fuck it. Why even vote?
So okay, I'm going to go to Bam. I'm going to go to because I want to have.
you go.
Okay, well, I have a question for you. But quick super chat from Grassroots Hegemon, right? $20 from my brand new mod. He says, how does the panel feel about putting literally every living person in prison? Universal basic prison, zero crime, zero homelessness. Think it over. No, to be clear, I'm in support of it, right? Complete housing, right? Everyone gets fed, at least in American prisons. Everyone gets access to medical care, right? Where am I missing? Like, if everyone's in jail, right? We can
get laid.
Good communities. Oh, that one's a problem. All right, first, but like you have a community there, right? People are also lonely, right? That solves the male loneliness problem. There'll be plenty of males around, right? And we get like exercise time, right? We have people actually have to go out into the yard. I don't think it's too bad. But thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, for the very kind $20. Thank you so much. But to direct at Bam. So our friends Pisco and Counterpoints said their piece about blame, right? But and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I won't harp on this if you say the answer is no.
No, you're fine.
But Bam. Well, don't worry, I'll help you on other things later on. But specifically on this, Bam, on Monday, right, during the reverie, you said 10 toes down. This is what you're saying now. 10 toes down with my chest out.
Fuck you.
I blame Prime.
Yep.
Right? That's how he said it, right? So it felt like, and if I'm wrong, let me know. It felt like that was I blame Prime for the outcome, not simply because of like your subjective your vote is a subjective expression of your will or anything like that, right? That's
so that no, I blame you. I blame, like I said, I don't think Kamala Harris was gonna win, or I thought I wanted her to win, but like hindsight 2020 was like, oh, okay, there was nothing she could have done.
I do disagree with that, but go ahead.
I get it. But that's where I've come to. Like, so like changing all the voters. Like, I don't think that you voting and everyone who feels the way you felt if they voted, I still think Kamala Harris lost the election. So no, I don't think that, like, I blame you for that, but I'm saying that you not voting, I think that you now, like, these outcomes that have happened are also part of your responsibility. If you're not against them, it's kind of like that people do the racist versus anti-racist thing. Like, and some people kind of cringe, but it's like, oh, it's not just enough to be a non-participant. You have to be against it. And in my head, like, no matter what you say now, when it came down time to put action behind it, you weren't against what
Can I ask a question?
What obviously was going to lead to what's happening now.
Man, all right. So, like, to Conor's point, when he's saying, like, people are idealizing politicians, and that used to be that they would come and speak to the people, and hey, I'm going to do for you this, and I'm hearing your criticisms, and this is what I'm going to do, blah blah blah. And now it's like career politicians, and they're dying out. Like, if, like, Jesus, fuck, I lost the question. My bad. Go off, man. I lost.
Well,
you good? If it comes back, I was about to say, or do you know what he's gonna say? Or you about to say, can you pick up?
Well, what I was gonna guess was that not voting for Kamala, at least the way that most people would have conceptualized it, is that should start some introspection amongst our representatives, because if the far left and the moderates are so willing to risk the Republic of the United States in order to be heard, then the people in charge need to wake the fuck up.
Yeah.
And that's one of my things that was super frustrating when I went to a convention in DC recently. It was liberalism in the 21st century. And 70% of the speaking engagements were about foreign affairs. They cared more about Eastern Europe. They cared more about Nepal. They cared more about, all these random countries all over the world and their right to freedom of speech and their right to conscience and their right to economic liberty and their right to this and their right to that. And part of the question that I asked Pisco earlier is, like, what have we talked about tonight that speaks to the person who's working at Dollar General as a cashier, making $10 an hour, who can't afford his family, who can't afford his apartment, who is behind on bills, who everything's getting shut off, and they feel like they're constantly getting fucked and it's not getting better.
Okay,
because that's the guy
like
who
Democrat
voted
or Republican
against
doesn't
you.
matter. Wait, Democrat or
That's the
Republican
guy who
doesn't matter
voted
to that
against
guy.
you.
There's a huge slew of people, right? There's I think it's a majority of people that are at this point, they're like, hey, like, Democrat or Republican doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
it's not going to affect my actual day-to-day life. Now, like, Pisco, to your point, there's going to be huge policies that do affect people. I agree, right? But most people don't have time to think about, like, the external, right? They're thinking about their immediate family and friends, right? They can only think within their group of 10. Right. And so it's like, yeah, like, most people are disillusioned. They're sick of the career politician. And at this point, like, instead of looking within the Democrat Party, you guys have spent a lot of time blaming the voter and not once again, not addressing any, like, you've said, like, Kamala ran a perfect campaign. I think she could have done a few things that would have won her a lot of the vote.
Said that at all.
I'm not talking about. I was talking to Bam.
I said, yeah, I think that she ran a near perfect campaign.
Can I respond? Like, this is going to be.
I wanted to add a separate point before to give to Prime, like, before we move away from it. Outside of how I feel about the blame, I think that before people were Conor and Ali, when you're talking about the idea of earning your vote and things like that, I understand exactly what you mean, but I think that speaks to a more, like I said, an ideal of, like, of the United States prior to the existence of political parties.
Oh, I think it's politically naive.
But it's if you disagree with the value political parties create. Like, I'm an advocate. I'm a strong advocate and believer in the concept of political parties. Like, I think me and Prime have argued about this as well, because he's like, oh, like, you just team blue. You want the Dems to win. I'm like, well, I'm a Democrat. Like, to some degree, I believe the Democrats generally work in the interest of the things that think are good. Every election is going to be a little different. Like not every representative they put up there, I'm not going to find to be perfect, but I do think that it works in that good direction, like slowly but surely. If I continue, like I fight for what I want in a primary, whenever a candidate is selected, I think that now, like, okay, I'm a big D Democrat. It's time for me to get in fucking line. Like that's what the world looks like. And I think that Ali, and to some degree, the only reason I think leftists haven't done that is because leftists haven't formed that party yet. But like leftists feel like, oh, it's just like if you don't, that you have to love that candidate.
Let me respond.
Bam.
So let me respond to this.
Hold on to your question, Ali.
Got it.
Yeah. So let me respond to this. I think one. All right. So before 2020.
If you want to remember the context of the conversation we argued about, I was talking about I want the Democratic media to like give like easier interviews, like a place that Democrats.
Oh, I do remember that conversation. Yeah. And that's a larger thing. But so before this election, right? I was, and I think you can find me online talking about this. Right? I might have said it to Pisco years ago, right? I was a vote blue no matter who guy, right? I was with it. Now, in terms of my party affiliation, like I'm like a registered Democrat, but that's just only at this point. That's only for primary purposes. But like the Democrats is the party that I align the most with among the two that I have to pick. And at this point, I'm not like really convinced about third party. So when I'm talking to people and I'm like, hey, like when you're considering your choices, right? I'm mostly talking about voting for Democrats, right? Every so often, maybe a third party candidate, but mostly I'm talking about voting for Democrats. So I mostly align. Now I've been pulling away from the Democratic Party for more and more, but still, there's nowhere else for me to go at this point. But it's like to say that like you have to align with this party that like disrespects you, that like thinks your priorities are a joke, right? Like you, I don't understand why others don't see why that might not be like, that's a big ask. When we talk about earning votes, yeah, of course it this feels like what happened with Hillary Clinton, right? Where the media said, absolutely, this is the person that.
Are you guys hearing background noise? Sorry.
Yeah, somebody's listening to a media thing or something.
Yeah, I don't know who.
Hey, can you guys?
It's probably LA. Yeah, it's probably LA.
I'm muted. I only have one mic.
Oh, it's probably Connor then.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you guys hearing random shit from me?
I think Connor's listening to himself, actually. I think that was Connor's voice.
Wow.
Yep. Sorry, I'm editing Warhammer 40K stuff while we're hanging out.
You're good.
So I'll mute myself.
No worries, friend. Fuck. Where was I? Repeat what you were saying before. Bam.
You were talking about. You said you vote with Democrats now, but you feel like if they keep disrespecting you, like that's a tough ass for people. I
mean, like, look, like I'm part of the cohort. Yes, I was a blue, no matter who guy. But like the reason why I thought so. Let me move away what I was just about to say. But let me get to this part. This is the most important part. The reason why that's different now is because I thought we had a general understanding, right? Part of the social contract that there are some things that are unacceptable, but they're like beyond the pale. So they're not something I have to actually consider within my vote, right? Hey, child molesting, right? If you're a child molester, you can't be president, right? You might be a great guy overall, right? There might be so many other great qualities you have, but like you can't be president. I'm sorry, right? That's just the way it is. You've left the realm. You've left the realm.
You would think
of political you would think. Right?
I agree.
You left around the political acceptability, at least on the Democrat side. I thought within our social contract, that was the case. And included in that, I didn't have to think about it before, but I thought we were all on the same page. Genocide would be one of those things, right?
There's a difference of facts. Like I said, I don't consider it to be a genocide.
No.
You're crazy. You're a crazy person.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, fine.
Because I don't think you can. I don't think
I'm
he
not
can
gonna-
like surrender from a genocide.
Yeah, you're a
Can
crazy person.
surrender
I'm sorry.
from
Like
a
you're.
genocide?
That's
Yes, like when
Let's
people,
not,
people
please.
do
Let's
the
not.
Holocaust.
Just read
let's
the
not.
reports. Read the
Okay,
studies.
fine.
Read the reports. But like read the. Please.
Well, but just
Can
to a prime point, like I said, the reason why like that is still a hard line. There's disagreement on the facts
Oh
there.
God.
But yeah,
At least say perceived. It's at least perceived.
Can I
I
say
was-
something? 'Cause I feel like this
Sure.
is. I think.
One second. $5 tip from Pace. It says, "Is there any historical precedent for not voting and that leading to a foreign conflict changing? I don't see how justifying not voting, because she doesn't deserve your vote, is not just a massive coup or quote unquote vibes politics like MAGAs do." So you want to
is this
tackle
Pace
that
Pace?
Dooby first, and I can do it at some point. But thank you, Pace.
Okay, so I want to so Prime, what you just said, it touched on something that I was feeling the last couple of years, right? But last year especially, and this year, it's and I think it's the reason I got so focused on Israel Palestine as an issue, right? Is because I think that the us bankrolling, mass starvation, ethnic cleansing, genocide, this brutal shit that's happening. While the leaders of that country are saying the crazy supremacist, crazy shit all the time, right? We're bankrolling it, and our politicians are just lockstep. Love Israel. I think it reveals like some kind of sickness in the national soul, right? Like some kind of like rot, like some moral rot, right? That we can call ourselves, because I was raised like Conor, I think, right? Believe that America was the shining city on the hill, and we're a force for freedom and good in the world, and that's what we're supposed to do, right? We're supposed to lift people up. Now I understand that's not been the reality, actually, right? We've done a lot of terrible shit, right, as a nation, but I think that this issue specifically, it being so much on our face. I mean, I remember looking up like toward the start of the conflict, like I go online and there's videos of like a 2-year-old girl with her guts hanging out, like that's fucking, and she's alive, she's screaming, right? So like that's that kind of stuff is very impactful, I think, for at least for me, right? And the fact that our politicians were just in lockstep, oh yeah, Israel has a right to do this. To me, it just speaks to the sickness that I want to rip out, right? And I think this is a case for a lot of people. It just totally pulled the blinders off.
Wait, real quick. Wait, Conor. I just want to add to that real quick because I was supposed to ask the question, but it's less of a question. It's like it seems like it's become once again the whole question when you ask non-voters that were guys, oh, do you think Trump would have been better for who's better, Trump or Gaza for Trump or Kamala for Gaza, right? Who would have been better? Who would have been better? And it seems like it's always a push and constantly a push towards like voting based on like the lesser of two evils. And it feels like politics, as far as the presidency, has become less about what a politician can do for you and more about the other guy sucking, to the point where we have Conor on never Trump Republicans that are voting Democrat, right? Politics is now not about like what your politician can do. It's about how much the other guy sucks. And that's not a good way to go. There's no shot. This is like,
when you
So
say
before you answer that, we'll
I
go
need to
straight
address the.
I just said Dooby didn't address the tip that I got, and I just wanted.
And that wasn't a shot,
quick.
Conor.
It's
I'm
quick.
sorry.
And,
What was the tip?
No, it is cope to say deserve. I mean, that is cope. That language is cope.
It says, "Is there any historical precedent for not voting and that leading to a foreign conflict changing? I don't see how justifying not voting because she doesn't quote unquote deserve your vote is not just a massive cope or quote unquote vibes politics like MAGA people do."
Hold on. That's so again. I think I'm sure plenty of people voted for Kamala who did not think she deserved their vote, but they voted based on pragmatic calculations, right? I'm sure this was the case for many people, right? I don't have an issue with that. I think if we have one person who's promising to kick 2 puppies a day, and he's running against somebody who's promising to only kick 1 puppy a day, and everything else is the same, yeah, you vote for the guy who kicks one puppy less a day, right? Sure, it's still a bad choice, right? And now it's supposed to that guy doesn't deserve my vote. He's a piece of shit. But because I want 1 less puppy a day to be kicked, I'll vote for that guy.
Hang on a second.
That's all people are saying.
But Dooby, really get push them in there. If you could have snapped your fingers and made Kamala the president on January 20th, 2025, would you have done it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what actually is the differential here that you would be willing, if you had the power, to make someone who kicks one puppy, here the whatever the comparison is, the whatever conduct you expect from Kamala on genocide, you're willing to snap your fingers, and if you had the power, you would in fact make Kamala president, but you're not willing to vote for her, and the answer is why?
I've already.
Well, the question is why.
I've already expressed this. So I agree with you that she
said
was
you
like,
would
listen,
vote for it.
wait 1 second.
Because he lives
I
in
agree with you.
California.
I agree with you that she would have been less bad than Trump on this issue. I agree. 100%.
That's sorry. That's
No,
not
let me
what I
finish. Let me
said.
finish.
No,
Let me
I'm not
finish.
going to let you mishear.
God.
So I'm not asking would it be better
okay,
or
you can
worse.
reframe it again.
No. That's the same exact way I'm framing it. You said, given the power, you would make Kamala the president. In what sense would?
Yes.
So you've said that now. You've said that you have a preference for her, but nonetheless, she doesn't deserve your vote. Explain, like in what sense are you seeing those things?
I've
Oh,
already
I can
expressed
explain
this.
that.
I don't know how many more times we could. So again, the guy who only kicks one puppy a day versus the guy who kicks 2 puppies a day.
He's still a
the guy
piece of
who's
shit.
kicking one, yeah, he's still a piece of shit. I still don't want to vote for the guy. He doesn't deserve it, but I'm going to do it anyway because it's
He
pragmatic.
doesn't think
That's all it
Kamala
is.
deserves to be president.
That's all
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
It's not like
So-
it's more
but-
has
but-
to be.
But what is deserve doing for you? Explain what deserve is.
She didn't earn.
Like they should stop kicking
What does that mean?
literally-
This doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it makes total sense.
You
I don't
can't
know-
even
I don't
describe
know
what it is.
What are you saying?
What does
I just did
deserve
multiple
mean?
times.
No,
Guys,
define
I don't wanna get lost.
define
I
in
don't
your
wanna
mind
get
what
lost.
this
Okay,
word
okay,
means.
okay.
You
Believe
can't.
this argument.
So
Pisco doesn't believe this
okay.
argument.
No,
Okay,
it's
so
not.
I want to go to
Guys,
counterpoints. And just to
Let's
answer that question quickly, hey Pace, I didn't do it to change the foreign war. That wasn't the point of my vote. The point was that she didn't meet my minimum threshold. That's why I didn't vote for her. Right? That's different from saying not voting will affect the outcome of the war. All right, go ahead.
But hang on,
So,
Dooby.
Pisco, I don't wanna go down your tangent. I wanna go down my tangent.
Wait a second.
Thank you.
Wait a second.
Thank you.
Wait. Dooby.
Oh.
Dooby. Would she
Cut off the white guy, Conor.
Dooby.
Don't only cut off the Muslim, cut off the white guy, Conor.
Dooby. Would she deserve? Would she deserve?
No white on white violence.
Would she deserve you installing her in
He's
office?
Latin.
He's what?
Technically
No.
brown.
I'm Hispanic.
No, but I'm
blind.
anyway
Me and
because
Pisco are both white passing enough. It's
pragmatic.
fine.
Stop it.
I know.
Stop it. No, I mean, like you say
Okay,
that, but you have no
my
idea about
turn,
history. You don't.
Pisco. I don't want to go down your autistic rabbit hole. I don't want to do it.
So
My turn.
He says I'm a white guy. He's,
My turn. You won.
Apparently doesn't care about
Your
identity.
chat can applaud you. I hope they give you lots of super
Fuck
chats.
You.
You won.
Fuck you.
You did it. You linearized the argument and you
Dooby,
won.
Wait, who
Connor,
said you're a
shut
white
the fuck
guy?
up. Well, go back to editing, bitch. Dooby, answer the question.
No.
What?
Yes, sir.
All right, you've been making it impossible. Now Connor can be the most gracious
No,
person.
I want to
Connor
get
can
you
be the
Pisco. I
enlightened
want to get
center.
you Pisco, please.
No. I mean,
You
Connor,
still
please
want
stop.
100
Right?
Let me talk to my friend Pisco, please, for a second. Okay?
Would Kamala
Please.
deserve you to install her as office if you had the power? Would she deserve that?
No.
But you would. So you
Should be
do.
James
But you would.
Tamarico.
But hang on. So you would do things for people who don't deserve it, correct?
Yes, because
So
it's
why
better-
wouldn't you
okay,
vote for someone who didn't deserve
again,
your vote?
Again, I don't know why this is complicated to you, right? So for my, again, subjective, this is me different based on the person. There's no objective standard for who deserves what, right? So to me, she did not have the qualities that I think are deserving of my vote. Like morally, the integrity. She didn't have the leadership qualities. However, because she's less bad than the other person, I
you
would have voted for her. Wait, no, listen. Yes, I would have installed her.
You know where this is going. That's why you're stopping me.
Well, no, I'm not stopping you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to finish my sentence. You're interrupting me. So I would have installed her for pragmatic reasons, not because she deserved to be the fucking leader, but because she's the only other option, and she's less bad than the other guy.
Okay, so you've answered. You said, given the fact, notwithstanding the fact that she doesn't deserve to be installed, I would install her. However, similarly, right? She doesn't deserve your vote. Why wouldn't you vote for her? Is it because you couldn't affect the outcome?
Okay.
That's the question.
Again,
That's a
Pisco,
question. Is it because
Pisco.
you couldn't affect the outcome?
I feel like, yes, that's what I
Okay.
said earlier. So Pisco,
but you would
no,
vote for
listen,
her in
Pisco,
a swing state where you
Pisco,
couldn't affect the outcome.
Pisco, yes,
so that doesn't make any sense.
that's
So
not
you're
true.
wrong.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. Pisco, that's not true. So one, she wouldn't deserve my vote in the swing state either. To be clear, I would do it anyway for pragmatic reasons.
Even though it would.
However,
wait, how pragmatically
listen for
you
a
make no
second,
sense, and
listen
you
for a
know
second.
it.
I'm not finishing. You're interrupting me before I can get to the sense. Okay. So I don't think of like it's just my individual vote. It's just my individual vote that doesn't impact anything. It's like Conor was saying earlier, right? It's like I use the analogy of like ripples on a pond, right? So my advocacy for this person is a ripple. It interacts with other things in the pond. Those create more ripples, and eventually,
Don't try it. You know it's not going to work.
Stop. this is what it is.
It's not going to
The
work.
high ground, Dooby. Don't you try it.
Dooby,
Don't you try it. I have the high ground, Dooby. I've linearized my arguments.
Dooby,
do you not
it doesn't work. No, because
my axioms are grounded.
You can hold that.
That's what voting is.
Dooby, that's consistent between both scenarios, right? I believe that you were ripples in a pond in California, and I believe you would have been ripples in the pond in Pennsylvania, wouldn't you? So that's consistent. That's held consistent.
Hold on.
Why are you trying to change
Wait. Hold on. Do you think that I wasn't advocating for people to vote for her outside of California?
No, I'm saying you did, right? You were, right?
Yeah, I did.
So you were ripples in a pond no matter what. So that's not the distinguisher, right? That's not a symmetry breaker. It's not a symmetry breaker because
it absolutely
exists in both cases. It can't be the thing that distinguishes
it. Doesn't exist
of course
in the same
it
way in both
does.
cases.
How does it? Does explain that?
Oh my God.
You don't have to like his reasoning, but he gave his reasoning. Like I don't think
it's super like clear and obvious.
No,
I don't know why
it is. No.
So I can advocate for people in other places to vote for her, where I think it will impact the chance for her to be elected. But because I'm in California, I have the luxury of not voting for the pro-genocide candidate. Okay, like that's it.
No, that doesn't make any sense. So you could do the ripples. Hang on. Last effort. This is my last effort for Dooby. So you could do all the ripples in your pond. Go to Pennsylvania in that private booth and not vote for Kamala. So why would you vote for Kamala?
I don't think my ripples will go that far. Okay, I don't think. Unfortunately, I don't have that much influence.
No.
However, online, I did try to impact.
No, we're keeping this consistent. Keep everything consistent. All your ripples in the pond. No, you know you're. No. Let me get it out. You could do everything. The ripples in the pond. Keep it exactly the same. You go into that booth in Pennsylvania. Would you check off her name? It's private. No one's gonna know you didn't vote for her. You've already done your ripples in the pond. Would you vote for Kamala? Yes or no?
I've already said yes multiple times.
So there's something else going on besides the ripples in the pond.
Let something else go on.
In a swing state.
You guys are cocking me.
He disagrees with you about swing states, Pisco. He disagrees with you.
Let me get it out.
You linearized your arguments.
No, you've got it out.
The high ground.
No. So you just got.
Don't do it,
Dooby. You just got to the voting booth. You just did all the ripples in the pond, and now and you are voting for Kamala in Pennsylvania, but you wouldn't do the same thing in California. That's the fact. The fact is, there's no rational explanation, and the truth is, the final point is the final point, and we can move on. The deserved language
in Pennsylvania. My vote is not just
the deserved language. The deserved language is purely to try to evade and push off responsibility. It doesn't mean anything, and it's to hide moral cowardice in my mind.
Dude, I'm gonna vote for Trump next time in 2020.
We're gonna go to counterpoints now that Pisco is done reducing this conversation to an algebraic equation.
Oh my God!
I appreciate you.
He's linearized his argument. You cannot defeat him. He has the high ground. So okay, so what I was gonna say earlier, which was the point that I think is more interesting, is that Dooby, I hear you. And I understand that in the era of smartphones, being able to see a 2-year-old's guts spilled out on a fucking table is horrific. But I feel like what I went through in the military, in law enforcement, through studying history and all that kind of stuff, is I went through the same shit that everybody else did, where it's like, oh, America are the heroes of the world. And then I was like, oh, shit, America does a bunch of really fucked up shit. And then I was like, oh, everybody else does even more fucked up shit. Turns out America is actually pretty good.
I don't know about even more fucked up shit.
That's not how that works.
Hold on. Yeah, it actually is.
More fucked up shit.
It actually, hold on. I'm going to explain it. It is. And so when you look at the valorized stories of the 19th century or the early 20th century, the Native American wars, and we were fighting the Native Americans who were scalping people, or the Banana Wars, where we were fighting tin pot dictatorships in the Caribbean, or if you look at World War II, where we were doing all that kind of shit. All of the dirty, fucked up, civilian killing bullshit that you're seeing on your smartphone, we've been doing it for the past century. And so, like, that's where, for me, like, yes, it's fucked up, but geopolitical reality is still geopolitical reality, and we have to make decisions within the world.
And you want the dollar store guy at $10 an hour to think like that?
What's that?
You want the dollar store. So like you did this like breakdown of like geopolitical realities matter. But then like earlier you were talking about the guy working at the Dollar General for $10 an hour. So the guy working at Dollar General for $10 an hour may like conceptually understand like, hey, fuck up shit's been happening forever.
Ali, you're mistaking. You're jumping ahead of point, okay? Dooby is a smart guy. So I want him to like read history, understand my perspective. He doesn't have to agree with it. He can say, no, this is uniquely horrific. and I don't want any part of it.
He's talking to he's not talking to the average guy. He's talking to Dooby. If Ali had it his way, we'd all be like, "Oh, vote for this guy, bro." Because we're having a conversation right now, not to the average person, to someone on a panel. We're not having a conversation to the average person.
Thank you, Pisco. I was going to say that. So Ali, the $10 an hour dollar store general guy. What I'm arguing to Republicans, hopefully, eventually, and Democrats is that they are so far left behind that they are politically radicalized to the point that they will pick whatever candidate promises them change, regardless of whether or not they actually deliver it. And so what we need to do is we need to improve the material conditions of the $10 an hour dollar general guy to the point that he doesn't give a fuck about politics. He's happy with his Taco Bell. He loves his Section 8 housing. He loves the public school that his kids go to. He can afford to buy a Nintendo DS so he can enjoy all the goy slop that is fed down our fucking mouths every single day. Jesus. I want him to go into the Harry Potter heroin Marvel movie Funko Pop paradise that America was in 1996. But until we do that for him, until we give him Funko Pops and Taco Bell and a comfortable apartment and a decent public education school, he's going to keep voting for extreme shitbags in American politics and making the world a worse place.
I disagree.
Yeah, my bad for distracting. I worked a long day today.
I know we're getting close to the end, but I disagree. Like, I think your framing sounds good, but I think we're coming to realize that the truth is much sadder. I don't think that what these people wish for is change. I think that we're at a point what these people wish for is retribution. The Republicans have everything right now. They have the House, they have the Senate, they have the presidency, they have the Supreme Court, more or less, and they are unhappy because what they want is blood. The Comey indictment today is more important to them than any policy change or how it's affecting them, any tariff, anything like that. We're in a point in the United States where all we want, like, I think if you scroll down Rob Noah's Twitter timeline today, you could see him almost doing backflips. Like, you can see he's about to bust. He is so excited to see blood. Like, they are foaming at the mouth for it. So, like, it's, I don't know. Like, I think they're generally deeply unhappy people, but yeah, I think that there is something going on specifically within the MAGA movement, the Republican Party, that absolutely wants retribution right now. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if, based on honestly what some of the violence going on, like if I pray it's not a trend going forward, but on the pace that Trump's going in 2028. I think the Democrats are going to want to, like 2028, if the Democrats win, I think a lot of Democrats are going to want a taste of that. And I say that because I say that as someone who I don't think has a taste for retribution necessarily. But if after this Trump term, if people don't go to jail, like, I don't know what our country looks like anymore. Like, we can't just, I don't think we can play like, oh, okay, I know you tried authoritarian, I know you tried to do a dictatorship for a little while, but like, oopsie, everybody goes home, takes your ball and go home. I think that people actually need to go to jail for the decisions that have been made and will continue to be made over the next 3.5 years.
Comey just got indicted, and he's saying that he's willing to go to trial in order to prove his innocence. So realistically, like, MAGA has consistently impressed me with their inability to absorb relevant information. And so if Comey is indicted and then acquitted, I think that should be like something that you take as like, Donald Trump is full of shit. He's been lying to you about the corruption within the deep state. He doesn't understand any of this shit. He took a shot at James Comey.
I'm sure that will happen.
Failed.
I'm sure that will happen.
Following a charlatan,
bro.
Hold on.
Don't blame the courts. The courts have already blame the judges.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, you guys are right. Like, MAGA consistently impresses me with how little they update their worldview based off of new information.
How are you surprised at this point? Holy fuck. Even you, Conor, you're surprised? It's a cult. There's no basis for surprise anymore. They're going to warp reality.
No. See, even with a cult, though, like, you would think that, like, by the way, I think 55% of the Republican Party is trapped in this cult, and I think 35% of them cope about it, okay? But Like, you would think that the Epstein 2003 letter from his estate,
I just got the biggest. I
enough.
Can't believe you're saying this about like this is the most.
No, like, dude, I'm not arguing for it. I'm saying that their delusions are borderline impressive.
I'm just saying this is the biggest, worst black pill, the most depressed I've been in Trump term 2. That you say that you are surprised by the depths of depravity in the ways that they're going to warp reality to match their cultish ideology. That. I'm in a bad spot right now that you're surprised by that. That's crazy to me. That's crazy.
Let's land Dooby, the only one of us, I think, who's ever grown up in a cult. Dooby, go ahead, please.
Okay, so Conor, I agree with you, right? So sort of. I think yes, other countries do things that are worse. That's not controversial, I think, but not all countries, but other countries do things that are worse. That doesn't make what America does good. It doesn't make America good, right? What it means is that we're just less bad than the other people sometimes. Not even all the time, just sometimes, right? So this is why I wanted to talk about what I think the Democrat Party should be doing going forward, because I think there's an opportunity in recognizing the spiritual rot currently existing in the country. Right? I think Trump provides an opportunity, a very rare opportunity, for the Democrats to reestablish, redefine what it means to be an American, not just here at home, but on the world stage, right? To try to reignite that dream that we grew up with, Conor, of America being the city on the hill, shining light to the rest of the world. I think the Democrats have an opportunity to do this. But to do that, they need to let go of this idea that they can just be 5% less bad than Trump, and that's enough. Right? They need a leader with conviction, with like some kind of like with integrity, who can go out there and make the arguments to the population, not just for policy, but for something deeper than that, right? So something I think it is like borderline spiritual, right? It is like a kind of like something at the core of our country that is broken. Right. And I think the Democrats have the opportunity to fix it.
But Democrats broke it, right? Like
not just not just them, but I agree they helped, right? But
Democrats sure. I'll be about it. Democrats didn't break it, but they did a lot to get us to this point. I mean, Obama didn't send anyone from the financial world to jail once he got into office, right? Well, for the recession. No one went to jail except for like a low level of man. I'm not trying to relegate the whole thing. I'm just saying that, but hold on. No, but actually, no. I think we do need to blame. It's important, right? Because when that happened, Barack Obama said, we look forwards, not backwards, right? Also, again, with Bush and torture, right? Him torturing individuals, none of that was punished, right? And then Biden
Obama not closing Guantanamo.
He nominates the ultimate Fed senator, Merrick Garland, to be Attorney General, who doesn't do shit about Trump, right? The first chance we had to deal with Trump, he doesn't do shit about Trump until after Trump declares, right? And then he starts the process, and then he runs out of time. And so now here we are, right? Like if we're looking at individuals who did a lot to get us to this point where we don't believe in justice for the powerful, for the wealthy, right? Well, the Democrats had a lot to do with it.
You're just talking about populism, like I said, and I think populism is destroying. You're saying that you're talking about that the wealthy should have paid for what they did.
I'm talking about the guilty should have paid. That's what I'm talking about.
And the guilty talking about is the wealthy. If Obama would have ran on tough on crime policy for poor people, you wouldn't have been talking about that.
To be clear, I am a populist. You know I am, right? Yes, but I'm not talking about populism here. I'm talking about the guilty. Bush tortured. Right? He put people in secret prisons, and he ran a massive torture
enhanced interrogation.
You don't care about
he ran a massive torture campaign, and so and he was never punished for that. Bush and during the financial crisis, right? There are people who brought down the economy, and they knew they were doing it, and no one was punished.
Yes,
and then Trump gets out of office, Biden gets into office, and what does he do? He puts Merrick Garland in place, and Merrick Garland does fuck all for 2 years, and then he runs out of time. It's not that Trump was acquitted of these crimes. We literally ran out of time, and then that was it, right? And we didn't. And Merrick Garland didn't move until either just before or just after.
No, I heard you say you said all that again. But what I'm saying is, like, whether you categorize it as that or not, you're not a tough on crime guy. You don't care about.
Who cares?
Crime,
okay, you guys are missing the point. Okay,
no, I'm not missing the point. I'm talking about the entire point. The entire
Oh my God!
What you're talking about is the rich, like the rich need to pay. Like,
no, that's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying at all.
The rich and powerful are the problem, and
no,
the poor need to rise
it's not just the rich and
powerful.
powerful.
What the Democrats to do.
Okay, Trump is in power because the average person voted for him. Average people, normalized people voted for Trump. It's not just the rich and powerful. There's a rot at the core of our country that Trump was able to latch onto. Right. So.
Drain the swamp.
Look, imagine America. Wait, imagine America as a. I'm gonna relate it to Hillary Clinton. Okay, we're not just another nation anymore. We're the kind of a nation that the world is the kind of power that the world calls a super predator. Okay, no conscience, no empathy. We can talk about how we got this way, but first we need to fix it. We need to fix the problem, right? It doesn't blaming Obama or Bush or Clinton. Who gives a fuck? It is what it is now. I don't think we gain anything by relitigating all the shit in the past, right? I think we need to say, hey, this is the issue. How the fuck do we bring people together to fix this issue? And I think the Democrat Party right now has a real chance to do it. They just need to have some fucking courage.
Okay, but
we have to understand what the past was, because these are literally some of the same people who were around back then are still there. I mean, like Chuck Schumer,
I know,
the DNC that you're dealing with, the DNC that will should bring us to a new era in 2026 or 2028. They're right there right now in power. If we don't assign blame, if we don't have a reckoning with our history, we don't understand who are the people who kept us from that justice in the first place and why, right? So much of it was campaign donations. If we don't actually deal with that,
okay, but Prime, they're in charge. They're at the top. Right? So what you need is somebody to reignite the soul of the population and force them to push the change that gets these fucking vultures at the top of the party to do the right thing anyway.
I'm going to ask you this question because I know what I believe to be the soul of the nation, okay? I believe that the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, I believe that those things are the things that should unite us as people. And what I mean by that is freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, due process, the elimination of cruel and unusual punishment, equal protection before the law, all of the things that make the American Constitution and Declaration of Independence great. However, the problem is that there are American citizens who do not agree with me, as is their right under the First Amendment in the Constitution of the United States, but they make the noise so loud that it's impossible to build an alliance of people who give a shit about the Constitution. So that's, to me, that's the soul. But I can't bring, in my opinion, this is kind of going back to the $10 an hour guy. I can't get the $10 an hour guy to give a fuck about the Constitution of the United States if he's having difficulty paying his bills.
Oh, you just have a different sense.
So how am I supposed to reignite the soul of the country?
Kamala Harris could have ran on raising his bill specifically, and he wouldn't vote. Bro.
Fuck Kamala Harris. Who cares?
I'm talking about what she represents.
It's a panel. It's a panel on Kamala Harris. This is the frustration. The frustration is you're all talking past each other because no one is agreeing on what we're talking about. Like this is all just fucking.
2028 candidate could run on that.
I told you
I'm trying to address Dooby
okay?
specifically, and I'm trying to say these highfalutin. I'm going to say this. These highfalutin ideas that I believe in about a republic and about an American promise and the American dream, people don't agree with it or they don't care about it because they feel like their lives are out of control. And so until their lives are under control, they're not going to give a fuck about my highfalutin ideas about a republic.
Thank you,
I don't
Conor.
think that's true, Connor. I don't think it's true. Right? So I think the issue isn't, it's not that they don't care about it. I think it's that they see that it's broken, but they've been convinced.
Yeah, they might feel betrayed by it.
Wait, hold on. They feel convinced by people in power that the reason that they feel like their lives are broken is some immigrants' fault, right? That anger is being directed at something that is not the cause of the anger, right? It's not the. No, that's not what populism does.
That is. Populism is finding an enemy that's responsible.
I don't know why you guys are so afraid of populism. No, sometimes there is an enemy. Sometimes there is an enemy that you need to attack, right? In this case,
then just admit what you're talking about.
Okay, but you speak about populism as if it's like a bad thing.
Yes, it is.
Say, hey, they're competing interests in a country. Some people that the very top of our society have interests that don't align with people with the rest of us. That is just true. Like, so I don't understand why it's like that's controversial. We said that. Like,
well, we
speaking
should
about this
schedule a
is like bad thing.
conversation to talk about populism versus enemies and stuff. If the scope of the conversation is going to be so elastic as to encompass, all these different discussions, it's one, frankly, that I'm not interested right now in having. It's too off the rails at this point. But the last thing I'll say on this is I think that there's just been a lot of talking past each other in this conversation, and it's not the case that I just want to go out there. This is a point from like 40 minutes ago to Ali's point that I just want to blame the voter. We were here to discuss, I thought, some of the issues in Kamala Harris's campaign, and part of that, I think, is as representatives of people who didn't vote for Kamala, getting a good sense of why you did or didn't vote for Kamala Harris, and that involves like seeing, well, what would have made you vote for Kamala, and so that isn't in and of itself. It's an analysis of voter preferences and what they like or don't like. But if the conversation, I think, keeps going to different areas like the future and whether the policy on Israel or Gaza is right or wrong, then it just seems impossible to actually like get somewhere with the conversation. That said, though, super appreciated coming on and having the chat with y'all.
Okay.
Pisco's EP. He needs to go to eat.
4 hours. I don't know what we're talking. Like, we're talking about populism now. Coming was just indicted.
I didn't think we were, but it's fine. Okay, it's fine.
Sorry, I was saying Pisco is EP and I am EP too. So
I know. I hear you.
We need to eat.
God damn it.
Okay, so we can leave it off there then. I really appreciate this conversation. So other people might disagree, but I think this was helpful for me, right? And at points it was awful. I think
what did it help you with? Can I ask?
Sure, right? Like talking about like blame. I mean, I think a lot of this, like I said previously, a lot of this comes off as, hey, we want to blame you from liberals, right, for this loss, right? But also at the same time, your priorities were insignificant, and so it wouldn't have made a difference any which way. Like you all gave your answers, and they were interesting answers. I have thoughts about them, but still, it's useful to get that point out of the way for me. Like as to like what do you think is the problem with people within my electoral cohort? So that was helpful for me.
Well, I think the problem, one of the problems that's being exemplified here is that, I mean, at least for some people, I don't think it's everybody, but at least for the ideological left, which I thought to be understanding, like that's kind of the group that we were, but it was broader than that. But I think this conversation, because it's involving people who are in the political sphere and who are knowledgeable about these issues such as Prime, it involves a kind of ideological left. I think one of the problems is that you guys don't seem to be responsive to incentives or to results. That's a huge issue, and I don't know what we do to affect that other than just
what affecting results was I not responsive to? Well,
to what I take to be the likely results of a given presidency. That it's not you said yourself, and I'm not even like necessarily saying that this is I don't know, I guess you're being consistent to a principle, which is you're not going to vote for people who are in favor in your mind of a genocide, and that is irrespective of whether the person who wins or the ultimate disposition here will worsen that genocide. And that to me is a problem. I don't know if it's a problem that can be breached, but in other respects you do seem at times to be willing to deal and willing to accept. And listen, I don't even need concrete signals from Kamala Harris. She just needs to say that she's going to change. That seems to be more elastic as a position, but in general, I just like I'm walking away with a lack of clarity other than this notion that you feel that your lack of vote was righteous and that there's something that Kamala could have done to vaguely signal that would have received your vote, but I'm not quite sure what that is. I haven't grasped it yet.
Okay, Pisco, during that part of the conversation, I tried very hard to like let you know what that was, but then that was like your interrupting phase of me.
The Kamala defense system just comes on.
Yeah,
no,
we just like
this is what's so fucked up. Like I can go and say Joe Biden deserves blame, Kamala deserves blame. What we're talking about here is what will you respond to, Prime? And he goes Kamala defense squad. I'm asking him what it would take for him to vote for Kamala. Isn't that what you fuckers want us to do?
Hold on, but friend, I tried to answer that, right? I tried to give you a whole spectrum of things, right? But like you keep doing that, and I said this before. This is when you start debating like this, then the debate conversation becomes an
I'm
algebraic
responding
question.
to
And you're
him
just trying
when
to
he
solve
said
for
Kamala
X,
Defense
right?
Squad. Kamala
Even
Defense
though
Squad. No, I'm
for the
responding
rest
to what
of
he
us, we're
just
having
I
said.
said Kamala
conversation.
defense system,
Whatever
Yeah.
the fuck you said. Whatever your fucking comment was.
but that's what I said though. I'm letting
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
Okay.
you made a
Okay.
snarky comment that is not at
Yeah.
all getting at the heart of what I'm doing. What I'm doing here is I'm asking you what it would take for you to vote for Kamala, and I don't think that we're closer to understanding that.
Oh, are you talking to Ali? Then okay. Well, then if
Yeah.
you're talking to Ali, then I'll leave it
You
there.
like Muslims? What's your beef with Ali? I love him. He's a beautiful boy.
Ali's great.
Well, I think one of the problems that makes the conversation impossible is when like half the time we're pretending we're having a conversation in front of a panel of uninformed voters, and then it's like, but the regular people don't understand that. Like, no, bitch, I'm talking to people on this panel about issues that they know about. So yeah, I'm
the
gonna
people
talk,
that are watching are uninformed voters.
No, but we're having a conversation among people.
Do you think that's what the problem with the
we're-
conversation was?
No, we're having a conversation right now among equals, right? People who are informed, and I don't have to spend half the time pretending that I'm like doing some kind of focus testing or that I'm
some of us
actually
are
not
more
that
equal than
informed.
others.
I'm
Okay.
pretty uninformed. Like that's
Well,
the
then-
thing. I'm not that informed.
Okay.
let me let you guys go. Before then, hey everyone, thanks for being here. If you haven't done so already, consider following me at youtube.com or twitch.tv /PrimeCayes, PrimeCayes, PrimeCayes. Love to have you. Thank you to the people who gave super chats, previously supported the channel, especially Grassroots Hegemon, but also to Sean, to Ogre Boy, and to Christopher Donardo. Much appreciated for the big kindness there. But yeah, hit the follow button or subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. Means a lot, does a lot. And I really want to thank my participants, all of them. I respect all of you guys, right? I've talked to all of you
Much
guys, respect all
love.
of you guys. Yeah, you guys are fantastic. I'll give you all an outro. Thank you, Counterpoints, for coming through. I know you got a family, and it's just I'm always in the way because this happens at night. But thank you for ignoring them, for being a horrible father just for me.
My pleasure. If anybody is interested in my content, then Counterpoints 40K. I'm literally editing a video for that right now. It's probably not going to be done by tomorrow, but I promise to have a banger for you shortly. So type in Counterpoints 40K. If you like any of my political commentary, there's two places you can find me. A place called Valor Media Network, VALOR, Media Common Spelling, Network Common Spelling. Alternatively, you can find me at Counterpoints Politics, where I post the VODs. I stream 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. I'm on Valor every single day except for Tuesday. On Tuesday, I'm on Counterpoints Politics. I know it's confusing, but it's still fun. Come hang out. I'll yell at you in chat.
Did you and Dooby had your conversation? I looked for it. Like you guys said, you're gonna have a conversation.
I'm sorry, I
Just
forgot to
had
tell
our
you.
first conversation today,
Oh.
but all we talked about was Steven, and realistically, we have other things we need to cover as well. So we'll cover it in sequence.
Okay. Invite
Actually,
me
Pisco,
on.
can I ask you a question?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just for Connor, because we actually did speak about you earlier. Okay, it was all good things.
Yeah.
Like,
Nice.
don't worry. But one of the things that we're talking about is Destiny or Steven, however the fuck you want to say his name, encouraging people to dox me, right? Because and one of the reasons is he believed that I was turning people like you, I think he named you specifically, against him, right? So your argument with him about the communist thing, socialist thing, I agreed with you in that conversation. He seemed to believe, and I think, well, he said this, that the reason you believed that that he was like smearing you, slandering you, saying that you were like pandering to communists, whatever the fuck, was because of me, right? That all that came from me, and I was turning you against him. So I just want to know, like, is any of that true? Did you feel that way because of me?
No, I got that impression from other things.
Okay,
You
thank
turned her against me.
Okay. But yeah, like Counterpoints, I'd love to come on your channel sometime and have a discussion.
If you're, dude, 1 p.m. EST. If you can make it, we'll do it. Otherwise, we can do something on the weekend.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, let's go to my good friend Pisco. Even after yelling at him that way,
Listen, you know, I take it
still-
personally. I appreciate the conversations. I think this is going to be a ritual one, and we're going to have to like figure this shit out and what we want, what we don't want. And I can be frustrated and talk to sometimes, but I do have a way of like really getting annoyed when I feel that the conversation is going in all different places, and then it just really does feel like we're just having utterances at each other and we're not really responding to each other, and so that frustrates me. And if I try to like impose some structure to the conversation just because I want to be respectful of everyone's points and make sure like we're all on the same page about stuff, and so that's all I'm trying to do there. But you can find me at Pisco Liddy at Twitter, and Pisco Liddy also just started a TikTok, so Pisco Liddy on TikTok and on Instagram. But thank you so much.
Did you hear Pisco? Because I happened to be watching at the time on Majority Report.
Yeah, I reviewed that.
Yeah. Someone gave a super chat or something, and then they were like, "Yeah, we'd like to talk to Pisco."
I didn't hear that. They said that.
Yeah, I'm a
Hell
big
yeah.
one.
They rated him. They rated him the other day.
No, that was the other day though. But are you saying there's something new where they said we'd like to talk to him, or did
that
they
was
put
the day? That was the last broadcast.
Shit.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
They
Fuck
said,
yeah.
they'd love to have you.
I'd love to talk to
Pisco's
him.
going places.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
All right.
But shout out to my man Pisco.
Appreciate it.
And next, my other friend Bam. And we've been even more vitriolic on this topic. You guys just haven't seen it. But Bam, thank you for coming through and like taking time out of your day to try to express yourself here. You're muted, buddy. Yeah, you're muted in StreamYards.
Oh, I was tripping. My bad. Yeah, no, of course. Thanks for having me as always. I do think that the conversation was more or less constructive. Like I said, maybe I think that there may have been there's a way brains work. I think Pisco, I think that you are I've seen you have other conversations, and I think you can ask one question over and over again for like 3.
Yeah.
You're fine if it sticks to that one question. I'm fine doing that as well, but I'm also fine with jumping around to different elements of a conversation. Like you trying to nail down the lack of logic or reason behind Dooby's vote. To me, I didn't even disagree with you in the principle of it. I just don't like once he said that he would vote, like the practical of it didn't matter to me. Once he said that, like, yeah.
The reason why it matters to me, and just to respond to that real quick, and why I think it's important is because once you grant that you would vote pragmatically, I think it's revealing that this whole notion of deserve, earn, vote is really just a tactic. It really just feels like a way that people use it to distance themselves from their decision a little bit. And once they say, yeah, I guess pragmatically I would vote, pragmatically I would install, well, you're basically granting that for even undeserving people, you're willing to do stuff for them, but yet there's a differential in how you acted with an undeserving person in some sense with respect to your vote that you would vote in another context. And that I think getting clarity on what he means there reveals the emptiness of these terms deserve, separate and apart from their normative connotation, which is I think the typical usage of the word. But that's why I go there, is because I think we're leaving on the table that this is even like good language to accept from people, and that's why I did it. But I understand that it's frustrating.
No, I mean, it's fine. I mean, when, like I said, I can do it. It just didn't feel relevant. But now I see your reason behind it. I would have just put that out there a little bit earlier once I figure out that I'm going in circles, but that's completely fine. Anyways, I don't have a social media. Well, I do have social media, but you guys
you don't get it.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, I was about to say, anybody want to bring me on to have conversations about anything going on in the world, just hit me up. I usually will talk about it for a little bit. I got good stuff going on in here. I just don't care enough I can't keep up with the content life. Like I'm like I need to be somebody's Robin. I would be a great Batman, but I'm maybe it's did anybody watch Walking Dead? There's Rick, and then who was the second one?
Oh, Dale.
Dale, yeah. I'm more of a Dale. Yeah, I'm the killer, but like I don't need to be the star. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm more Kobe to somebody.
Thank you.
To Shaq.
Whatever. Kobe.
Anyways, thank you, bro. Also, it's a one of my little fine things is apparently a fan of you, Pisco, because she sent me a screenshot, said she was watching you.
Oh shit, who?
I was about to say she know who she is. This was really a thing. She's probably gonna cuss me out, but
wait, who is it? Sorry, I missed who it was.
I didn't say the name.
Lady. Lady.
Oh, yeah. A woman. Sorry,
lady friend.
Oh, your lady friend. Got it.
I didn't say that. Yeah, lady friend.
Yeah.
So, shout out to you.
Nice. All right, let's go to our friend Ali. Ali, thank you for coming through. I'm always glad to have you around, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for coming late. I was working, so my bad. I, I hear this conversation a lot, and every time I hear it being discussed, it always gets to like voter culpability. And then I've listened to a lot of people talk, and I don't think that that's how the conversation should go. I think this election was very specific. I think we need to look at it very specifically. It was weird for Democrats specifically to throw away their vote, right? To allow for a second Trump presidency, I think is a fucking major deal. And I don't think that those people should be discounted. I think that they really do need to be listened to, because it's indicative of like what they believe of like the Democratic Party or the presidency, right? I don't think that like social Democrats are a small portion of the party. I think a lot of people who are on the Democratic Party are Democrats because they believe in like in social programs. I think they want free healthcare. I think they want free college. I think they want the same things that like Europeans share and have without having like a complete total socialism, right? And so I think for them to be willing to not cast their vote means that there was something bigger to them than who the president is. I don't think they see that the president has power, right? At least not a Democratic president. It feels like that Trump or Republicans kind of come in and do whatever the fuck they want. And that may not be good. I'm not saying it's good, but to the people that are like voting, if they feel like they're not getting what they need or what they want, then we're just going to keep spiraling, and we're going to keep voting based on lesser of two evil rather than like what the politician actually stands for and what they can do.
Thank you for that. And I would just put this out there because I know you've been meaning to do it. Ali would love to have a one-on-one with you, Pisco.
Sure, yeah, let's talk.
Yeah, true. I added you, so yeah, let me know.
Yeah,
okay,
no doubt.
All right. Message delivered. Okay, and finally, my good friend Dooby, who's always been there for me. Dooby, thank you for coming through and having this conversation. This was really fun, and I always loved hearing your perspective, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Dooby. I'm not a streamer, but I do hang out on my server, the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics.
And he's turning me into a communist, and he gives me all the bad information about Destiny.
Apparently, I'm a
tanky
Dooby. If you are going to be a tanky Pisco, I recommend pacifism. That's my favorite form of communism. Everybody should be a pacifist.
I'm going to send off my Twitch audience to Sweetheart. Why not? She's a girl. She's streaming.
A girl.
That's all we need. That's literally all we do here.
All right.
That's literally
all it takes.
That's the beginning and the end of it. So
we just got more new tariffs just dropped. Trump imposing 50% tariffs on kitchen cabinets, bathroom vanities.
At this point, it's all the same. It's all numbers. Okay, all right, thanks, guys.
Like what? Like we're just making up stuff. But yeah, have a good night.
Okie dokie. All right, quick debrief. We're gonna get into the Comey stuff. I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. First of all, thank you all for suffering through that. I think it was one of the most unproductive panels I've ever been on. I like Prime. I even sort of like Conor, and I even sometimes am okay with Dooby. But holy shit. And let me just walk you through some of my thoughts post-panel. So the first thing that just sticks out of my mind like a sore thumb is this whole deserve language stuff. It really does. It irks me. It bothers me in some major way because I do think it's scummy. I do think it's trying to hide what we're talking about here. What we're talking about are people's moral determinations as to voting or not voting. That's like what we're here to do. And so when people say, she didn't earn my vote, yeah, according to your moral values, according to your moral outlook, your ethical outlook, according to your preferences, according to your standards, whatever term you want to put on there is a normative weight there. And the deserve aspect to it is this kind of like empty platitude that people are throwing around to try to be like, that there's something else besides upholding my own standard or the voter's own standard. And their unwillingness to give those terms up, I think, is a red flag for me. There are a lot of red flags in this conversation. Another red flag is when Prime is like unwilling or unable to, like, I'm asking him, what kind of language as a minimum would it take for you to vote for Kamala? He says the whole fucking paragraph. And I try to synthesize it. And so is this correct? Would you agree that this would be enough? Yes or no? And he's unwilling to answer it. And the reason I ask yes or no, or answer like, is this okay? Is because I want something to hold them to. Like, I want to be like, this is actually known, that if they would have said this would have been enough. Like, is that wrong for me to want to know the minimum thing it would have taken? Like, and you don't have to agree with it. If you think that I'm distorting it, you say no, because you missed this, or I can't say that right now because I didn't hear the full thing, or because I would need to think about it for a little bit, or I'm not sure. Like, there's different answers you can give, but you're unwilling to be like, okay, I want to give a paragraph every time I just want clarity. What is the thing you wanted her to say? But the kind of like reflexive anger at being pinned down and just saying what it would take, right? Like, what's your minimum, which is kind of like the question that you want us to ask of you, right? This is ostensibly what the uncommitted movement wants, right? They want the left candidate, that is the Democratic candidate, to come to them and say, this is, and to listen to their demands. And so we go and do that and say, okay, so you wanted her to say this, right? And then there's this kind of like amorphous, like, I don't want to fully answer. And he gets indignant that I would ask it in such a way as to get clarity. So that's another red flag, that maybe there's nothing that she could. And then when he says, well, I would have to believe her. And I stopped there. Wait. Do you mean like she would have to, you know, like to a certainty not lying, or you would have to perceive her not as lying? Why stop there? Well, it's because you've said all this stuff about how she is having this track record of disingenuousness, that you can't actually believe her as a person. And so when you add the thing, like, assuming she's not lying, I stop because I'm like, wait a second. Well, because now I need to know what I need to contend with. So it's like fighting ghosts. The reason I'm stopping are for clear reasons, right? Like, because I want to know with definitiveness, this is what it would have taken for Prime to vote. And they are fighting me at every opportunity for me to get clarity, whether it's in the notion of like, well, is she's actually lying, or whether you perceive her to lie, whether it's on the notion of, does this deserve language, or even the recapitulation of the answer that Prime gave in a few sentences. And then it's just like the conversation starts moving and moving. It's like, okay, and I understand conversations are fluid. They're fluid, but like, this is not a topic I would have picked. Kamala Harris, what she fucked up with in the lead up. We're living in a the reason I'm doing this is, one, to humor fucking Prime, but also because there is a need, I think, to reassess. But like, I wouldn't have picked this topic at this time and moment in time. So, but I'm trying to be faithful to what Prime asked me to do. Do you want to come? Yeah, sure. And I want to be honorable to what the topic is. But like, when you start getting into the weeds of like what actual Israel-Palestine policy ought be from like an ethical perspective, or when you start citing attitudes and dispositions of the Democratic Party or the greater public after the election, we're not having the same conversation. And you have to understand, that's frustrating. That is frustrating. So now we're just talking about anything. And then Conor comes in, and Conor says like, you're mad at them because they don't want to vote for the lesser two. No, we're not even there, dude. That was the previous conversation, this lesser two evils shit. Like, that obviously should be enough. Like, any person who I think is ethically, thinking about this the right way in my mind, would be considering lesser two evils in this voting context, obviously. But like, we're way past that. We're now just talking about what your maybe reasonable, probably unreasonable demands would be. So Conor is half listening. It does him a great disservice. And he does this thing that Wick always does, which is like, you see, this is the problem. This whole thing is the problem. Wick did that to the Live and Learn crew when we had fucking Tali or something come on. Hutch was like engaging with her and like answering, and Wick couldn't stomach not being the center of attention. And he was like, see, this is the problem. You're trying to morally blame her for the millions who are died because of USAID, when Hutch was like basically not doing that in any respect, was just responding to her and answering her honestly. And like, but so these, I don't know what, maybe I should go too far, but I will say, like, it feels like anytime they're not at the center of attention, They have to be like, this is the problem, this entire conversation. The only reason I get meta, and I hate getting meta, is simply to ask, what are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? Can we have some clarity so we structure to the conversation? Otherwise, like, and especially with so many people, we're going to go in a trillion different directions. And Conor comes in barely listening late and is like, you see, the problem is this lesser. No, we're not even talking about that, dude. We're talking about his standards, what he would want to vote, right? What leftists actually want. And then this dipshit who's also late. Sorry, I'll have a conversation with him. I don't know if he's smart on the other side, but like, whatever. He came in and he's like, convince me I'm a voter. Convince me I'm a Arab in Dearborn, Michigan. And so I say some things like, yeah, Trump's going to fuck up all your shit, your prices with tariffs. And he's like, oh, but Trump won on the economy. But the polling says that the Republicans win on economy. Next. I'm like, oh, fuck. So economy's off the table. So what are we doing here? Are we just saying the world as polling indicates? I thought we were doing some kind of like pretend conversation between one voter and one person. And he's like, average voters, they don't even know what the economy is. They don't even know what tariffs are. They don't even know how to fucking put their underpants on. They can't even wipe properly. The average person, you want to talk about tariffs? They don't know how to stick their fucking finger in their nose. I'm just like, well, we're not here to have a fucking pretend drama roundtable where I'm like, okay, so now let's talk about, okay, you don't want to hear about the economy. Well, what about the corruption? What about this? What about Gaza? And they're like, oh, but they lost. But the Republicans won those voters. So you can't say that. I'm like, well, and then he's like, I go, well, here's something else. And he's like, well, what Trump did, you want to know what Trump did? Trump came and had a fucking buffet or a breakfast or a sit down. And he had like, wait, are we no longer engaged in this pretend dramatic performance of you being the average whatever voter? So now we're like, oh, when you're saying convince me, I'm allowed to like say, well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have a fucking breakfast. That's what you were waiting for me? It's insanity. It's fucking insanity. It was one of the most delusional, insane exchanges I've ever had. Because if you want to do this little pantomime, this little performance where someone is taking on the role of an average voter in a given place. By the way, the context of our conversation was not just the single issue Gazan voter. Prime made quite clear at the start. He said broader left wing, right? Broader left wing. If you want to have this game where like, okay, you're pretending to be a voter, I'm not saying that I'm going to be a politician, that I'm the most convincing to a segment of the population. You probably wouldn't send me. Maybe I'd come off too smug or whatever. Or like, I don't fucking know. I'm trying to fulfill your request, but you keep changing the rules. Convince me. Well, you can't convince me because polling indicates Republicans won on that issue. Well, I guess your whole point about like convincing people is out the window then. If polling indicates that these people voted for Trump, I guess you can't have an economic message then. Literally psychotic. Completely psychotic. Insane. And he kept doing that throughout the conversation, not just to me, but to other people. Like Dooby and Conor are having whatever conversation they're having, which is probably out to fucking pasture, whoever the fuck knows what they're talking about. And he goes, you think the normal average person understands what you're like? No, he's talking to Dooby. And it's so performative. And so is this constant appeal, like, you want to blame the voters. I wouldn't blame a voter for anything. If they voted for Adolf Hitler, I'm not going to blame them because that's not on them. That's on the other people running against Hitler. Oh, yeah, you know the genocide that I'm against in Gaza? The genocide being perpetrated by Israel? Yeah, if you vote in Israel for the genocide to continue, I'm not going to put any blame on you. That's what he's pushed to because he knows how insane that position is. But the constant appeals to don't blame the vote, don't blame the voter. What about the average voter? And Conor gets into this. Something like, you're not speaking to the angst of the average. Like, we're not brought here. We're not having this conversation to have a virtue signal to the average voter so you can give us your Burkean conservative, whatever fucking elevator pitch that you've been working on for the last 2 years. That's not what we're doing here. We're having a specific conversation. I thought about a topic. But these, like, willing to, like, okay, you can't ever talk about voter culpability. You can't, like, not even in the context of ascertaining the desires and motives of voters and why they would vote. And even when you yourself invoke them, even when Dooby says, I didn't vote, as to make a stand, right? To make an ethical, principled stand. To say, hey, I'm going to vote for Obama, but not for Kamala. I'm like, well, why did you vote for Obama, but not for Kamala? Well, Obama stood for something. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, give me the fucking big distance between Obama and Kamala. In what sense do you think Obama and Kamala are like massively different when it comes to politics? They're like average Democrats. Obama, sure, amazing public speaker, energy, political instincts that are beyond Kamala's. We're not even talking about like the same stratosphere. Different moment in time, of course, different issues. But in terms of who they are and what they represent, in terms of what they stand for, why would you vote like Obama in terms of foreign policy? Which I guess I'm assuming now Dooby's inclination, but he strikes me as someone who is critical of American interventionism. Obama was, in some sense, interventionist. Yeah, he withdrew from Iraq, but he escalated in Afghanistan, contrary to Biden's suggestion at the time, according to contemporaneous reporting, according to contemporaneous documents. If you want to know about the Biden document scandals, it related to Afghanistan. He wanted to be known at the time as standing against the Afghanistan war. Unlike Trump, by the way, Trump, who in the recent weeks is saying we want to go back into Afghanistan and retake Bagram Air Base. Right? Trump is saying, in other words, we should never have left Afghanistan. That's what Trump has said. People who give Trump credit for leaving Afghanistan. Trump, who said we should never have left Afghanistan, would have reneged on the promise he himself made because he wanted to keep Bagram Air Base and is now talking about retaking it again. Unlike that, Biden has a track record of initially supporting it back in the initial days, but then quickly coming against it. And then even while he was vice president, considering resigning as a result of Afghanistan war. So Biden, in contrast to Obama, was much less hawkish. Much less hawkish. And if Kamala is just a carbon copy of Biden, who I would say is more populist domestically than Obama ever was. Yeah, way more populist domestically than Biden ever was. Sorry, than Obama ever was. In what sense are you worried about a Kamala president versus an Obama one? The only thing, because you're unable to, this is to Dooby, ideologically or in terms of platform, distinguish them sufficient in your mind, is based on vibes. And that's what this whole thing is about, isn't it? Vibes. They almost admit it themselves. Well, Obama was for hope and change. That's why I voted for Obama. I voted for Obama because I think McCain's a monster. Oh, well, do you think Trump's a monster? Yeah. You think Trump's a worse monster than McCain? Yeah. Okay, so isn't this just like a mathematical thing, like equation we can put up there? Like, I voted for Obama because McCain was so bad, so the difference was so big. I think Trump is worse than McCain. So the only thing that could explain, unless you're saying you're having an inconsistent principle or something, the only plausible explanation is you think that Kamala is like noticeably worse than Obama was. In a 6-person panel, getting to the meat and potatoes is difficult. And after a while, I'm going to be honest with you folks, it is a group therapy session. It is a bunch of people that want to yell noises at each other. It's not a real conversation. And maybe, you know what? Fuck. Maybe that's what y'all like. Maybe that's what people need. Maybe my style of conversation isn't what people want or desire. You just want people to take turns having speeches with each other. I think a good speech, which is modular, a good conversation between two, but with 6 people all trying to get different particular points in there, it is just brutal. Totally brutal. Totally brutal. The one piece of linearization that I wanted to do there, of to actually get to it, is this whole voter. It's rational to vote for a candidate in one jurisdiction versus another because you think that you're more likely to affect the outcome with your individual vote. And to that, there's no answer, right? Dooby can talk all day, whatever he wants, about the tendency of you to make ripples in a jurisdiction versus another jurisdiction. You can hold that constant. You can hold that constant. And at the end of the day, you're in a voter booth. It's anonymous. And he still didn't vote, right? You could keep all that ripples consistent. You're still voting for someone anonymously or not voting for them anonymously. And so they try to stop you when you're getting somewhere productive, somewhere that shows the emptiness for this rationale, and it is empty. What, would it satisfy Prime if Kamala said, I will be different on Gaza than my predecessor, but I can't get out ahead of him? If she were honest and said, I will be different than Biden on some key areas in Gaza, but unfortunately, I can't get out ahead of him. I don't want to jeopardize the negotiations. If she had said that, by the way, which would be an attack on the administration. And maybe she should have said something like that. But how many in the audience right now, you're sitting, you're watching, you're listening to me, if Kamala had said something approaching that, yes, I respect Biden, I believe there are mistakes made, I will do something different, but I won't be specific about it, I don't want to undermine the president. You think that would have changed anything? Based on what you saw in that conversation in the previous one, you think Prime would have voted for Kamala in that context? They want to have it both ways. They want to have it both fucking ways. On the one hand, they say, hey, it wouldn't have taken much. We were just asking for not the sun and the moon, just a little. But if it just would have taken a little, if all it would have taken is just a little signal, a little something, it doesn't make sense, because that suggests that you are, in fact, motivated by differences in outcome. If all it would take is an indication that maybe there'd be charted a different course, why are you sensitive to that with respect to the Democrat, but not to the Republicans' evilness? So of course they were not just asking for a little thing. It's closer to what Dooby is saying. We want a concrete policy commitment, but not just in abstract. We want conditions on aid, but not those conditions, not your suspension of 2,000-pound bombs or whatever the fuck. A broader, it's more. It's more. And is Prime going to come on here and give me the case that, hey, yeah, if she had done that little signal, that little, yeah, I would have voted, or I might do something different. Well, I love Biden. I just disagree on some stuff, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. That Prime would have voted for Kamala, let alone sufficient to change the election. Fuck, I don't even think right now the empirical case is good that the leftists cost Kamala the election. The swing to Trump was broad across multiple groups. Among white voters, among non-white voters, among the youth, across the entire country, and Gaza was not the main issue. So yeah, I mean, this conversation, it is a ritual conversation, but it's being had by what I take and what I feel, though I can't prove it. It's a suspicion. I can't prove it. The pangs of guilty consciences. They see the world burning around them. They see the country in disrepair. They don't want to think about their decision on that fateful day. Not that I think it had a dispositive outcome, but in terms of what it means to them. The signaling and expressive value contained in voting, their civic duty that day, shirked